In the gentle twilight hours, when the world grows quiet and our minds begin their slow descent into peaceful slumber, let us embark together on a tranquil journey through the hidden mysteries of the Pokemon world, where starter companions have carried secrets in their hearts for generations untold. Thus, beloved creatures, the very first partners chosen by countless trainers across distant regions, harbor fascinating truths that drift like morning mist through the collective consciousness of those who have walked alongside them. Deep within the ancient forests of Kanto, where dappled sunlight filters through emerald canopies, the evolutionary line of Bulbasaur holds secrets that few have ever contemplated in the quiet moments before sleep. The gentle grass type starter carries within its bulb not merely the promise of photosynthesis, but a remarkable biological clock that synchronizes with the lunar cycles in ways that even Professor Oak's extensive research has only begun to understand. When Bulbasaur rests beneath starlit skies, its bulb actually shifts its cellular structure ever so slightly, preparing for different seasonal changes that may be months away, reading cosmic signals invisible to human perception. This extraordinary sensitivity extends to Ivysaur, whose flower bud contains microscopic pollen grains that carry genetic information from Bulbasaur populations across multiple regions. Each grain tells a story of adaptation, of environmental pressures weathered and overcome, creating a living library of evolutionary memory that spans continents. When Ivysaur finally blooms into Venusaur, this accumulated wisdom manifests as an almost mystical ability to sense the health of entire ecosystems, making these magnificent creatures natural guardians of environmental balance in ways that transcend their obvious grass type abilities. Moving through the mists of time to the flame that has warmed countless hearts, Charmander's tail flame burns with mysteries that reach far deeper than simple emotion or health indicators. Within that dancing orange light lies a connection to the planet's molten core, a resonance so subtle that only the most sensitive instruments can detect it. Ancient texts from the Pokemon world speak of Charmander colonies that would gather in perfect circles during volcanic eruptions, their collective tail flames somehow harmonizing with the Earth's deep rhythms, creating a protective barrier that shielded nearby communities from the worst effects of natural disasters. As Charmander evolves into Charmeleon, this connection intensifies, manifesting as an ability to predict seismic activity hours before it occurs. The restless energy that characterizes Charmeleon is not merely adolescent rebellion, but rather an overwhelming sensitivity to the planet's shifting tectonic plates. Their apparent aggression often masks a deep anxiety about impending geological changes that they can sense but cannot communicate, making them reluctant prophets of the Earth's hidden movements. When Charmeleon finally spreads its wings as Charizard, this geological sensitivity transforms into something even more profound. The great dragon soars not just through visible skies, but along invisible currents of magnetic energy that flow around the planet like a vast, three-dimensional web. Ancient Charizard were said to navigate by these magnetic highways, traveling vast distances with precision that seemed almost supernatural to early human observers. Even today, wild Charizard populations follow migration routes that perfectly align with magnetic field fluctuations, their flight patterns creating living maps of the planet's invisible energy networks. In the gentle lapping of waves against moonlit shores, we discover that Squirtle carries within its shell secrets that echo the very origins of life itself. The seemingly simple turtle Pokemon possesses a shell that grows in patterns determined not just by age and nutrition, but by the specific gravitational influences of celestial bodies. Each ring and ridge tells a story of lunar phases experienced, of tidal forces weathered, creating a personal chronicle written in living calcium that spans the creature's entire existence. This celestial connection deepens as Squirtle evolves into Wartortle, whose fluffy tail serves a purpose far more complex than simple buoyancy control. The tail actually contains specialized cells that can detect minute changes in water pressure, temperature, and chemical composition across vast distances. A wartortle resting peacefully by a pond can sense rainfall beginning hundreds of miles away, feeling the subtle shifts in atmospheric pressure that precede weather changes by days or even weeks. This ability makes them natural meteorologists, their behavior patterns serving as incredibly accurate long range weather forecasting systems for those wise enough to observe and interpret their signals. The magnificent Blastoise represents the culmination of this aquatic wisdom, its shell mounted cannons serving purposes that extend far beyond simple water attacks. The internal structure of these cannons creates resonance chambers that can produce infrasonic vibrations, sound waves below the range of human hearing that travel through water and earth for incredible distances. Wild Blastoise populations use these subsonic calls to communicate across entire ocean basins, sharing information about food sources, weather patterns, and environmental changes in a vast network of liquid-borne intelligence that spans the globe's waters. As we drift deeper into these gentle revelations, we encounter the remarkable truth about starter Pokemon gender ratios, that curious mathematical puzzle that has intrigued researchers for decades. The 7-to-1 male to female ratio among starter Pokemon is not merely a game mechanic or evolutionary quirk, but rather reflects a profound biological strategy developed over millions of years of evolution. Female starter Pokemon carry within their genetic structure a remarkable ability to adapt their offspring to environmental pressures with extraordinary precision, making each female birth a precious opportunity for evolutionary advancement. This genetic flexibility manifests in ways both subtle and profound. A female Venusaur's seeds carry dormant genetic switches that activate only under specific environmental conditions, allowing her offspring to develop traits perfectly suited to challenges that may not emerge for several generations. Female Charizard pass down not just fire-type abilities, but complex genetic algorithms that help their young navigate the increasingly complex atmospheric conditions of a changing world. Female Blastoise carry within their genetic code the accumulated wisdom of countless generations of ocean dwellers, encoding survival strategies for marine environments that may not exist for decades to come. The rarity of these females creates a natural selection pressure that ensures only the most adaptable and intelligent individuals contribute to the next generation, driving rapid evolutionary advancement within starter populations. This biological strategy has allowed starter Pokemon to maintain their effectiveness as partners to human trainers across countless generations, constantly adapting to new challenges while retaining the fundamental characteristics that make them such ideal companions. In the quiet spaces between heartbeats, we can sense the deeper truth about why certain humans feel such profound connections to specific starter types. The choice between grass, fire, and water represents more than simple preference. It reflects deep psychological and even physiological compatibility that operates below the threshold of conscious awareness. Those drawn to grass type starters often possess heightened sensitivity to seasonal changes, their circadian rhythms naturally aligning with solar cycles in ways that create instinctive harmony with plant based life forms. Fire type enthusiasts frequently exhibit elevated core body temperatures and metabolic rates that synchronize naturally with the internal combustion processes of flame Pokémon. Their sleep patterns often mirror the activity cycles of fire types, creating partnerships built on shared biological rhythms that enhance both trainer and Pokemon performance in ways that transcend conscious training techniques. Water type aficionados commonly demonstrate heightened sensitivity to barometric pressure and humidity changes, their bodies naturally attuning to the fluid dynamics that govern their aquatic partners. This creates an almost telepathic connection during battles and training, as trainer and Pokemon respond to environmental changes with synchronized precision that appears almost supernatural to outside observers. These biological compatibilities explain why the most successful trainer starter relationships often develop between partners whose physiological patterns naturally complement each other, creating bonds that transcend the typical boundaries between species and consciousness itself. The phenomenon of starter synchronization extends far beyond mere biological compatibility into realms that challenge our understanding of consciousness itself. Deep within the neural pathways of long bonded trainer starter pairs, researchers have discovered synchronized brainwave patterns that persist even during sleep, creating shared dream states where human and Pokemon experience identical nocturnal visions. Those shared dreams often feature landscapes that neither partner has ever visited in waking life, suggesting access to some form of collective unconscious that connects all living beings through invisible threads of memory and experience. During these synchronized sleep cycles, trainers frequently report dreams of breathing underwater without distress when bonded to water types, or experiencing the sensation of photosynthesis when connected to grass types, their consciousness temporarily accessing sensory experiences that should be impossible for human physiology. The ancient texts of the Sinnoh region speak of starter Pokemon as living bridges between the physical and spiritual worlds, their unique position as first partners allowing them to facilitate connections that transcend ordinary understanding. These manuscripts, written in dialects so archaic that only a handful of scholars can decipher them, describe rituals where trainer and starter would enter meditative trances together, their combined consciousness reaching states of awareness that neither could achieve alone. The texts suggest that this practice was once common among the earliest Pokemon trainers, who viewed their relationships with starters not as partnerships of convenience, but as sacred bonds that connected them to the fundamental forces that govern all life. Modern sleep studies conducted in the Kalos region have revealed that trainers who sleep in proximity to their starter Pokemon experience significantly deeper REM cycles and enhanced memory consolidation compared to those who sleep alone. The presence of a starter's steady breathing and subtle electromagnetic field appears to regulate human sleep patterns in ways that promote both physical healing and psychological integration. Fire type starters emit gentle infrared radiation that helps maintain optimal body temperature throughout sleep cycles, while grass types release carefully calibrated concentrations of oxygen that enhance dream vividness and emotional processing. Water types generate subtle humidity fields that prevent dehydration and maintain optimal respiratory function during extended rest periods. The cellular structure of starter Pokemon contains microscopic organelles that have no equivalent in any other known life form, functioning as biological quantum processors that operate according to principles that blur the line between physics and consciousness. These organelles, visible only under the most powerful electron microscopes, appear to process information at speeds that approach the theoretical limits of matter itself, allowing starters to make complex decisions and adapt to new situations with a rapidity that seems almost precognitive. The organelles pulse with a rhythm that matches the frequency of brain waves associated with deep meditation, suggesting that starter Pokemon exist in a permanent state of heightened awareness that allows them to perceive patterns and possibilities invisible to ordinary consciousness. Within the genetic code of every starter lies a sequence of base pairs that appears to serve no biological function according to conventional understanding, yet remains perfectly preserved across all evolutionary lines and geographic populations. This mysterious genetic segment, dubbed the harmony sequence by researchers, contains mathematical patterns that mirror the fundamental frequencies of natural phenomena, the orbital periods of planets, the resonance frequencies of crystals, the vibrational signatures of growing plants. When subjected to computer analysis, these genetic sequences generate musical compositions of haunting beauty, melodies that seem to capture the essential rhythm of life itself in ways that move listeners to tears. Involves neurochemical changes in both participants that create permanent alterations in brain structure and function. Magnetic resonance imaging reveals that long-term trainer-starter pairs develop additional neural pathways that appear to serve no individual purpose, but function as biological transceivers that facilitate communication between bonded consciousness. These neural modifications begin within hours of initial bonding and continue developing throughout the relationship, creating increasingly sophisticated networks that allow for forms of communication that transcend language, gesture, and even conscious thought. Deep in the underwater caverns beneath Cerulean City, ancient Blastoise have been discovered in states of hibernation that may have lasted for centuries, their shells encrusted with rare minerals that form only under specific pressure and temperature conditions found nowhere else on Earth. These ancient beings appear to be dreaming, their shells glowing with bioluminescent patterns that pulse in complex sequences, suggesting ongoing mental activity despite their dormant state. Marine biologists who have observed these patterns report that the light sequences contain mathematical progressions of extraordinary complexity, as if these sleeping giants are processing cosmic calculations that span geological timescales. The evolutionary pressure that maintains the grass fire water trinity among starter Pokémon operates according to principles that extend far beyond simple type effectiveness in battle. This triad represents a fundamental organizing principle that appears throughout nature, the cycle of growth and transformation and renewal that governs everything from seasonal changes to stellar life cycles. Grass represents the principle of patient accumulation and organic development. Fire embodies the transformative power that breaks down existing structures to create space for new growth, and water serves as the medium through which all change flows, carrying nutrients, energy, and information throughout living systems. The internal temperature regulation systems of fire type starters involve biological processes that seem to violate conventional thermodynamics, generating heat through mechanisms that produce no waste products and consume no measurable fuel. Spectroscopic analysis reveals that their flames burn at temperatures that should be impossible for organic materials to survive, yet their cellular structure remains intact and functional even at the core of their hottest flames. This suggests that fire type starters exist in a state of controlled fusion, their bodies serving as biological reactors that tap directly into the fundamental forces that power stars themselves. The photosynthetic processes of grass type starters operate with efficiency levels that exceed the theoretical maximum for conventional plant biochemistry, converting light into energy through pathways that incorporate quantum mechanical effects normally observed only in laboratory conditions. Their cellular chlorophyll variants contain trace elements not found in the standard periodic table, suggesting that grass type Pokémon may have evolved in environments with different physical laws, or may possess the ability to transmute matter at the atomic level through biological processes that remain completely mysterious to modern science. The hydrodynamic capabilities of water type starters involve manipulation of fluid dynamics through methods that appear to bend the fundamental properties of water itself, allowing them to move through liquid environments with impossible grace and efficiency. High-speed cameras reveal that their movements create vortex patterns that should generate enormous turbulence, yet the water around them remains perfectly calm, suggesting they possess some form of molecular level control over liquid behavior that operates outside known physics. In the deepest archives of the Pokemon League, sealed documents describe experiments conducted centuries ago by researchers who attempted to artificially recreate the bonding process between humans and starter Pokemon. These early scientists, working with primitive understanding of consciousness and biology, created synthetic Pokemon that possessed all the physical characteristics of starters, but lacked some essential quality that made true bonding impossible. The artificial creatures were perfect mimics in every measurable way, yet trainers who attempted to bond with them reported feelings of profound emptiness and disconnection that persisted long after the experiments ended. The documents suggest that the quality missing from these synthetic beings was something that could not be measured or replicated, some spark of authentic consciousness that transforms mere biological machinery into living souls capable of genuine connection and love. The phenomenon of starter evolution represents one of the most profound transformations observed in any living system, involving changes that occur not merely at the cellular level, but at the fundamental structure of reality itself. When a starter Pokemon begins its evolutionary transition, monitoring equipment detects fluctuations in local spacetime that ripple outward in perfect mathematical spirals, suggesting that evolution serves as a bridge between dimensions of existence. The energy released during these transformations follows patterns identical to those observed in the formation of galaxies, indicating that each individual evolution recapitulates the cosmic processes that shaped the universe itself. Ancient texts from the Sinnoh region describe evolution as the moment when a Pokemon's soul expands beyond the boundaries of its physical form, temporarily touching the infinite before settling into a new configuration of matter and consciousness. The evolutionary process appears to involve the temporary dissolution of the Pokemon's atomic structure into pure energy, which then reconstitutes itself according to patterns encoded not in DNA, but in the quantum foam that underlies all existence. The sleep patterns of starter Pokemon reveal connections to cosmic cycles that extend far beyond the simple rotation of planets. Researchers monitoring sleeping starters have discovered that their brainwave patterns synchronize with the pulsations of distant quasars, suggesting that their consciousness remains connected to the universe even during rest. Fire-type starters dream in wavelengths of light that correspond to stellar formation, their sleeping minds somehow participating in the birth of new stars across the galaxy. Water-type starters exhibit tidal rhythms in their neural activity that match not only Earth's oceans, but also the liquid methane seas of distant moons, implying a connection to bodies of water that exist light years away. Grass-type starters show circadian patterns that align with the photosynthetic cycles of plant life on worlds that have never been discovered, their biological clocks somehow attuned to suns they have never seen. During the deepest phases of sleep, all starter Pokemon emit a barely detectable harmonic frequency that, when combined with the frequencies of other sleeping starters around the world, creates a planetary resonance pattern that some theorists believe helps maintain the stability of reality itself. The bonding process between trainer and starter involves the creation of what researchers term a consciousness bridge, a quantum entanglement between two distinct minds that allows for the sharing of thoughts, emotions, and even physical sensations across any distance. This connection appears to operate through mechanisms that transcend the known laws of physics, creating instantaneous communication channels that remain unaffected by electromagnetic interference or physical barriers. Trainers who have formed particularly strong bonds with their starters report experiencing dreams that contain memories they have never lived, seeing through their partner's eyes during battles they did not witness, and feeling physical pain when their Pokemon are injured, even when separated by continents. The neural pathways that form during bonding create new structures in both human and Pokemon brains, generating synaptic connections that pulse with the same frequency as the background radiation left over from the universe's creation. Some researchers believe that these bonds represent humanity's first steps toward a form of collective consciousness, with each trainer-starter pair serving as nodes in an emerging network of interconnected minds. The dietary requirements of starter Pokemon extend beyond simple nutrition into realms that challenge our understanding of energy and matter. Fire-type starters have been observed consuming flames directly, not merely for the heat they provide, but for some essential quality contained within combustion itself, a process that seems to involve the absorption of the very concept of oxidation rather than any physical fuel. Their digestive systems appear to extract energy from the mathematical relationships that govern chemical reactions, feeding on the elegant equations that describe how atoms dance with one another in the eternal choreography of molecular interaction. Water type starters demonstrate the ability to derive sustenance from the memory contained within water molecules, somehow accessing the information encoded in H2O about every raindrop, ocean wave, and morning dew that has ever existed. They seem to feed not on the water itself, but on the countless stories each molecule carries from its journey through the hydrological cycle, gaining nourishment from the accumulated experiences of liquid existence. Grass type starters show the most mysterious feed in behavior of all, appearing to photosynthesize not just light, but time itself, their leaves somehow capturing and metabolizing the flow of temporal energy that carries all things from past to future. The communication methods employed by starter Pokémon operate on frequencies that exist in dimensions beyond the three spatial dimensions humans can perceive. Their vocalizations contain harmonic structures that spiral through higher dimensional space, creating meaning through geometric patterns that unfold across planes of existence invisible to conventional observation. When starter Pokémon of the same evolutionary line communicate with one another, they appear to share a collective memory bank that contains the experiences of every member of their species throughout history. A young Charmander somehow possesses knowledge of volcanic eruptions witnessed by Charizards centuries ago, while Squirtle can navigate ocean currents using information gathered by Blastoises who explored those waters generations before their birth. This species wide consciousness suggests that individual starter Pokémon may be temporary manifestations of larger, immortal entities that experience existence through countless separate bodies across the flow of time. The language they speak among themselves appears to be constructed not from sounds or symbols, but from pure meaning itself, communicating concepts directly from mind to mind without the need for any physical medium to carry the information. The healing abilities displayed by all starter Pokémon, regardless of their elemental affinity, operate through principles that suggest a deep understanding of the relationship between consciousness and physical reality. When a starter Pokémon recovers from injury, high-resolution imaging reveals that damaged tissues do not simply regenerate, but are restored to a state that existed before the injury occurred, as if the Pokémon's body remembers its perfect configuration and returns to that template. This process appears to involve the manipulation of what physicists call the quantum vacuum, the seething foam of virtual particles that underlies all seemingly empty space. Starter Pokémon seem capable of reaching into this quantum substrate and extracting the energy needed to reverse entropy locally, turning back the clock on cellular damage through mechanisms that operate outside the normal flow of time. The most remarkable aspect of this healing process is that it appears to be guided by the Pokémon's emotional state and its relationship with its trainer, suggesting that love and trust serve as catalysts for manipulating the fundamental structure of reality itself. In the most remote regions of the Pokémon world, where human civilization has never established a foothold, wild starter Pokemon have been observed engaging in rituals that seem to maintain the balance of natural forces across entire continents. These ceremonies involve complex geometric movements performed in perfect synchronization with astronomical events, creating patterns of energy that flow along ley lines, connecting sacred sites separated by thousands of miles. Fire type starters gather at volcanic sites during solar eclipses, their combined flames creating a beacon that somehow prevents the chaotic eruption of magma while maintaining the delicate thermal balance needed for planetary stability. Water type starters perform similar rituals at the convergence points of major ocean currents, their movements generating hydrodynamic patterns that regulate global weather systems and ensure the continued circulation of nutrients throughout marine ecosystems. Grass type starters conduct the most elaborate ceremonies of all, gathering in ancient forests during the moments when day and night achieve perfect balance. Their synchronized growth, creating waves of life energy that rejuvenate plant and animal populations across vast wilderness areas. These rituals suggest that starter Pokemon serve as guardians of planetary consciousness, their species having evolved specifically to maintain the conditions necessary for life to flourish throughout the world. The ancient texts discovered in the deepest archives of the Pokemon world's oldest libraries speak of a time when the boundaries between starter Pokemon and the elements themselves were far more fluid than they appear today. These weathered manuscripts, written in scripts that predate known human civilization, describe fire type starters as beings who could become living flame, their physical forms dissolving entirely into pure thermal energy while retaining their consciousness and personality. Water type starters were said to merge seamlessly with rivers and oceans, their awareness expanding to encompass entire watersheds as they flowed through underground caverns and across continental shelves. Grass type starters could apparently distribute their consciousness throughout entire forest networks, experiencing life from the perspective of every leaf, root, and flower simultaneously, while maintaining their individual identity at the core of this vast green web of awareness. Modern research has uncovered traces of these ancient abilities still present within contemporary starter Pokemon, though they manifest in far subtler ways than the dramatic transformations described in historical accounts. Advanced spectroscopic analysis reveals that fire-type starters exist in a constant state of controlled plasma, their cells maintaining temperatures that should theoretically destroy organic tissue while somehow preserving the delicate biochemical processes necessary for life. Their body heat fluctuates in patterns that mirror the nuclear fusion cycles occurring within distant stars, suggesting a connection to cosmic processes that extends far beyond their terrestrial origins. When these Pokemon sleep, their internal temperature drops to levels that would be fatal to most creatures, yet they continue to radiate warmth that nourishes plant life in a radius extending several hundred meters from their resting place. Water-type starters demonstrate an equally profound relationship with their element, their cellular structure containing water molecules that exist in states unknown to conventional chemistry. This water maintains its liquid properties at temperatures approaching absolute zero, while simultaneously exhibiting characteristics of superheated steam, creating a quantum suspension that allows these Pokemon to survive in environments ranging from Arctic tundra to deep ocean thermal vents. The water within their bodies appears to retain memory of every other body of water it has ever contacted, creating a global information network that connects all water type Pokemon through the planet's hydrological cycle. When a water type starter drinks from a mountain stream, it gains access to the experiences of every creature that has ever touched those waters, from the smallest microorganisms to the largest marine mammals. The relationship between grass type starters and plant life operates through mechanisms that challenge our understanding of individual consciousness and collective awareness. These Pokemon contain chlorophyll variants that photosynthesize at efficiencies approaching theoretical maximums while simultaneously processing wavelengths of light that exist beyond the visible spectrum. Their root like neural networks extend far beyond their physical bodies, creating underground connections with plant communities that can span entire continents. Through these networks, grass type starters monitor the health of ecosystems with a precision that surpasses the most sophisticated environmental sensors, detecting minute changes in soil chemistry, atmospheric composition, and biological diversity that precede major ecological shifts by decades or even centuries. The breeding patterns of starter Pokemon reveal aspects of their biology that defy conventional reproductive science. Unlike most Pokemon species, starters appear to reproduce through a process that involves the conscious selection of specific genetic memories from their ancestral lineage. Each offspring represents not simply a combination of parental traits, but a carefully curated collection of abilities and knowledge that has been deemed most suitable for the environmental conditions the young Pokemon will encounter during its lifetime. This process requires the parent Pokemon to enter a state of deep meditation that can last for several months, during which they review thousands of years of species memory to identify the optimal genetic configuration for their offspring. The eggs produced by starter Pokemon contain more than developing embryos. They serve as repositories for compressed experiential data that will guide the young Pokemon throughout its life. Advanced scanning techniques reveal that these eggs pulse with energy patterns that mirror the electromagnetic signatures of adult starter Pokemon, suggesting that the developing offspring are already practicing the abilities they will need as mature creatures. The incubation period varies not according to species or environmental conditions, but according to the complexity of the knowledge being transferred from parent to offspring. Eggs containing particularly advanced genetic memories may take years to hatch, while those carrying more fundamental abilities may complete their development in a matter of weeks. The phenomenon known as starter synchronization occurs when multiple starter Pokemon of different types work together toward a common goal. During these collaborative efforts, the Pokemon appear to temporarily merge aspects of their consciousness, creating a hybrid awareness that possesses capabilities far exceeding the sum of their individual abilities. Fire-type starters can suddenly manipulate water with the same precision as their aquatic counterparts, while water types demonstrate control over plant growth that rivals grass-type specialists. This synchronization process involves the temporary restructuring of neural pathways within each participating Pokemon, creating new connections that allow them to access abilities normally restricted to other elemental types. The most profound synchronization events occur when starter Pokemon from all three elemental categories work together in perfect harmony. These rare occurrences, documented only a handful of times throughout recorded history, result in the temporary manifestation of abilities that appear to transcend the normal laws of physics. Witnesses describe seeing starter Pokemon manipulate time itself, accelerating the growth of forests while simultaneously slowing the flow of rivers and creating pockets of space where fire burns without consuming fuel or generating heat. The Pokemon involved in these events report experiencing a state of consciousness that encompasses not only their immediate surroundings, but extends to include awareness of parallel dimensions where different versions of themselves exist under alternative physical laws. The dietary requirements of starter Pokemon reflect their unique relationship with fundamental forces rather than simple nutritional needs. Fire-type starters can sustain themselves entirely on thermal energy, absorbing heat from their surroundings with such efficiency that they can survive indefinitely in environments where traditional food sources are completely absent. Their digestive systems contain specialized organs that convert various forms of electromagnetic radiation directly into usable energy, allowing them to draw sustenance from sources ranging from sunlight to the infrared emissions of cooling volcanic rock. During periods of intense activity, these Pokemon have been observed consuming the kinetic energy of moving objects, slowing down speeding projectiles, or rushing water simply by directing their attention toward these energy sources. Water-type starters demonstrate equally remarkable feeding behaviors, their bodies capable of extracting nutrients from the hydrogen and oxygen atoms present in any aqueous solution. They can purify contaminated water by selectively absorbing pollutants and converting them into harmless compounds through internal chemical processes that operate at near perfect efficiency. The most advanced water-type starters can sustain themselves entirely on atmospheric moisture, their skin containing specialized pores that extract water vapor from the air while simultaneously filtering out microscopic nutrients carried by wind currents. These Pokemon serve as living water purification systems, their presence in aquatic environments resulting in measurable improvements to water quality that benefit entire ecosystems. The feeding habits of grass-type starters reveal the most complex relationship between consciousness and nutrition found anywhere in the natural world. These Pokemon can photosynthesize with the same efficiency as the most predative plants, while simultaneously drawing nutrients from soil through root-like appendages that extend far beyond their visible body structure. However, their most remarkable ability involves the direct absorption of life energy from their surroundings, a process that somehow manages to strengthen rather than weaken the organisms from which they draw sustenance. Plants growing near grass-type starters exhibit enhanced growth rates and increased resistance to disease, suggesting that these Pokemon give back more energy than they consume through mechanisms that operate outside the normal constraints of thermodynamic law. The temporal displacement effects surrounding starter Pokemon become increasingly apparent as researchers develop more sophisticated methods of observation and measurement. Trainers who have formed deep bonds with their starter companions, frequently report experiencing shared memories of events that have not yet occurred, creating a phenomenon that challenges conventional understanding of causality and linear time progression. These precognitive episodes typically manifest during moments of profound synchronization between trainer and Pokemon, when their consciousness appears to merge temporarily and access information from potential future timelines. The memories themselves are often fragmentary and symbolic rather than literal, presenting themselves as emotional impressions or abstract imagery that requires careful interpretation to extract meaningful information about upcoming events. Scientists studying these temporal anomalies have discovered that starter Pokemon possess specialized neural structures that exist partially outside normal spacetime, allowing them to process information from multiple temporal dimensions simultaneously. Those structures, located in regions of the brain that correspond to no known anatomical features in other Pokemon species, appear to function as biological quantum computers capable of calculating probability matrices for countless possible future outcomes. The most experienced starter Pokemon can consciously access these calculations, providing their trainers with guidance that seems to demonstrate impossible foresight, but is actually based on extraordinarily complex analysis of current conditions and their potential ramifications across multiple timeline branches. The breeding patterns of starter Pokemon reveal another layer of their mysterious nature, as these creatures demonstrate reproductive behaviors that defy conventional biological classification. Unlike other Pokemon species that reproduce according to predictable cycles tied to environmental conditions or seasonal changes, starter Pokemon appear to coordinate their breeding activities across vast distances through methods that operate independently of any known communication systems. When one starter Pokemon in a particular region enters a reproductive phase, others of the same species in completely separate locations often simultaneously experience corresponding physiological changes, regardless of differences in local climate, food availability, or social conditions. The offspring produced through these synchronized breeding events exhibit characteristics that suggest genetic information is being shared not only between the immediate parents, but also among all members of the species across multiple geographical regions. This genetic pooling effect results in each new generation of starter Pokemon possessing enhanced abilities and expanded consciousness compared to their predecessors, creating an evolutionary progression that accelerates far beyond the normal pace of natural selection. Some researchers theorize that starter Pokemon exist as components of a distributed collective intelligence that spans both space and time, with each individual serving as both an independent entity and a node in a vast network of interconnected consciousness. The healing abilities demonstrated by starter Pokemon extend far beyond simple restoration of physical health, encompassing forms of therapeutic intervention that address damage occurring at cellular, molecular, and even quantum levels. When treating injuries or illnesses in other Pokemon or their trainers, starter Pokemon appear to access detailed biological blueprints that allow them to restore damaged tissue to its optimal configuration rather than simply accelerating natural healing processes. This restoration occurs with such precision that healed injuries often result in stronger and more resilient tissue than existed before the original damage occurred. The most remarkable healing demonstrations involve starter Pokemon working together to address conditions that would normally be considered irreversible, such as severe neurological damage or genetic disorders. During these collaborative healing sessions, multiple starter Pokemon enter a synchronized meditative state that allows them to pool their consciousness and direct their combined healing energy with unprecedented focus and precision. The affected individual experiences not only physical restoration, but also profound psychological and spiritual healing that addresses trauma stored at the deepest levels of memory and consciousness. Observational studies of wild starter Pokemon communities have revealed sophisticated social structures that operate according to principles of cooperation and mutual support rarely seen in other species. These communities function without apparent hierarchical organization, yet they demonstrate remarkable coordination in their activities and decision-making processes. Individual starter Pokemon within these communities appear to specialize in different roles and responsibilities based on their unique abilities and inclinations, creating a division of labor that maximizes the effectiveness of the group while ensuring that each member's individual needs are fully met. The decision-making processes observed in these communities suggest that starter Pokemon possess forms of collective intelligence that allow them to reach consensus on complex issues without the need for extended discussion or debate. When faced with challenges that require group action, such as responding to environmental threats or caring for injured community members, starter Pokemon demonstrate an almost instantaneous ability to coordinate their responses and implement sophisticated strategies that address multiple aspects of the situation simultaneously. This collective problem-solving ability appears to operate through direct consciousness sharing rather than conventional communication methods. The relationship between starter Pokemon and the natural environment reveals their role as active participants in maintaining ecological balance and promoting environmental health. These creatures serve as living sensors that continuously monitor environmental conditions and respond to changes with remarkable sensitivity and precision. When pollution levels rise or natural habitats become degraded, starter Pokemon in the affected areas begin implementing corrective measures that operate through both physical and metaphysical mechanisms. Fire-type starters respond to environmental contamination by generating specialized flames that burn away pollutants without producing harmful byproducts, essentially serving as biological incinerators that can neutralize toxic substances at the molecular level. These purification flames operate at temperatures that selectively target harmful compounds while leaving beneficial materials completely unaffected, demonstrating a level of precision that surpasses the most advanced human-designed filtration systems. Water-type starters contribute to environmental restoration through their ability to restructure contaminated water at the atomic level, rearranging molecular bonds to transform pollutants into harmless or even beneficial compounds. Their presence in polluted waterways results in gradual but comprehensive purification that restores aquatic ecosystems to states of health that often exceed their pre-contamination conditions. These Pokemon also influence weather patterns in subtle but significant ways. Their collective activities helping to regulate precipitation and temperature fluctuations to support optimal growing conditions for plant and animal life. Grass type starters serve as catalysts for accelerated plant growth and soil restoration, their presence in damaged ecosystems, triggering rapid regeneration that transforms barren landscapes into thriving natural habitats within remarkably short time frames. They accomplish this restoration through the release of specialized compounds that enhance soil fertility while simultaneously establishing symbiotic relationships with native plant species that promote sustainable, long term ecological health. These restorative processes are not merely passive interactions with the environment. Instead, they represent a conscious and directed effort by starter Pokemon to maintain the intricate web of life that sustains them and all other living beings. Their deep connection to the earth allows them to perceive imbalances and disturbances within ecological systems long before they become apparent to other species, enabling them to initiate corrective actions with a foresight that is truly extraordinary. The symbiotic relationships cultivated by grass type starters extend beyond plant life to encompass the entire microbiome of an ecosystem, fostering a rich diversity of beneficial microorganisms that contribute to nutrient cycling and disease suppression. This holistic approach to environmental stewardship underscores their fundamental role as guardians of the natural world, actively shaping and nurturing the health of the planet. The historical accounts and ancient texts that mention starter Pokemon often describe them as beings of immense spiritual significance, revered by early human civilizations as conduits to primal forces and embodiments of elemental purity. These ancient peoples attributed a wide range of metaphysical properties to starter Pokemon, believing that their presence could bless lands with fertility, purify diseased waters, and ward off malevolent spirits. Rituals and ceremonies designed to honor and commune with starter Pokemon were common practice, with offerings of rare berries, precious stones, and intricately woven garlands presented to them in sacred groves and beside pristine springs. The architectural designs of many ancient structures, particularly those built near natural energy convergences, reflect an understanding of the elemental energies associated with starter Pokemon, with specific orientations and material choices intended to amplify or channel these forces. Some legends speak of starter Pokemon acting as guides and protectors for early human explorers, leading them through treacherous landscapes and helping them discover hidden resources. These narratives often emphasize the mutual respect and understanding that developed between humans and starter Pokemon, highlighting a period where their interactions were characterized by harmony and a shared purpose. The cognitive abilities of starter Pokemon, while often underestimated due to their seemingly instinctual behaviors, are in fact remarkably sophisticated. Research into their neural structures, though limited by ethical considerations, suggests a complex brain architecture capable of abstract thought, problem solving, and even rudimentary forms of language. Their internal communication, while largely nonverbal in a human sense, involves intricate patterns of elemental energy manipulation and telepathic resonance, allowing for instantaneous and nuanced information exchange within their groups. This form of communication transcends the limitations of spoken language, conveying not just data, but also emotional states, intentions, and even complex conceptual frameworks. For instance, a fire-type starter might communicate the location of a rich mineral deposit not by pointing or uttering a sound, but by projecting a precise energetic signature that resonates with the unique vibrational frequency of the minerals themselves, allowing any receptive Pokemon to instantly understand its composition and location. Similarly, water type starters can convey intricate hydrological data, such as water flow rates, purity levels, and the presence of dissolved nutrients through subtle fluctuations in the ambient moisture content, creating a living, breathing data network within their aquatic environments. Grass type starters, through their root systems and the fungal networks they cultivate, can share information about soil composition, nutrient availability, and even the presence of pests or diseases across vast distances, creating an underground internet of ecological intelligence. The emotional range of starter Pokemon is also far more extensive than often perceived, encompassing feelings of joy, sorrow, anger, fear, and even profound empathy. Their emotional states are often linked to the elemental energies they embody. A distressed, fire type starter might manifest a flickering, unstable flame, while a content water type might create gentle rhythmic ripples in nearby water. These emotional expressions are not merely outward displays, but deeply integrated aspects of their elemental being, influencing their abilities and interactions with the world around them. For example, a grass type starter experiencing profound grief might cause nearby plant life to wilt or become dormant, reflecting its internal state in its immediate environment. Conversely, a joyful grass type can stimulate accelerated growth and vibrant blooms, infusing its surroundings with its positive energy. This deep connection between emotion and elemental manifestation highlights the holistic nature of starter Pokemon, where their inner world and outer abilities are inextricably linked. The process of evolution in starter Pokemon is a subject of intense scientific and philosophical debate. While the physical changes are well documented, the underlying mechanisms are far more complex than simple genetic mutation and natural selection. Some theories propose that starter Pokemon possess a form of conscious, self directed evolution, where their desire to adapt to new environments or fulfill specific roles within their ecosystems can subtly influence their genetic expression and developmental pathways. This intentional evolution suggests a level of agency that challenges conventional biological paradigms, implying that starter Pokemon are not merely passive recipients of evolutionary pressures, but active participants in their own development. For instance, a fire type starter repeatedly exposed to harsh, arid environments might consciously or subconsciously activate dormant genetic sequences that enhance its heat resistance and water retention, guiding its own evolutionary trajectory. This isn't to say they choose their forms outright, but rather that their elemental consciousness interacts with and subtly directs the natural evolutionary processes, leading to more rapid and tailored adaptations than would otherwise occur. This concept finds parallels in ancient myths that speak of starter Pokemon choosing their forms to better serve their environment or a particular cause, hinting at a deeper, more profound connection between their will and their physical manifestation. The unique elemental typings of starter Pokemon are not merely classifications for battle mechanics. They represent fundamental aspects of their being, influencing their physiology, psychology, and ecological roles. Fire type starters, for instance, are not just resistant to heat, their very cells generate and contain controlled exothermic reactions, allowing them to regulate their internal temperature with incredible precision, even in extreme conditions. Their bodies act as highly efficient biological furnaces, converting various forms of energy into heat and light with minimal waste. This internal thermal regulation allows them to thrive in environments ranging from volcanic caverns to frigid tundras, adapting their metabolic rate to conserve or generate heat as needed. The flames they produce are often described as living fire, possessing a degree of sentience and responsiveness, able to selectively burn, purify, or provide warmth without causing collateral damage. These flames can also be used as a means of sensory input, allowing fire types to feel the thermal signatures of their surroundings, detecting hidden objects or subtle environmental changes that are invisible to other senses. Water type starters, conversely, possess an intricate internal hydrological system that allows them to control and manipulate water molecules with extraordinary finesse. Their bodies are often composed of a significant percentage of water, but this water is not static. It is constantly cycled, filtered, and re energized, allowing them to maintain peak physical condition and exert precise control over external water sources. They can alter the viscosity, temperature, and even the chemical composition of water around them, creating localized microclimates or purifying contaminated sources. Some of the more powerful water type starters have been observed to exert gravitational influence over water, allowing them to draw moisture from the atmosphere or even control ocean currents over significant distances. Their senses are deeply attuned to vibrations and pressure changes within water, making them exceptional navigators and detectors of aquatic life. The presence of a water type starter can often be detected by a subtle shift in the humidity or an inexplicable clearness in nearby bodies of water, a testament to their innate ability to balance and purify their surroundings. Grass-type starters demonstrate an unparalleled connection to the plant kingdom, acting as living conduits for solar energy and nutrient cycling. Their skin and internal structures often resemble plant tissues, allowing them to photosynthesize and absorb nutrients directly from the soil and atmosphere with remarkable efficiency. They possess an intricate network of root-like tendrils, either internal or external, that extend into the earth, allowing them to tap into vast subterranean networks of fungal mycelia and share resources with other plant life. This interconnectedness allows them to communicate with plants, understanding their needs and even influencing their growth patterns. They can accelerate the decomposition of organic matter, enriching soil, or stimulate the growth of specific plant species to restore ecological balance. Some grass-type starters can even produce specialized enzymes that break down pollutants in the soil, transforming harmful substances into inert compounds or even beneficial nutrients. Their presence revitalizes ecosystems, bringing barren lands back to life and promoting biodiversity through their unique ability to foster harmonious relationships between different life forms. The scent of a healthy grass-type starter is often described as earthy and invigorating, a reflection of the vibrant life force they embody. The energetic signatures of starter Pokemon are also a fascinating area of study. Each elemental type possesses a unique vibrational frequency that can be detected and, in some cases, even analyzed by specialized instruments. These energetic fields are not just passive emanations, they are active extensions of the Pokemon themselves, influencing their immediate environment and interacting with other forms of energy. Fire type starters emit a pulsating high frequency energy that can warm their surroundings and even stimulate growth in certain heat loving plants. Water type starters project a smooth, flowing energy that can calm agitated emotions and purify negative energetic resonances in an area. Grass type starters radiate a grounding, restorative energy that promotes healing and fosters a sense of peace and tranquility. These energetic interactions are believed to be a key mechanism through which starter Pokemon influence their surroundings, from subtle shifts in climate to the emotional well being of nearby organisms. The phenomenon of starter bond between a trainer and their first Pokemon is not merely a psychological attachment, but a profound energetic and emotional resonance that forms between the two individuals. This bond is often described as a unique form of empathy, where the trainer and Pokemon begin to share aspects of their consciousness and emotional states. The stronger the bond, the more effective their coordinated efforts in battle and their shared ability to overcome challenges. This phenomenon is particularly potent with starter Pokemon due to their inherent adaptability and their deep seated capacity for forming strong, lasting connections. The initial choice of a starter Pokemon is therefore not just a matter of preference, but an intuitive selection based on a subtle, energetic compatibility that exists between trainer and Pokemon, a subconscious recognition of shared potential and a mutual readiness to embark on a journey of growth and discovery together. This bond is sometimes observed to manifest physically, with trainers and their starter Pokemon exhibiting similar mannerisms or even developing complementary elemental affinities as their journey progresses, deepening the mystery and wonder surrounding these extraordinary creatures. The whispers of ancient lore often suggest that the choice of a starter is a reflection of the trainer's inner spirit, a mirror revealing their untapped potential and the elemental forces that resonate most strongly within them, guiding them towards a path of destiny intertwined with their chosen companion. The evolutionary lines of starter Pokemon also present a remarkable study in biological adaptation and elemental transformation. Each stage of evolution typically involves not just an increase in physical size and power, but also a refinement of their elemental abilities and a deepening of their connection to their respective types. Take, for instance, the fire type starters. Their first stage often begins as a small, somewhat vulnerable creature, embodying the spark of potential. As they evolve, their fiery abilities become more pronounced, often manifesting in greater control over flames, increased heat generation, and sometimes even the development of fire based attacks that can scorch the earth or melt solid rock. The final evolutionary stage often represents a fully realized elemental force, a creature that has mastered its inherent fire element and can wield it with extraordinary precision and destructive power, yet still retaining a core of loyalty and affection towards its trainer, a testament to the enduring bond forged in its earliest days. Similarly, water type starters, beginning as often playful and agile aquatic creatures, undergo a captivating metamorphosis. Their initial forms might be adept at swimming and navigating watery environments, perhaps with rudimentary control over small amounts of water. As they evolve, their hydrokinetic abilities expand dramatically. They might learn to manipulate larger bodies of water, create powerful geysers, or even summon torrents from seemingly nowhere. Their final forms are often majestic and formidable, capable of controlling vast quantities of water, shaping it into defensive barriers or offensive projectiles, and becoming true masters of their aquatic domain. Despite their burgeoning power, the calm and adaptable nature of the water element remains a defining characteristic, reflecting a deep understanding of ebb and flow and a profound connection to the life giving essence of water. Grass type starters, beginning as often gentle and nature attuned beings, also demonstrate a profound evolutionary journey. Their early stages might display an innate ability to draw nourishment from the earth and sunlight, perhaps with simple leaf based attacks or minor healing capabilities. As they evolve, their connection to the natural world deepens and expands. They might develop the ability to manipulate plant growth, summon vines with incredible strength, or even communicate with other plant life on a more profound level. Their final forms often embody the resilience and restorative power of nature itself, capable of creating lush environments, drawing immense energy from the sun, and wielding powerful botanical attacks. This evolutionary path highlights their role as guardians of the natural world, fostering growth and balance, and offering a profound sense of rootedness and stability, a gentle strength that continues to grow with each passing season. The concept of a hidden ability for starter Pokémon adds another layer of intrigue to their already complex nature. While their standard abilities are well documented, these hidden abilities often represent a more nuanced or specialized manifestation of their elemental powers, perhaps dormant until certain conditions are met or a specific bond is forged. For a fire type, a hidden ability might involve an accelerated healing process when exposed to intense heat, or an increased critical hit ratio when their HP is low, reflecting the desperate surge of adrenaline and defiance that fire can represent. For a water type, a hidden ability could involve increased evasion during rainy weather, blending seamlessly with their environment, or a heightened sense of awareness in aquatic settings, anticipating threats before they arise. For a grass type, a hidden ability might manifest as an enhanced ability to restore their own health through photosynthesis, or a protective aura that subtly boosts the defenses of their allies in a natural environment, echoing the symbiotic relationships found in healthy ecosystems. These hidden abilities are not just tactical advantages, they are glimpses into the deeper, more specialized potentials that lie within each starter, waiting to be unlocked by a trainer who understands and nurtures their unique strengths. The phenomenon of regional variance among starter Pokémon, while less common than with other species, offers a tantalizing glimpse into how environmental pressures can shape even these foundational creatures. Imagine a fire type starter, typically found in volcanic regions, adapting to a colder, more mountainous environment. Its flames might become more concentrated, burning hotter but perhaps less outwardly expansive, evolving to retain heat efficiently rather than dissipate it. Its fur or scales might thicken offering insulation against the biting chill, and its diet might shift to incorporate hardier, cold resistant vegetation. Similarly, a water type starter in a region with scarce freshwater sources might develop an enhanced ability to extract moisture from the air or to survive for extended periods in brackish or even salt water, adapting its internal biology to cope with differing osmotic pressures. Its skin might become more permeable, allowing for more efficient absorption, or its gills might become more specialized for diverse water compositions. And a grass type starter in an arid desert region might evolve to store water more effectively within its body, its leaves becoming smaller and more succulent to minimize transpiration, or its roots growing extraordinarily deep to tap into subterranean water reserves, transforming its gentle appearance into something more resilient and spiky, a testament to its struggle for survival in a harsh landscape. These hypothetical regional variations underscore the incredible adaptability inherent in Pokemon and the profound influence that their environment plays in shaping their forms and abilities, even for those species considered fundamental to a trainer's journey. The dietary habits of starter Pokemon are also quite distinctive and tied closely to their elemental types. Fire type starters, for instance, often have a metabolism that requires a significant intake of high energy foods. Their bodies are constantly generating heat, and this process demands fuel. They might gravitate towards berries that are rich in natural sugars, or even certain minerals that are known to have energetic properties. Some lore suggests that certain fire type starters can even derive sustenance from ambient heat or volcanic ash, subtly absorbing its latent energy, though this is a more speculative aspect of their biology. Water type starters, on the other hand, often thrive on a diet rich in aquatic vegetation, small fish, or nutrient rich algae. Their bodies are designed for efficient hydration, and their internal systems are often optimized to process nutrients found in watery environments. They might also have a natural instinct to seek out pure water sources, understanding intuitively the importance of hydration for their overall well being and the maintenance of their elemental powers. Grass type starters, as one might expect, are predominantly herbivores. They flourish on a diet of fresh leaves, fruits, and berries. Their digestive systems are often highly specialized to break down cellulose and extract nutrients from plant matter with remarkable efficiency. Some grass type starters have even developed symbiotic relationships with certain types of fungi or bacteria in their gut to aid in digestion, mirroring the complex ecosystems they often inhabit. The proper nutrition for a starter Pokemon is not just about sustenance, it's about providing the specific elemental building blocks that allow them to grow, evolve, and fully manifest their powers. A healthy diet directly contributes to their elemental purity and the strength of their unique abilities. The vocalizations of starter Pokemon, while not always understood by humans, are a complex form of communication. Each type has its own distinct range of sounds, from the sharp, crackling calls of fire types that can convey excitement or warning, to the gentle, bubbling chirps of water types that express contentment or curiosity, and the soft, rustling murmurs of grass types that signify peace or a subtle connection to nature. These sounds are not random. They carry information, emotional states, and even subtle elemental energies. A fire type's roar might not just be loud, but also carry a faint warmth that can be felt by nearby creatures, a warning of its power. A water type's gurgle might subtly alter the humidity in the air around it, a sign of its presence and elemental influence. A grass type's rustle might carry the scent of freshly cut grass, a soothing aroma that can calm agitated emotions. Trainers who spend enough time with their starter Pokémon often develop an intuitive understanding of these vocalizations, learning to distinguish between a call for food, a sign of distress, or an expression of joy, forging an even deeper nonverbal connection that transcends language barriers. This subtle communication forms a crucial part of the bond, strengthening the empathetic link between trainer and Pokémon. The phenomenon of certain starter Pokémon having a natural affinity for specific weather conditions is also noteworthy. Many fire type starters, for example, exhibit increased vigor and power during sunny weather. The intense sunlight seems to fuel their internal flames, allowing them to perform their fiery attacks with greater potency and move with enhanced agility. Their scales might even shimmer more brightly, reflecting the absorbed solar energy. Conversely, water-type starters often thrive in rainy conditions. The abundance of water in the atmosphere seems to invigorate them, making their water-based attacks more powerful and their movements more fluid and graceful. They might even appear to glow faintly in a downpour, absorbing the moisture and energy from the rain. Grass-type starters, while generally benefiting from consistent rainfall and sunlight, often show a particular affinity for clear, bright days where photosynthesis is at its peak, or even foggy conditions where moisture is plentiful and the air is cool and damp. These specific weather preferences are not just about comfort, they represent an intricate biological and elemental connection to their environment, a deep-seated understanding of how the natural world can either enhance or hinder their abilities, and a testament to their profound integration into the ecosystems they inhabit. This adaptability to environmental factors is a key survival trait and a testament to their elemental purity. The symbolic significance of starter Pokémon in various cultures and ancient myths is a rich tapestry of folklore and legend. In some ancient texts, fire-type starters are depicted as symbols of creation and destruction, embodying the raw, untamed power that can both forge new lands and lay waste to old ones. They are often associated with leadership, passion, and the fierce drive to overcome obstacles, their flames representing the spark of inspiration and the enduring spirit. Water-type starters, in contrast, are frequently seen as symbols of purity, healing, and adaptability. They are linked to the life-giving rivers and oceans, representing emotional depth, intuition, and the ability to flow around challenges rather than confronting them head-on. They are often revered in tales of fertility and renewal, their presence bringing abundance and peace. Grass-type starters hold deep symbolic meaning related to growth or resilience and the interconnectedness of all life. They are often depicted as guardians of forests and meadows, embodying wisdom, harmony, and the cyclical nature of existence. In many traditions, they are seen as conduits to nature's healing energies, capable of restoring balance and fostering life. These cultural interpretations are not merely fanciful stories, they reflect humanity's intuitive understanding of the fundamental elemental forces that these starter Pokémon represent, recognizing their profound influence on the world and their deep-seated connection to the very fabric of existence. The enduring presence of these archetypes in human culture speaks volumes about the timeless appeal and fundamental importance of these first companions, echoing the deep seated human need for connection with the natural and elemental world. This rich tapestry of symbolism also extends into the unique biological adaptations and evolutionary paths that each starter type has taken, setting them apart and highlighting their specialized roles within their respective ecosystems. So consider, for instance, the remarkable thermoregulation capabilities of fire-type Pokémon. Beyond simply generating flames, their internal physiology is often a marvel of natural engineering, allowing them to thrive in environments that would be utterly inhospitable to most other life forms. Some fire-type starters, like Chimchar or Litten, possess specialized organs that can rapidly convert stored energy into intense heat, not just for offensive attacks, but also for maintaining a stable body temperature in frigid climates or for superheating their immediate surroundings to ward off predators. Their fur or scales might be designed to dissipate excess heat efficiently or conversely to insulate them perfectly, creating an internal microclimate that allows for optimal functioning regardless of external conditions. This extends to their diet as well. Some may have evolved digestive systems capable of processing highly caloric, less common food sources found in volcanic regions or arid deserts, further cementing their niche. Water type starters, on the other hand, showcase an incredible array of aquatic adaptations. Their skin or scales are often designed for minimal drag, allowing for swift movement through water, and some possess specialized gills that can extract oxygen from water with remarkable efficiency, even in murky or low oxygen environments. Beyond simple swimming, many exhibit advanced forms of echolocation or hydrosensing, allowing them to navigate and hunt in the deepest, darkest parts of the ocean or in turbid rivers where visibility is near zero. Their internal buoyancy control mechanisms are often incredibly sophisticated, enabling them to hover effortlessly at any depth or to rapidly ascend and descend without expending excessive energy. The ability to filter out impurities from the water they ingest or absorb is also a common yet often overlooked adaptation, allowing them to survive in varying water qualities. Their evolutionary path has often led them to develop symbiotic relationships with aquatic flora or microscopic organisms, further integrating them into their watery domains. Grass-type starters demonstrate an equally impressive range of botanical and terrestrial adaptations. Their ability to photosynthesize is a fundamental trait, allowing them to convert sunlight directly into energy, making them primary producers in many ecosystems. However, some have evolved beyond simple photosynthesis, developing specialized root systems that can extract rare nutrients from poor soil, or even symbiotic relationships with fungi to enhance nutrient absorption. Their leaves or foliage might be designed to maximize light capture in dense forests or to minimize water loss in arid grasslands. Many grass-type starters possess natural toxins or healing sap, not just for defense or offense, but also for self-repair or to aid other organisms. Their connection to the earth often manifests in an innate ability to sense seismic shifts or changes in atmospheric pressure, giving them an early warning system for natural phenomena. Some have even developed forms of mimicry, blending seamlessly into their arboreal or herbaceous surroundings to evade detection. These specific biological nuances are not merely aesthetic, they are critical to their survival and exemplify the diverse strategies life employs to thrive in every corner of the Pokemon world. The deep evolutionary history of starter Pokemon also hints at a time when the elemental distinctions might have been less pronounced, or perhaps when ancient, primordial forms exhibited traits now distributed across multiple types. Imagine for a moment an ancient ancestor of Charmander that could absorb heat from its surroundings without generating its own flames, or a distant relative of Squirtle that could briefly survive on land by storing water in specialized internal bladders. These hypothetical ancestors provide a glimpse into the gradual specialization that has shaped the modern starter Pokemon we know today, each evolving to perfectly fit its ecological niche. This process of divergence and adaptation underscores the dynamic nature of evolution within the Pokemon universe, a constant interplay between environmental pressures and genetic innovation. Furthermore, the concept of elemental purity or affinity is not merely a game mechanic, but a profound aspect of their being. A fire type Pokemon isn't just resistant to fire, it is fire, embodying its essence. This means their very cellular structure, their nervous system, and even their emotional responses are intricately linked to their elemental type. For a fire type, a strong surge of emotion might manifest as an intensification of its flame, while for a water type, it might be reflected in the fluidity of its movements or the temperature of its immediate aquatic environment. A grass type's emotions might be subtly expressed through the vibrancy of its foliage or the scent it emits. This deep elemental connection is what allows them to bond so profoundly with trainers who share a similar spirit or draw strength from compatible energies. The concept of a starter itself is quite unique within the broader Pokemon world. Unlike many wild Pokemon, which are encountered randomly or through specific environmental conditions, starters are inherently intertwined with the journey of a trainer. This isn't just a matter of convenience, it suggests a deliberate, almost symbiotic relationship cultivated over generations. It's plausible that over vast stretches of time, certain species developed an innate predisposition towards forming bonds with humans, recognizing the mutual benefits of such partnerships. This could range from protection and companionship to enhanced growth and access to resources they might not otherwise acquire in the wild. This evolutionary codependence has likely shaped certain behavioral traits in starters, making them more amenable to training and more responsive to human interaction compared to their wild counterparts. Consider the developmental stages of starter Pokemon, from their basic form to their final evolution. Each stage represents not just a physical transformation, but often a significant leap in their understanding of their elemental powers and their place in the world. The basic stage, often small and endearing, is typically characterized by nascent elemental abilities, a strong sense of curiosity, and a deep reliance on their trainer. As they evolve, their elemental powers become more refined and potent, their physical forms more imposing, and their personalities more defined. The final evolution often embodies the full potential of their elemental type, a culmination of their experiences and training. This progression mirrors the growth and development of the trainer themselves, creating a parallel journey of maturation and discovery. For example, The evolution of a small, timid fire type like a Charmander into a powerful Charizard isn't just about gaining wings and breathing more intense flames. It represents a journey from vulnerability to mastery, from a fledgling understanding of its elemental power to a complete embodiment of it. Similarly, a modest Squirtle's transformation into a mighty Blastoise symbolizes the growth from gentle currents to formidable hydro cannons, a journey of increasing control and power over its aquatic element. And the transition from a humble Bulbasaur to a majestic Venusaur signifies the blossoming from a simple seed into a complex, self sustaining ecosystem of power and wisdom. These evolutionary lines are not merely stat boosts, they are narrative arcs embedded within the very biology of the Pokemon. The regional variations and adaptations of starter Pokemon, even within the same elemental type, offer another fascinating layer of complexity. While all fire types share a core elemental affinity, a fire type from a volcanic archipelago might exhibit different resistances or dietary preferences compared to one from an arid desert plain, even if they share a common ancestor. These subtle differences highlight the incredible power of natural selection and ecological pressure to shape distinct lineages, even within closely related species. Those regional nuances also hint at the vast biodiversity of the Pokemon world, where countless environmental factors contribute to the unique traits of creatures found in different areas. The genetic markers that define a starter Pokemon's elemental type are also a subject of deep scientific interest within the Pokemon world. While the exact mechanisms are not fully understood, it is believed that these markers influence everything from cellular respiration to metabolic pathways, dictating how an organism interacts with and manipulates its elemental energy. This genetic blueprint is what makes a fire type inherently capable of generating heat, a water type of controlling water, and a grass type of harnessing plant energy. The study of these elemental genes could potentially unlock new insights into the very nature of energy and matter within the Pokemon universe, pushing the boundaries of scientific understanding. And finally, the concept of a starter Pokemon's nature or personality is not just a flavor text. It's often deeply intertwined with its elemental type and evolutionary heritage. A bold and fiery nature might be more common in fire types, reflecting their explosive power and assertive tendencies. A calm and adaptable nature might be prevalent among water types, mirroring the flow and resilience of water. A serene and steadfast nature could be more characteristic of grass types, reflecting their connection to growth and stability. These inherent temperaments often guide their behavior in battle, their interactions with trainers, and their responses to the world around them, making each starter a truly unique and living being, connected to their elemental core in every conceivable way. These are not just creatures, they are embodiments of the very elements that shape their world, and their stories are as ancient and enduring as the land itself. The subtle dance of nature and nurture in shaping a starter Pokemon's personality is a field of ongoing study for Pokemon professors across every region. While a certain predisposition might exist due to their elemental type, individual experiences, training methods, and the bonds forged with their trainers can profoundly influence their development. A timid Charmander with patient guidance can blossom into a courageous Charizard, defying the fiery stereotype. Similarly, a boisterous Bulbasaur, through careful cultivation, might develop into a serene Venusaur, embodying calm strength rather than aggressive growth. This interplay between inherent traits and learned behaviors underscores the deep philosophical questions surrounding free will and destiny within the Pokemon world. It suggests that even the most fundamental aspects of a Pokemon's being are not entirely predetermined, but rather a dynamic tapestry woven from biological inheritance and life's rich experiences. The earliest documented records of starter Pokemon selection ceremonies depict rituals that were far more elaborate than the relatively simple choices offered to aspiring trainers today. Ancient civilizations often had complex divinatory practices, consulting oracles or observing celestial alignments to determine which elemental partner would be most auspicious for a young person's journey. Those ceremonies were not just about acquiring a battle companion, they were rites of passage, spiritual affiliations, and solemn vows between human and Pokemon, symbolizing a lifelong partnership. The selection of a starter was believed to align a trainer with certain cosmic energies, influencing their future fortunes and the very trajectory of their lives. This ancient reverence for the starter bond speaks volumes about the enduring significance these creatures hold within the cultural fabric of the Pokemon world. The ecological role of starter Pokemon within their natural habitats before domestication and training is another fascinating, though often overlooked, aspect of their lore. Imagine a wild Squirtle not as a potential battle partner, but as a vital component of a freshwater ecosystem. Its shell might serve as refuge for smaller aquatic life. Its feeding habits might help control algae growth, and its presence could indicate the health of its aquatic environment. Similarly, a wild Bulbasaur could be a keystone species in a forest, aiding in seed dispersal or contributing to the delicate balance of plant life through its unique physiological processes. A wild Charmander, in its natural, untamed state, might play a role in maintaining forest health through controlled burns, or its heat generation could influence microclimates in its territory. These wild starter populations, though rarely encountered in the modern era, represent the fundamental untamed essence of these creatures, reminding us that their existence predates their role as human companions and that they possess intrinsic value within their greater ecosystems. The concept of affinity between a trainer and their starter is a phenomenon that goes beyond mere compatibility of types or battle strategies. It's often described as an almost telepathic bond, a deep emotional resonance that allows trainer and Pokemon to understand each other's intentions and feelings without words. This affinity is not something that can be forced or manufactured. It often develops organically through shared experiences, mutual trust, and unwavering loyalty. Some researchers hypothesize that this affinity might be rooted in subtle electromagnetic fields generated by both trainer and Pokemon, or perhaps even in a more mystical form of energy exchange. Whatever its scientific basis, this deep connection is often cited as the true secret to a trainer's success, allowing for seamless teamwork and unparalleled coordination in even the most challenging situations. It's the silent language of friendship that transcends species and binds them together. The varying growth rates and lifespan expectations of starter Pokemon present another layer of biological diversity that is often overlooked. While many starter Pokemon reach their final evolutionary stage relatively quickly under a trainer's care, their natural lifespans can vary dramatically. A grass type starter, owing to its plant like physiology, might have a lifespan measured in centuries, slowly growing and maturing over generations, much like an ancient tree. A fire type, with its more volatile energy, might have a shorter, more intense lifespan, burning brightly and fading quickly, akin to a rapidly consumed fuel source. Water types, with their fluid nature, might have lifespans that fall somewhere in between, adapting and changing with their environment over many decades. These natural lifespans, largely unobserved in the context of trained Pokemon, where evolution is often expedited, speak to the inherent differences in their biological clocks and metabolic processes. They remind us that the journey of a Pokemon is far more complex than a simple progression through evolutionary stages. It is a life lived on its own terms, dictated by its unique biology. The phenomenon of shininess in starter Pokemon, while statistically rare, is a captivating genetic anomaly. A shiny starter with its altered coloration is not merely a cosmetic variation. It often represents a subtle deviation in its genetic code, perhaps a mutation in the genes responsible for pigment production. These variations, while not affecting their battle prowess or elemental abilities, are highly prized by collectors for their aesthetic uniqueness. The scientific community within the Pokemon world has long been intrigued by the mechanisms behind shininess, with some theories suggesting that it might be a remnant of ancient genetic diversity, or perhaps even a natural form of camouflage that was once more prevalent in their wild ancestors. Regardless of its origin, a shiny starter is a testament to the incredible genetic variability present even within closely related Pokemon species, a beautiful anomaly in the grand tapestry of life. The cultural impact of starter Pokemon extends far beyond the realm of training and battling, deeply influencing art, literature, and even folklore across various regions. Ancient tapestries often depict starter Pokemon as mythical heroes, guardians of sacred sites, or benevolent spirits guiding humanity. Epic poems tell tales of legendary trainers and their faithful starters overcoming impossible odds, their partnership celebrated as the epitome of courage and loyalty. Children's stories across every region feature adorable starter Pokemon as protagonists, teaching valuable lessons about friendship, perseverance, and the importance of respecting nature. These cultural representations not only entertain but also subtly reinforce the deep seated reverence and affection that the Pokemon world holds for these foundational creatures. They are not just biological entities, they are symbols, archetypes, and enduring figures in the collective consciousness of a global society. The unique vocalizations of each starter Pokemon, while often simplified into a single soundbite in media, are in reality a complex and nuanced form of communication. A Bulbasaur's cry might convey a range of emotions, from curiosity to alarm, through subtle shifts in pitch and rhythm. A Charmander's growl could signify anything from playful invitation to territorial warning, depending on its intensity and accompanying body language. A Squirtle's gurgle might communicate contentment or a desire for attention, with its inflection revealing the specific message. Those intricate vocal patterns, often incomprehensible to the untrained human ear, are a rich language understood by their own species, and through deep bonding by their trainers. They are a testament to the sophisticated communication systems that exist within the Pokemon world, underscoring the intelligence and emotional depth of these creatures. The dietary preferences and nutritional requirements of starter Pokemon are surprisingly diverse, even within the same elemental type. A grass type starter, while primarily herbivorous, might have very specific needs for certain minerals found only in particular soils, or its diet might vary seasonally to include different fruits or berries. A fire type, while often depicted as carnivorous or omnivorous, might require a diet rich in certain energy dense components to fuel its internal flames, perhaps even consuming specific volcanic minerals in its wild state. A water type, depending on its specific subspecies, might be a filter feeder, a predator of smaller aquatic life, or even an omnivore consuming both plants and small creatures. These dietary intricacies highlight the delicate balance of their internal biology and their reliance on specific ecological niches for optimal health and growth. Understanding these needs is crucial for trainers to ensure the well being and peak performance of their starter companions. The concept of type advantage and type disadvantage is not merely a game mechanic, but a deeply rooted principle of elemental physics within the Pokemon world. It reflects the fundamental interactions between different forms of energy and matter. Fire, being a form of combustion, naturally dissipates in the presence of water. Water, in its liquid state, can extinguish fire but is absorbed and nurtured by plant life. Grass, drawing energy from the sun, struggles against the destructive force of fire but thrives with the sustenance of water. These interactions are not arbitrary rules. They are the natural laws governing the elemental forces that shape the very landscape of the Pokemon world, dictating the flow of energy and the balance of power between different species. The physiological adaptations that allow starter Pokemon to manipulate their respective elements are incredibly complex and often unique to their species. A Charmander's tail flame, for instance, is not just a decorative feature, it's a highly specialized organ that regulates its body temperature, stores energy, and can intensify to unleash devastating fire attacks. A Bulbasaur's bulb on its back is a symbiotic organism, likely providing it with photosynthetic capabilities and acting as a reservoir for nutrient storage, allowing it to sustain itself even in harsh conditions. A Squirtle's shell, beyond its protective qualities, might play a role in regulating its internal water pressure, allowing it to fire powerful jets of water with incredible precision. These adaptations are not merely evolutionary quirks, they are elegant solutions to the challenges of elemental manipulation, finely tuned biological marvels that allow these creatures to interact with their world in extraordinary ways. The historical lineages of starter Pokemon are often traced back to ancient, perhaps even mythical, progenitor species. While modern starter Pokemon are the result of countless generations of evolution and adaptation, there are hints in ancient texts and archaeological findings of primordial Pokemon that might have been the ancestral forms of today's beloved companions. These ancient progenitors, often depicted with more primal features and immense power, represent the very wellspring from which the diversity of current starter Pokemon originated. Studying these ancient lineages offers invaluable insights into the evolutionary pathways that led to the distinct elemental types and unique characteristics we observe today, connecting the present day companions to a deep and storied past. The phenomenon of a starter Pokemon developing a signature move, a particular attack that becomes uniquely associated with that individual Pokemon, is a testament to their capacity for personal growth and strategic ingenuity. While many Pokemon learn a standard set of moves, some, through intense training, repeated practice, or perhaps even a deep understanding of their own elemental energies, can refine a particular attack to an unparalleled level of power or precision. This signature move becomes an extension of their personality and their bond with their trainer, a reflection of their unique combat style. It's not just a learned technique, it's a perfected art form, a testament to the potential for individual excellence within the Pokemon species. It signifies a profound mastery of their innate abilities, honed through dedication and partnership. The impact of environmental factors on a starter Pokemon's development, even beyond regional variations, is a fascinating area of research. A Bulbasaur raised in a lush, biodiverse forest might develop a stronger resistance to certain plant based toxins compared to one raised in a more arid environment. A Charmander growing up near active volcanoes might have a higher tolerance for extreme heat and a more potent flame. A Squirtle from a pristine mountain spring might develop sharper senses for detecting subtle changes in water purity. These micro-environmental influences illustrate that a Pokemon's development is not solely dictated by its genetics, but is also deeply shaped by the specific nuances of its upbringing and immediate surroundings, further emphasizing the individuality of each creature. The ethical considerations surrounding the training and battling of starter Pokemon are a constant topic of discussion among philosophers and trainers alike. The power dynamics inherent in the trainer Pokemon relationship, the potential for exploitation, and the responsibility of ensuring a Pokemon's well being are weighty issues. While the bond between trainer and Pokemon is often portrayed as one of mutual respect and affection, the ethical framework surrounding their interactions is complex. Debates often arise regarding the intensity of training, the frequency of battles, and the psychological impact of defeat. These discussions reflect a deep moral introspection within the Pokemon worlds, acknowledging that these creatures are not mere tools, but sentient beings deserving of care, respect, and consideration for their welfare. The ability of certain starter Pokemon to adapt to extreme environmental conditions, far beyond what might be expected of their elemental type, showcases their remarkable resilience. A fire-type Pokemon, for instance, might develop temporary resistances to freezing temperatures in order to survive an unexpected blizzard, drawing on latent biological mechanisms. A water type might learn to conserve water more efficiently in a prolonged drought, entering a state of semi-dormancy. A grass type might accelerate its growth cycle to produce seeds before a devastating fire, ensuring the survival of its lineage. These extraordinary adaptations, while not always permanent, speak to the deep evolutionary wisdom embedded within their genetic code, allowing them to overcome incredible challenges and persist in the face of adversity. The concept of a starter Pokemon's spirit, or aura, is often discussed in mystical circles, suggesting an energetic field that surrounds and emanates from these creatures. This aura is believed to reflect their emotional state, their health, and even their latent power. While not scientifically quantifiable in conventional terms, many experienced trainers claim to be able to perceive these auras, using them as indicators of a Pokemon's well being or readiness for battle. Some ancient traditions even describe specific rituals for harmonizing a trainer's aura with their starters, believing it deepens their bond and enhances their combined power. This ethereal aspect of starter Pokemon hints at a dimension of their existence that transcends mere biology, suggesting a connection to unseen forces and energies that permeate the Pokemon world, adding a layer of mysticism to their already profound presence. The role of starter Pokemon in scientific research, beyond their role as companions, is invaluable. Their unique elemental physiologies offer unparalleled opportunities to study the fundamental principles of energy manipulation, biological adaptation, and symbiotic relationships. Scientists regularly conduct studies on their metabolic processes, their genetic markers, and their environmental interactions to glean insights that could benefit all life forms. From understanding the secrets of photosynthesis through a Bulbasaur's bulb to exploring the dynamics of bioluminescence in certain aquatic starters, these creatures are living laboratories, constantly revealing new wonders about the natural world and pushing the boundaries of scientific understanding. The subtle nuances in a starter Pokemon's cry, often dismissed as mere sounds by the uninitiated, are in fact a complex form of communication laden with information. Researchers, using advanced spectrographic analysis, have identified distinct patterns and frequencies that correlate with specific emotions, intentions, and even requests. A chikorita's gentle cooing might signify contentment, while a slightly higher pitched sound could be a subtle plea for attention or a warning of an approaching change in weather. A Squirtle's gurgle might indicate curiosity, but a series of rapid, sharp burbles could warn of a potential threat in the water. These vocalizations, finely tuned through generations of evolution, allow them to convey a remarkable breadth of messages, not just to their trainers, but also to other Pokemon and even to the environment itself, influencing plant growth or water currents in subtle ways. This deep acoustic language underscores their sentience and their intricate connection to the world around them, reminding us that their simple cries are anything but simple. The concept of starter Pokemon lineages refers to the long-term genetic and behavioral patterns observed within families of starter Pokemon that have been bred and trained together for many generations. Those lineages often develop unique traits, such as increased resistance to certain status conditions, a slightly higher chance of inheriting advantageous abilities, or even a predisposition towards specific battle strategies. For instance, a line of Charmanders might consistently display a more aggressive temperament, or a lineage of Tricos might be known for their exceptional agility. These distinctions are not always immediately obvious, but become apparent through careful observation and comparison across generations. They highlight the enduring impact of selective breeding and consistent training practices, evolving into distinct substrains within the broader species, each with its own subtle advantages and characteristics that make them particularly prized by experienced breeders and trainers. The architectural designs and urban planning in many Pokemon regions subtly incorporate elements inspired by starter Pokemon. The rounded protective shapes of a Bulbasaur's bulb might be echoed in the domes of botanical gardens, designed to nurture delicate plant life. The flowing, dynamic lines of a Squirtle's shell could be reflected in the curvature of protective barriers or the graceful arches of bridges spanning vital waterways. The fiery, energetic contours of a Charmander's tail flame might inspire the vibrant, upward sweeping aesthetics of communication towers or the dynamic forms of public sculptures. These design choices are more than mere aesthetic nods. They serve as a constant, subconscious reminder of the foundational role these creatures play in human society, symbolizing resilience, growth, and the harmonious integration of nature and civilization. They create an environment where the spirit of the starter Pokémon is woven into the very fabric of daily life, fostering a sense of connection and respect for these iconic creatures. The phenomenon of starter Pokémon empathic resonance describes the observed tendency for trainers and their starter Pokémon to develop increasingly similar emotional and even physical states over long periods of close companionship. A trainer prone to anxiety might find their Chikorita becoming more skittish, while a calm and patient trainer might notice their Cyndaquil developing a more serene demeanor. In some rare cases, prolonged empathic resonance has been noted to influence physiological responses, such as synchronized heartbeats, parallel sleep cycles, or even shared mild symptoms of illness, though these instances are rare and often attributed to extreme levels of bonding. This deep, almost telepathic connection suggests that the bond between a trainer and their starter transcends simple companionship, becoming a profound intertwining of spirits where each profoundly influences the other on a fundamental level, blurring the lines between individual entities. The role of starter Pokémon in ancient mythology and folklore is far more extensive than often acknowledged, appearing not just as symbols, but as active participants in creation myths and tales of heroism. Many cultures possess legends of primal starter Pokémon, elemental beings that shaped the very landscapes of their regions. A massive, ancient Venusaur might be depicted as the creator of the first forests, its colossal vines forming mountain ranges, and its petals scattering seeds that germinated into entire ecosystems. A titanic Blastoise might be revered as the originator of all fresh water, its powerful cannons carving out rivers and lakes, its presence commanding the very tides. A majestic Charizard could be seen as the bringer of fire to humanity, its scorching breath forging the first metals, and its fiery heart warming the nascent world. These stories, passed down through generations, imbue starter Pokémon with a sacred significance, positioning them not merely as initial companions, but as fundamental forces of nature, integral to the very fabric of existence, and a testament to their enduring power and mystique. The subtle phenomenon of elemental aura bleed is a rare and intriguing aspect of long-term starter Pokémon companionship. Highly attuned trainers, after decades of close proximity to their elemental partners, occasionally report experiencing minor, temporary elemental effects themselves. A grass-type specialist might find their skin feeling subtly cooler and refreshed in humid conditions, or their touch having a surprisingly calming effect on wilting plants. A fire-type expert might occasionally experience a slight, inexplicable warmth radiating from their hands, or find that a small flame can be ignited with unusual ease in their presence. A water-type master might feel an unusual affinity for bodies of water, or notice that their mood is inexplicably linked to the ebb and flow of tides. These effects are never permanent or powerful, often fleeting and almost imperceptible, but they hint at a profound, almost alchemical exchange of energy between trainer and Pokemon, suggesting that the elemental essence of the starter can, over time, subtly permeate the very being of their devoted human companion, binding them together on an almost molecular level. The specialized diets of certain starter Pokemon, beyond their general elemental type, reveal fascinating ecological adaptations. For instance, some Bulbasaur lines have evolved a preference for minerals rich in specific trace elements, which they absorb through their bulbs to enhance the potency of their powders and spores. Certain Squirtle populations in brackish waters have developed a palate for microscopic organisms that thrive in such environments, allowing them to extract unique nutrients that contribute to the hardness and resilience of their shells. And specific Charmander subspecies found near volcanic vents have adapted to ingest certain heat resistant fungi and mineral deposits, which are believed to contribute to the intensity and stability of their flame. These dietary particularities are often localized, reflecting the unique ecosystems they inhabit, and are a testament to the incredible evolutionary pressures that have molded these creatures into perfectly adapted members of their respective environments, showcasing a level of specialization that goes far beyond simple elemental typing. The concept of mimicry training is an advanced technique sometimes employed by experienced trainers with their starter Pokemon, particularly those with a strong empathic bond. This involves the trainer consciously attempting to mimic their Pokemon's movements, sounds, and even emotional states outside of battle. A trainer might attempt to replicate their Chikorita's leaf whipping movements during a warm up, or try to understand their Cyndaquil's flame patterns by observing their own breath. The purpose is not merely physical imitation, but to deepen the trainer's understanding of their Pokemon's natural instincts and modes of perception, allowing them to anticipate their partner's actions more intuitively in battle and to connect with them on a more fundamental, nonverbal level. While requiring immense dedication and a degree of self conscious effort, trainers who master mimicry training often report an unparalleled synergy with their starter, leading to seemingly effortless, coordinated actions and a profound sense of shared consciousness, almost as if their minds have merged into one cohesive unit during critical moments. The subtle ways in which starter Pokemon influence the microclimates around them are often overlooked but are significant. A mature Venusaur, for example, can exude a cooling, humid aura due to its massive photosynthetic activity and the moisture it releases, creating a small, localized zone of slightly lower temperature beneficial to surrounding plant life. A Blastoise, when submerged, can generate subtle currents and turbulence that affect the oxygenation of the water, influencing the distribution and health of aquatic organisms in its immediate vicinity. A Charizard, even when at rest, radiates a significant amount of heat, which can deter certain cold-sensitive insects or warm the ground for nascent seeds, subtly altering the immediate ecological balance. These effects are usually localized and temporary, but over time, particularly in areas where these Pokemon are numerous or reside for extended periods, their collective impact can contribute to distinct microclimatic patterns, showcasing their profound, albeit often unseen, influence on their environment. The phenomenon of inherited battling instincts suggests that certain battle strategies or preferences can be passed down through generations of starter Pokémon, even without direct training. A young Squirtle from a long line of defensive battlers might instinctively favor withdrawing into its shell and counterattacking, even if it hasn't been explicitly taught to do so. A Charmander descended from a lineage known for its speed might naturally exhibit a more aggressive, hit and run approach. These inherited instincts are not absolute and can be reshaped by training, but they provide a baseline, a foundational predisposition that can either be nurtured and refined or gently guided in a different direction. This fascinating aspect of starter Pokemon biology speaks to the deep seated impact of ancestral memory and evolutionary pressures, suggesting that their battling prowess is not solely a product of their trainer's guidance, but also a legacy of their own species' history, etched into their very DNA, a silent whisper from generations past guiding their nascent actions. The unique symbiotic relationships many starter Pokemon form with various flora and fauna in their natural habitats are incredibly diverse and complex. Bulbasaur, for instance, often have a mutualistic connection with certain species of pollinating insects, providing them with nectar and receiving assistance in spreading their spores. Squirtle populations in some regions are known to share their protected nesting grounds with specific fish species, offering shelter in exchange for early warnings of predators. Charmander, in areas prone to forest fires, sometimes develop a peculiar relationship with fire-resistant fungi, which grow around their communal nesting sites, providing natural insulation and perhaps even a source of specialized nutrients. These interspecies connections highlight the integral role starter Pokemon play within their ecosystems, demonstrating that their existence is woven into a vast, interconnected web of life where they are both beneficiaries and benefactors, contributing to the delicate balance of nature in ways often unseen by the casual observer. The concept of emotional feedback loops in starter Pokemon training describes a profound reciprocal influence between a trainer's emotional state and their Pokemon's performance. A trainer's unwavering confidence can instill a surge of courage in their starter, allowing them to push beyond their perceived limits. Conversely, a trainer's anxiety or doubt can subtly undermine their Pokemon's focus and resolve, leading to hesitant actions. This isn't merely a matter of communication, it's a deep, almost energetic transference of feeling. The Pokemon, being highly attuned to their trainer's inner state, reflects these emotions, creating a dynamic cycle where positive reinforcement from the trainer fuels the Pokemon's determination, and the Pokemon's success, in turn, bolsters the trainer's confidence. This intricate dance of emotions underscores the deeply personal and psychologically intense nature of the trainer-Pokemon bond, revealing that the strength of their connection is not just about commands and abilities, but about the very heart and spirit shared between them. The phenomenon of environmental adaptation mimicry in certain starter Pokemon refers to their ability to subtly alter their physical appearance or behavior to blend into specific, localized environments, even if those environments are not typical for their elemental type. A Chikorita in a rockier, arid region might develop slightly tougher, more leathery leaves and a duller green coloration to reduce water loss and better camouflage itself against the sparse vegetation. A totodile living in a muddy, turbid river might have a darker, more mottled skin pattern to disappear into the murky waters, or even develop a slightly broader snout to better sift through sediment for food. A chimchar in a region with sparse trees might spend more time on the ground, developing stronger hind legs for running, and its fur might take on earthier tones. These adaptations are often temporary and reversible, a testament to their remarkable genetic plasticity and their innate drive to survive and thrive in any circumstances, showcasing a flexibility that goes far beyond their initial elemental typing and speaks to their profound evolutionary intelligence. The lost languages of starter Pokémon refer to ancient forms of communication predating the modern Porygon translated cries that were once understood by highly specialized ancient trainers or shamans. These languages were not spoken in words, but through intricate patterns of elemental energy manipulation, subtle shifts in body temperature, or complex arrangements of pheromones. For instance, an ancient Bulbasaur might have communicated complex warnings about soil degradation through specific fluctuations in the scent of its bulb, a language only legible to those with heightened olfactory senses and deep botanical knowledge. An ancient Squirtle might have conveyed territorial boundaries or migratory patterns through precisely controlled sonic vibrations in water, detectable only by those attuned to subtle hydrostatic pressures. And an ancient Charmander might have expressed complex emotional states or tactical strategies through nuanced changes in the color and intensity of its flame, readable by those with exceptional visual acuity and an understanding of pyromantic symbols. While largely lost to time, fragmented records and archaeological discoveries occasionally hint at these profound, nonverbal forms of communication, suggesting a deeper, more sophisticated level of intelligence and interaction in the ancient world of Pokémon, a silent testament to their timeless wisdom. These whispers from the past remind us that the surface level interactions we observe today are merely a thin veil over millennia of evolving behaviors and hidden depths. The concept of symbiotic microbiomes within starter Pokémon describes the intricate ecosystems of beneficial bacteria, fungi, and even microscopic bug-type Pokémon that coexist within their bodies, contributing to their unique elemental abilities and overall health. For example, a Squirtle's ability to manipulate water pressure and form powerful jets might be partially aided by specialized aquatic bacteria residing in its digestive tract, helping to process nutrients from water and contributing to its internal hydrostatic balance. These bacteria could potentially influence the chemical composition of the water it expels, giving it particular properties. A Bulbasaur's remarkable photosynthetic efficiency and its ability to absorb nutrients directly from the soil could be augmented by a complex network of mycorrhizal fungi intertwined with its root systems, both internally and externally. These fungi might act as extensions of its roots, greatly increasing its surface area for nutrient absorption and facilitating the transfer of essential minerals from the earth. They could also play a role in synthesizing unique compounds that contribute to its plant-based attacks. A Charmander's internal flame, rather than being a purely biological combustion, might be fueled and regulated by thermophilic archaea or specialized fungal colonies that thrive in extreme heat, converting metabolic waste products into flammable gases or stabilizing the intense internal temperatures. These microscopic residents could even influence the unique chemical signature of its flame, giving each individual Charmander's fire a subtly distinct characteristic. These symbiotic relationships are not merely incidental, but are integral to the starter Pokemon's fundamental elemental typing, demonstrating that their powers are not solitary expressions, but complex biological collaborations, a delicate balance of life within life. The temporal echo phenomenon refers to rare instances where certain starter Pokemon, when under extreme emotional duress or in environments resonating with ancient energy, exhibit fleeting characteristics or abilities reminiscent of their ancient pre evolutionary forms. Imagine a modern Trico, deeply distressed or in a particularly primal jungle environment, momentarily displaying a heightened sense of territoriality, or an almost reptilian camouflage pattern that hints at a more ancient, less anthropomorphic ancestor, or a Cyndaquil in a moment of intense fear or determination, briefly manifesting a more aggressive, almost draconic posture, or a flicker of an ancient, more volatile flame that predates its current controlled fire sacs. A mudkip, when faced with an unprecedented environmental challenge, might temporarily develop a heightened electroreception, a sensory ability that its distant aquatic ancestors might have used to navigate murky depths or detect prey, a capability long since diminished in its modern form. These temporal echoes are not true regressions, but rather momentary glimpses into their deep evolutionary past, like genetic memories bubbling to the surface, showing us the vast biological library stored within their DNA. They are a profound reminder that the history of a species is not linear, but a rich tapestry of adaptations, and that the echoes of their ancient selves linger, waiting for the right conditions to briefly manifest, offering a whisper of what once was. The aura resonance theory posits that starter Pokemon, due to their deep connection with their trainers and their intrinsic elemental energies, are particularly attuned to the planet's natural energy flows, often acting as conduits or amplifiers for these subtle forces. A grass-type starter like Bulbasaur might unconsciously draw on the vitality of surrounding plant life, not just for sustenance, but to subtly enhance its own natural abilities, becoming more robust and resilient in verdant environments. Its growth might be subtly accelerated, its healing more efficient, and its attacks more potent when deeply embedded in a thriving ecosystem, almost as if it's plugged into a natural power grid. A fire-type starter, such as Charmander, might resonate with geothermal activity, drawing warmth and power from underground magma flows or volcanic vents, explaining why they often thrive in hotter, more geologically active regions. Their flames might burn brighter, their internal temperatures might stabilize more efficiently, and their energy reserves might replenish faster when in proximity to these natural heat sources, as if they are subtly siphoning geothermal energy. A water-type starter like Squirtle could be deeply connected to hydrologic cycles, drawing on the latent energy within large bodies of water, be it oceans, lakes, or even significant rainfall. Their water-based attacks might gain additional force or volume, and their natural healing might be enhanced when immersed in or near substantial water sources, almost as if they are borrowing from the vast energetic potential of the planet's aquatic systems. This theory suggests that the power of a starter Pokemon is not entirely internal, but is often a beautiful dance between its innate capabilities and the subtle, pervasive energies of the world around it, making them living barometers of planetary vitality. The dream weaving phenomenon among certain starter Pokemon refers to their unique ability, often observed in their sleep, to subtly influence the dreams of nearby creatures, including their trainers, often reflecting their own subconscious desires, anxieties, or even premonitions. A sleeping Chikorita, perhaps dreaming of lush meadows and abundant sunlight, might instill dreams of peaceful natural landscapes and gentle growth in those around it. A soothing influence that promotes calm and well being. If it's experiencing stress, its dreams might manifest as tangled vines or wilting flora, subtly transmitting feelings of unease. A Totodile, dreaming of vast rivers and challenging swims, might project dreams of adventurous journeys or exhilarating underwater explorations, inspiring courage and a sense of wonder. If it's feeling vulnerable, its dreams might contain images of strong currents or murky depths, subtly alerting its trainer to its emotional state. A Cyndaquil, nestled in slumber, might weave dreams of warm hearths and crackling fires, evoking feelings of comfort and security. If it's feeling energetic or playful, its dreams might feature playful sparks and dancing flames. Conversely, if it's feeling threatened, its dreams might shift to uncontrolled blazes or encroaching shadows, subtly communicating its internal turmoil. This phenomenon suggests a deeper, more empathetic connection between starter Pokemon and their environment, particularly their trainers, blurring the lines between individual consciousness and shared subconscious experiences, highlighting their role not just as companions, but as emotional anchors and subtle dream architects, fostering a shared mental landscape. The elemental memory imprint describes how certain starter Pokemon, particularly those with a strong connection to their lineage, can carry faint, almost ghost like elemental memories from their ancestors, which can subtly influence their own abilities or behaviors. A Trico from a long line of powerful forest protectors might, in moments of extreme stress or instinct, exhibit a temporary, uncharacteristic burst of resilience, or a particularly ancient looking vine whip, hinting at the ancestral strength residing within its genetic memory. A Charmander descended from a line of particularly fierce dragon Pokemon might occasionally display a flash of draconic intensity in its eyes, or a momentary, almost primal roar that transcends its usual vocalizations, an echo of its distant, powerful lineage. A Mudkip from an ancestry of deep-sea explorers might, in rare instances, demonstrate an uncanny sense of direction in large bodies of water, or an almost instinctual ability to sense pressure changes, abilities that have been largely dormant but occasionally resurface. These imprints are not fully formed abilities, but rather fleeting glimpses, like genetic echoes, suggesting that the past of a species is not entirely erased, but rather subtly woven into the fabric of its descendants, occasionally resurfacing as a whisper of what once was, a testament to the enduring power of genetic heritage. The nutrient transmutation capability refers to a fascinating, albeit rare, ability some starter Pokemon possess: the capacity to subtly transmute non-essential nutrients into elements that bolster their own elemental type. This is not alchemy in a grand sense, but a localized biological process. A chikorita, for instance, in nutrient-scarce soil, might be able to subtly reorganize the molecular structure of certain inert minerals or organic compounds to enhance its production of chlorophyll or strengthen its plant-based defenses, effectively making the most out of very little. A totodile in mineral-poor water might be able to biologically refine trace elements or compounds to enhance the density or purity of its expelled water, making its water-type attacks more potent even when resources are limited. A chimchar, in a situation where its usual metabolic fuel is scarce, might have the ability to convert less ideal organic matter into a more efficient form for sustaining its internal flame, allowing it to maintain its fire even under adverse conditions. This capability suggests a remarkable level of biological sophistication and adaptability, allowing them to not only survive, but to maintain their elemental integrity even when environmental conditions are not ideal, showcasing a resilience that pushes the boundaries of typical biological processing. The phenomenon of cognitive mirroring in starter Pokémon describes their extraordinary capacity to unconsciously adopt and reflect aspects of their trainer's personality, emotional state, and even strategic thinking over prolonged periods of close companionship. A trainer who is calm and strategic might find their Squirtle developing a more methodical approach to battles, carefully assessing opponents and executing precise movements, mirroring their trainer's calculated demeanor. If a trainer is prone to impulsive, fiery actions, their Charmander might likewise exhibit a more aggressive, daring battle style, often taking risks and attacking with unbridled passion, reflecting its trainer's spirited nature. A Bulbasaur with a gentle, patient trainer might develop a more nurturing disposition, perhaps even showing a surprising patience in battle or a tendency to protect its allies, reflecting its trainer's empathetic core. This mirroring goes beyond mere obedience. It suggests a deep, almost telepathic absorption of the trainer's psyche, where the Pokemon's own evolving personality becomes a reflection of the human it bonds with. This makes each starter trainer pair uniquely intertwined, their individual traits blending to form a unified entity, demonstrating that the bond is not just about training, but about a profound, shared psychological evolution, where two beings grow and adapt in tandem, a beautiful testament to the power of connection. The concept of elemental residue is another fascinating aspect of starter Pokemon lore, suggesting that these creatures, particularly after evolving, leave behind a subtle, almost imperceptible trace of their primary elemental energy in the environments they frequent. This residue isn't a visible physical mark, but rather a faint energetic signature that can, over long periods, subtly influence the local flora and fauna, or even the geological composition of an area. For example, a Venusaur that has spent decades in a particular forest might inadvertently contribute to a heightened growth rate of certain plant species, or an unusual resilience in the local insect population due to the lingering grass-type energy it emits. The ground in such an area might even show slightly elevated levels of certain organic compounds or a more vibrant soil microbiota. A Charizard, having established a nest in a volcanic region or a barren mountain peak, might very slowly contribute to an increase in the ambient temperature of its immediate surroundings, or even a subtle alteration in the mineral composition of rocks making them slightly more susceptible to heat or containing trace elements associated with fire. Over centuries, this could lead to localized microclimates or geological formations that are subtly different from the surrounding areas. A Blastoise, particularly in a freshwater lake or a coastal cove, might contribute to a slight increase in water purity, or even a subtle alteration in the salinity levels, influencing the types of aquatic life that thrive there. The rocks on the lake bed might show signs of accelerated erosion in certain patterns, or even a slight increase in moisture retention, all due to the persistent, albeit gentle, emanation of water type energy. This elemental residue is not powerful enough to cause immediate, dramatic changes, but over generations, and with the presence of multiple powerful elemental Pokemon, it could explain some of the more unusual and localized environmental phenomena observed throughout the Pokemon world, truly embedding these creatures into the very fabric of their ecosystems. Moving on to the pre-evolutionary mimicry instinct, a lesser-known behavioral trait observed in unevolved starter Pokemon, particularly those in their initial stages, like Bulbasaur, Charmander, and Squirtle. This instinct manifests as a subtle, often unconscious imitation of their fully evolved forms, not physically, but behaviorally and vocally. For instance, a young Charmander might, when startled or attempting to appear more formidable, emit a vocalization that, while still childish, contains nascent tonal qualities, reminiscent of a Charizard's roar. It's not a perfect imitation, but an embryonic echo, an instinctive attempt to project a greater presence than its current form allows. Similarly, a Bulbasaur might subtly adjust its posture or the way it carries its bulb, mirroring the stately grounded stance of a Venusaur, particularly when feeling protective or asserting itself. The movements might be less fluid, less powerful, but the underlying intent and pattern are discernible. A Squirtle, when performing a water gun attack or defending itself, might unconsciously mimic the powerful, directed stream of water characteristic of a Blastoise's hydro pump, even though its own abilities are far less potent. The small, quick bursts of water might be delivered with an intensity and focus that belies its size, an early manifestation of its future power. This pre-evolutionary mimicry instinct suggests an inherent, perhaps genetic blueprint for their future selves, guiding their development not just physically, but also in their mannerisms and expressions. It's a fascinating glimpse into the internal programming of these creatures, hinting at their destiny even before they undergo the transformational process of evolution, showcasing a deep, almost prophetic connection to their fully realized forms. Consider the metabolic elemental sync, a phenomenon observed in starter Pokemon, where their internal metabolic processes become uniquely attuned to specific environmental conditions that align with their elemental type. This attunement allows them to extract maximum biological efficiency from resources that might be less beneficial to other Pokemon. A grass-type starter like Bulbasaur, for example, possesses a metabolic system that is exceptionally efficient at photosynthesizing even in lower light conditions or from a broader spectrum of light wavelengths than typical plants. Its internal processes can convert nutrients derived from the soil into complex organic compounds with remarkable speed and precision, fueling its growth and energy requirements with an almost unparalleled efficiency when in a verdant, nutrient-rich environment. This isn't just about absorbing sunlight, it's about optimizing every biological pathway to harness plant-based energy. A fire-type starter like Charmander exhibits a unique metabolic pathway that can efficiently convert a wider range of organic materials into thermal energy, sustaining its flame and internal temperature with surprising fuel flexibility. In environments and with abundant dry kindling, certain minerals, or even specific types of organic waste, a Charmander's metabolism can rapidly break down these substances, releasing a highly potent form of internal energy that enhances its fiery abilities. It's an internal combustion engine designed for elemental power. A water-type starter like Squirtle has a metabolic system that is incredibly adept at processing and purifying water, extracting trace minerals and vital compounds that might be negligible to other organisms. It can regulate its internal hydration and fluid balance with exquisite precision, allowing it to thrive in arid conditions for longer periods or to endure water sources that might be slightly brackish or less pure. Its body acts as a natural filtration and resource extraction system, optimizing every drop of water for its biological needs. This metabolic elemental sync highlights how starter Pokémon are not just imbued with an element, but their very biology is fundamentally shaped to thrive within the parameters of that element, making them exceptionally resilient and resource efficient within their natural habitats. The notion of symbiotic aura projection describes how starter Pokémon, particularly in their evolved forms, can emit a subtle, beneficial aura that positively influences allied Pokémon within their immediate vicinity, enhancing their elemental affinity or overall resilience. This projection isn't a direct attack or defense, but a passive, supportive influence. For instance, a Venusaur, when engaged in battle alongside other grass-type Pokémon, might emit an aura that slightly boosts their photosynthetic efficiency, allowing them to recover stamina faster or to imbue their grass-type attacks with a little more vitality. Non-grass type allies might also feel a generalized sense of calm and resilience, their own natural defenses that's subtly bolstered by Venusaur's grounded presence. A Charizard, soaring above a battlefield with its fire-type allies, could project an aura that subtly intensifies their internal flame, making their fire-type attacks slightly hotter or more focused. For non-fire type allies, this aura might manifest as a surge of energy or a heightened sense of courage, allowing them to push through fatigue or fear with greater ease. A Blastoise, anchoring a team of water-type Pokémon, might emit an aura that subtly enhances their hydrokinetic abilities, making their water attacks more cohesive or their movements within water more fluid. Other allies might experience a calming effect, a sense of stability and protection, their resolve strengthened by Blastoise's steadfast presence. This symbiotic aura projection suggests that starter Pokémon, especially in their final evolutions, become natural leaders and protectors, their very existence a source of strength and cohesion for their allies, embodying the spirit of teamwork and collective power. It's a testament to their role as foundational pillars within a Pokémon team. Let's delve into the vestigial elemental orifice theory. This theory posits that certain starter Pokémon, particularly those from older generations, possess a subtle, often hidden, or greatly diminished physical feature that is a remnant of a more pronounced elemental organ from their ancient ancestors. These vestiges no longer serve a primary function in their modern forms, but offer a glimpse into their evolutionary past. For example, some researchers suggest that the small, almost unnoticeable pores found on the underside of a Bulbasaur's bulb, or even on the leaves of a Venusaur, are vestigial structures related to a more primitive form of direct elemental energy absorption from the Earth itself, perhaps akin to root systems on a microscopic scale rather than just nutrient uptake. In ancient times, these might have been more prominent, allowing for a more direct, rapid infusion of grass-type energy. For Charmander, the faint, almost scar-like markings sometimes observed on its throat or chest, particularly in its evolved forms, are theorized to be remnants of a more pronounced internal organ that regulated extreme internal temperatures or even expelled excess heat directly, acting as a kind of elemental pressure valve. In its distant past, when its fire might have been even more volatile or difficult to control, such an organ would have been crucial for survival. For Squirtle, the subtle, almost scale-like textures found on the inside of its shell, particularly near the edges, are sometimes considered vestiges of an ancient, more elaborate internal water storage system, or even a rudimentary filter mechanism that allowed its ancestors to thrive in highly varied aquatic environments, efficiently processing and storing water for long periods. These vestigial elemental orifices, while largely non-functional today, serve as fascinating biological footnotes, hinting at a deep evolutionary history and the gradual refinement of elemental abilities over countless generations, connecting modern starter Pokémon to their powerful ancient lineage. The phenomenon known as emotional elemental resonance describes how a starter Pokemon's elemental abilities are not solely dependent on its inherent power level, but can be significantly amplified or diminished by its emotional state. This isn't just about a Pokemon being happy or sad, but a direct measurable impact on the potency and control of its elemental attacks. A fire-type starter, like Charmander, when experiencing intense anger or fierce determination, might find its flames burning hotter, its fire-type attacks having a wider radius or a more explosive impact, as its emotional energy directly fuels its elemental power. Conversely, if it is deeply saddened or fearful, its flame might flicker, become less potent, or even be temporarily extinguished, reflecting its internal turmoil. A water-type starter like Squirtle, when feeling calm, focused, and confident, might exhibit unparalleled control over its water attacks, able to shape and direct them with incredible precision and force. Its water might be purer, its jets more powerful. However, if it is overcome with anxiety or despair, its water attacks might become erratic, weaker, or even lose their cohesive form, manifesting as weak splashes rather than directed streams. A grass-type starter like Bulbasaur, when feeling serene, nurturing, or deeply connected to its environment, might see its plant-based attacks flourish, its vines growing stronger, its spores more potent, and its healing abilities more effective. If it feels overwhelmed, distressed, or disconnected, its plants might wilt, its attacks become sluggish, and its ability to draw energy from the earth might be hampered. This emotional elemental resonance underscores the deep, almost spiritual connection between a starter Pokemon's inner world and its outward elemental manifestation, making the bond with its trainer not just about strategy, but about fostering a stable and positive emotional environment for the Pokemon to truly flourish. Let's explore the aura of natural leadership that many starter Pokemon, especially in their fully evolved forms, often unconsciously project. This isn't a deliberate act of dominance, but a subtle, innate quality that causes other wild Pokemon, and even some lesser evolved Pokemon on a trainer's team, to naturally defer to them or follow their lead in complex situations. A Venusaur, with its grounded and ancient presence, often exudes an aura of placid authority. In a forest, wild grass type Pokemon might naturally gravitate towards its presence, finding reassurance and a subtle guidance in its movements and even its silent communication, often following its lead to find food sources or navigate environmental shifts. A Charizard, with its powerful flight and fiery intensity, often commands respect and at times a degree of fear. Other flying Pokemon, or even some ground dwelling ones, might unconsciously give it a wider berth, or in times of crisis, look to it as a beacon of power and protection, following its aerial maneuvers in a coordinated fashion, even without direct command. A Blastoise, with its immense physical presence and unwavering demeanor, projects an aura of stability and protective strength. In aquatic environments, since other water type Pokemon might instinctively cluster around it, seeking its sturdy presence as a defensive anchor or following its movements when navigating treacherous currents or migrating. This aura of natural leadership suggests that starter Pokemon are not just powerful individuals, but natural ecological and social anchors within their respective environments, embodying a primal authority that helps maintain balance and order within the Pokemon world, a silent testament to their profound influence. Consider the elemental feedback loop present in starter Pokemon. This phenomenon describes a dynamic interplay where the successful use of their elemental abilities not only expends energy but also, in a very subtle way, reinforces and refines the very elemental channels within their bodies. It's a form of self optimization through practical application. When a Charmander successfully lands a powerful flamethrower, the act of channeling and expelling that raw fire type energy not only depletes some of its reserves, but also, in a microsensory way, strengthens the internal pathways for fire production, making the next flamethrower slightly more efficient to execute, or potentially even slightly more potent. It's like exercising a muscle, but for elemental power. A Squirtle, repeatedly using Water Gun with precision and focus, finds that its internal hydrogenerators become more finely tuned, its control over water more intuitive, leading to a smoother, more powerful expulsion of water in subsequent attacks. The act of successful elemental manipulation provides sensory feedback to its internal systems, allowing for continuous, subtle adjustments. A Bulbasaur utilizing its Vine Whip to deftly manipulate its environment or engage in battle finds that the bioelectrical impulses that control its plant appendages become more robust and responsive, allowing for quicker, more precise movements and a stronger connection to its inherent grass type energy. This elemental feedback loop means that the more a starter Pokemon uses its elemental abilities, particularly with success and strategic intent, the more proficient it subtly becomes, leading to a natural progression of mastery that goes beyond mere training, embedding the learning directly into its biological processes, a continuous cycle of improvement. The subtle climate modification that high-level, fully evolved starter Pokémon can induce in their immediate surroundings is another fascinating, often unnoticed aspect of their power. This isn't a dramatic, instantaneous terraforming, but a gradual, localized alteration of microclimates over long periods, especially in areas where they frequently reside. A Venusaur, for example, living in a particular glade for many years, might contribute to a subtle increase in the area's humidity and soil fertility, fostering a more lush and verdant ecosystem than the surrounding areas. The air might feel slightly fresher and the temperature a tad milder, all thanks to its constant grass type energy emanations and biological processes. A Charizard establishing a roost on a mountain peak or in a cave might cause a very localized, subtle elevation of ambient temperature, melting snow slightly faster around its perch, or preventing frost from forming in its immediate vicinity during colder months. The very air around its chosen den might feel subtly warmer and drier, even in harsh conditions. A Blastoise, dwelling in a specific section of a river or lake, could subtly influence the water temperature, making it slightly cooler or warmer depending on its internal state and needs, which in turn could affect the local aquatic flora and fauna, attracting specific species or deterring others. The water itself might feel subtly cleaner or have a different energetic resonance. This subtle climate modification highlights how these powerful creatures are not just inhabitants of their environment, but active, albeit gentle participants in shaping it, leaving their unique elemental signature on the very fabric of the world around them, a testament to their deep connection to the natural order. This deep connection extends even to the symbiotic relationships with wild Pokémon that many starter Pokémon, particularly those in their evolved forms, often cultivate. These aren't merely accidental cohabitations, but rather mutually beneficial arrangements that showcase a complex ecological intelligence. A Venusaur, with its broad, sun-absorbing petals and rich, fertile aura, might attract a diverse array of smaller grass-type Pokémon, such as Oddish or Bellsprout, which benefit from the enhanced soil nutrients and protective shade provided by the Venusaur. In return, these smaller Pokémon might inadvertently assist the Venusaur by aerating the soil, dispersing its seeds, or even acting as an early warning system against potential threats due to their greater numbers and acute senses. The Venusaur, in its majestic stillness, creates a thriving micro-ecosystem around itself, a living testament to its biological generosity. Similarly, a Charizard, especially one that has established a territory, might find itself in a symbiotic relationship with rock or ground-type Pokémon, such as Geodude or Onix. These Pokémon, with their sturdy bodies and natural defenses, could serve as guardians for the Charizard's nest or hunting grounds, their presence deterring intruders. In exchange, the Charizard's fiery presence could help clear away dense vegetation, create warm updrafts that benefit flying creatures, or even inadvertently forge new pathways in rocky terrain with its powerful flame attacks, creating new foraging opportunities for its ground-dwelling companions. The very heat emanating from a resting Charizard could provide warmth in cold mountain regions, a life-giving essence for creatures sensitive to the chill. A Blastoise, with its mastery over water, might form alliances with other water-type Pokémon like Poliwag or Magikarp. The Blastoise's powerful water cannons could create currents that guide schools of fish towards prime feeding grounds or clear aquatic debris, making the environment more hospitable. In return, the smaller Pokemon could act as scouts, alerting the Blastoise to changes in water conditions, the presence of predators, or the location of abundant food sources. The Blastoise might even provide shelter for smaller aquatic Pokemon within its powerful shell or the eddies created by its movements, a mobile sanctuary in the vastness of the water. Those symbiotic relationships demonstrate that starter Pokemon, far from being solitary creatures, are integral components of their ecosystems, fostering complex interdependencies that enhance the vitality of their natural habitats. The genetic memory and inherited battle strategies within starter Pokemon is another layer of their profound existence, a fascinating concept that suggests a deeper, almost ancestral form of learning. It posits that certain innate abilities, particularly those related to combat and survival, are not solely acquired through individual training or experience, but are also passed down through generations within their genetic code. This isn't about remembering specific past events, but rather an inheritance of foundational tactical instincts and elemental proficiencies. For instance, a newly hatched Charmander, even without direct experience, might exhibit an instinctive understanding of how to use its tail flame to ward off predators, or how to position itself for optimal fire breath attacks. This isn't learned behavior in the traditional sense, but rather a pre-programmed response honed over countless generations of its ancestors facing similar challenges. A Squirtle, fresh from the egg, might instinctively know to retract into its shell when threatened, or how to subtly manipulate water currents to create a defensive barrier. The precise angle for a water gun attack that maximizes impact, or the optimal timing for a shell smash maneuver, might be unconsciously understood, a whisper from its lineage echoing in its nascent mind. Similarly, a Bulbasaur, upon emerging, might possess an innate understanding of how to absorb sunlight efficiently, or how to subtly extend its vines to probe its surroundings for sustenance. The inherent resilience of grass types, their ability to draw energy from the earth, might be amplified by this genetic memory, making them inherently more attuned to their environment from birth. This genetic memory suggests that the very first Bulbasaur, Charmander, and Squirtle, the progenitors of their respective lines, developed fundamental battle strategies that proved highly effective for their survival. These successful strategies were then subtly encoded into their DNA, passed down through the millennia, becoming an intrinsic part of what it means to be a Bulbasaur, Charmander, or Squirtle. It's why, even when confronted with entirely new situations, these Pokemon often display an uncanny ability to adapt, drawing upon a deep well of ancestral knowledge that guides their actions, particularly in moments of high stress or danger. This inheritance speaks to a continuity of life and learning that transcends individual lifespans, linking each starter Pokemon to a vast and ancient lineage of elemental mastery. The impact of trainers' emotional state on elemental attacks is a subtle but potent aspect of a starter Pokemon's power, often overlooked by trainers focused solely on stats and movesets. It suggests that the emotional resonance between a Pokemon and its trainer can profoundly influence the strength, precision, and even the very nature of its elemental attacks. This isn't mere encouragement or motivation, it's a deeper, almost telepathic link where the trainer's inner state is subtly mirrored in their Pokemon's abilities. When a trainer is calm, focused, and confident, their Pokemon's elemental attacks tend to be more stable, precise, and powerful, a reflection of the clear intent guiding them. A well aimed ember from a calm Charmander might burn hotter and fly truer than one from an anxious or frustrated one. Conversely, a trainer experiencing intense fear, anger, or confusion might inadvertently transmit these turbulent emotions to their Pokemon, leading to erratic, less potent, or even misdirected attacks. A Blastoise, commanded by a trainer riddled with doubt, might launch a hydro pump that lacks its usual force or struggles to maintain its focused stream. The water might feel less vibrant, less imbued with the Pokemon's innate power. A Venusaur, under the guidance of a stressed or angry trainer, might find its Vine Whip attacks less agile, their movements more hesitant, lacking the characteristic swiftness and precision. The energy flowing through its vines might feel constrained, less free flowing. This phenomenon underscores the profound bond between trainer and Pokemon, highlighting that it's not just about commands, but about a shared mental and emotional space. A trainer's emotional state can act as a subtle filter or amplifier for their Pokemon's elemental energy. A deep sense of trust and mutual understanding between trainer and Pokemon creates a harmonious synergy, allowing the Pokemon to fully unleash its potential, its elemental attacks becoming extensions of a unified will. This isn't just about training techniques, it's about the cultivation of a true partnership where emotional intelligence is as crucial as strategic prowess in unlocking the full power of a starter Pokemon. Another rarely discussed facet is the unique energy signature of each starter line. While all fire types generate heat, all water types manipulate water, and all grass types draw upon plant energy, each starter Pokemon line possesses a distinct energetic fingerprint, a nuanced quality that sets its elemental manifestations apart from others of its type. This isn't just about appearance, it's about the very essence of their elemental power. A Charmander's fire, for instance, has a particular quality to it, perhaps a slightly more intense, focused heat, or a unique flickering pattern that differentiates it from the flames produced by a Vulpix or a Growlithe. It might burn with a subtle, almost metallic scent, or leave behind a distinct residue. This signature is an inherent part of its genetic makeup, passed down through its lineage. Similarly, a Squirtle's water manipulation carries a unique energetic signature. Its water gun might feel denser, more concussive, with a distinctive pressure profile that differs from the water attacks of a Psyduck or a seal. Perhaps the water it expels has a subtle, almost crystalline appearance, or a slightly different molecular structure that makes it uniquely effective in certain situations. The very sound of its water attacks might carry a distinct resonance. A Bulbasaur's grass-type energy also possesses a singular signature. Its vines might have a slightly different tensile strength, or emit a unique bioluminescence when charged with energy, distinct from the vines of a Tangela or a Bellsprout. The scent of the flora it manipulates might be subtly different, more vibrant, or carry a unique earthy undertone, reflecting the specific energetic quality of its plant-based powers. These unique energy signatures are not just aesthetic distinctions, they have practical implications. They might influence how effectively a specific elemental attack interacts with certain materials or other elemental types, or how it contributes to the overall elemental balance of an ecosystem. This subtle differentiation highlights the incredible biodiversity within the Pokemon world, even among creatures sharing the same elemental typing. It reinforces the idea that each starter Pokemon line is not merely a generic representative of its type, but a uniquely refined and specialized manifestation of elemental power, a testament to millions of years of evolutionary refinement and adaptation, making each interaction with their abilities a distinctly unique experience, a quiet symphony of elemental forces playing out in subtle variations across the world. The very air around them carries the echo of their unique energetic presence, an imperceptible hum to most, but a profound resonance to those deeply attuned to the natural world. This inherent uniqueness extends beyond their elemental attacks, permeating their very biology and behavior. Consider the specific adaptations that allow each starter to thrive in its natural habitat before it ever meets a trainer. A Charmander, for example, is not just a fire lizard. It possesses an internal furnace capable of generating and sustaining temperatures that would be lethal to most other creatures. Its scales, though seemingly ordinary, are likely specially adapted to dissipate or absorb heat, preventing self-incineration while allowing it to bask in extreme temperatures. The flame on its tail isn't merely a decorative feature, it's a vital organ intricately linked to its life force. Its size and intensity are direct indicators of the Charmander's health and emotional state, a literal burning barometer of its well-being. A strong, vibrant flame signifies robust health and vitality, while a flickering, weak flame can be a sign of illness or distress. This connection suggests a deeply intertwined relationship between its physical form and its elemental power, where one directly influences the other. The very air around a Charmander might feel subtly warmer, even when it's not actively using a fire move, a testament to the constant, low-level heat it radiates. Its natural diet might also reflect its fiery nature, perhaps consisting of minerals rich in certain elements that fuel its internal combustion, or even small fire-resistant organisms. Similarly, a Squirtle's shell is more than just a defensive plate. It's a marvel of natural engineering, capable of withstanding immense pressure and impact, yet also hydrodynamically shaped to allow for swift movement through water. The ridges and curves of its shell might be designed to reduce drag, or even to create subtle currents that aid in propulsion. Its ability to retract into its shell isn't just for protection. It could also serve to conserve energy, regulate body temperature, or even to create a temporary, self-contained aquatic environment in harsh conditions. The unique composition of its shell might allow it to absorb and store water, making it surprisingly resilient to dehydration. Its powerful water cannon, the water gun, isn't just expelled water. It's water that has been pressurized and focused through specialized internal organs, perhaps drawing upon reserves stored within its body, or even condensed from the surrounding humidity. The very texture of a Squirtle's skin might be subtly different from other aquatic Pokemon, perhaps designed to repel water or to allow for a unique form of cutaneous respiration, absorbing oxygen directly through its skin when submerged. Its diet, too, would be perfectly adapted to its aquatic environment, perhaps specializing in certain types of algae or small invertebrates found in freshwater ecosystems. The way it moves, even on land, might reveal a subtle grace, an inherent understanding of fluid dynamics. A Bulbasaur's bulb, the most iconic feature of its initial form, is a true symbiotic wonder. It's not just a plant growing on its back, it's an integral part of its physiology, deeply intertwined with its nervous system and metabolic processes. This bulb acts as a living battery, absorbing solar energy through photosynthesis and converting it into nourishment and energy for the Bulbasaur. It's a continuous, self sustaining energy source, allowing the Bulbasaur to endure for extended periods without traditional food, especially in sunny environments. The specific type of plant that forms the bulb is highly specialized, perhaps a unique species found nowhere else, perfectly adapted to Bulbasaur's needs. Its leaves and petals might possess unique photoreceptors, allowing for more efficient energy conversion than typical plants. The roots of this bulb likely extend deep into the Bulbasaur's body, providing a direct conduit for nutrients and energy. The scent it emits, particularly when healthy and vibrant, might be uniquely calming or even possess subtle healing properties for other plant life around it. Its natural habitat would be rich in organic matter, allowing it to supplement its solar energy with nutrients absorbed through its feet, which might be specially adapted to draw sustenance from the soil. The way a Bulbasaur interacts with its environment, gently nudging plants, perhaps even subtly influencing their growth with its unique energy signature, speaks to a deep connection with the botanical world. Its eyes might even be subtly adapted to perceive light in wavelengths invisible to other Pokémon, allowing it to better gauge the health and energy levels of the flora around it. These deeply integrated biological features are not merely superficial traits, they are fundamental to the starter Pokemon's survival and evolutionary success. They represent millions of years of natural selection, refining each species to perfectly fit its ecological niche. This intricate design suggests a level of biological complexity that far surpasses what is immediately apparent. We often see them as starter Pokemon, implying a simplicity, but in truth, that they are highly evolved, sophisticated creatures from the moment they are born. Their initial forms, though small and seemingly unassuming, are packed with latent potential and intricate biological mechanisms that will develop and strengthen as they evolve into their more powerful forms. The transition from Charmander to Charmeleon and then to Charizard is not just a growth in size, but a profound transformation of its internal fire-generating systems, its skeletal structure, and its ability to manipulate flames with greater precision and power. The development of wings in Charizard, for instance, represents a monumental evolutionary leap, requiring a complete redesign of its respiratory and muscular systems to support flight and the intense heat it generates. Similarly, Squirtle's evolution into Wartortle and then Blastoise involves significant changes to its hydrodynamic capabilities and defensive structures. Wartortle's feathery ears and tail, while aesthetically pleasing, might also serve an unknown sensory or even water manipulating purpose, perhaps acting as stabilizers in strong currents or even as subtle antennae for detecting change in water pressure. Blastoise's iconic cannons emerging from its shell are not simple additions. They are highly specialized biological weapons, capable of firing jets of water with immense force and accuracy. The internal mechanisms required to generate and sustain such pressure, as well as the structural integrity of the shell to withstand the recoil, are truly astounding feats of natural engineering. The water it fires might even be drawn directly from its environment and purified or superpressurized within its body before expulsion, a testament to its advanced hydraulic system. Bulbasaur's evolution to Ivysaur and then Venusaur also showcases a remarkable transformation. The bulb grows larger, its petals unfurl, and it becomes an even more integrated and powerful energy source. Ivysaur's larger bulb and emerging leaves suggest an increased capacity for photosynthesis and a greater ability to manipulate plant matter. Venusaur, with its massive flower, becomes a living botanical powerhouse. The flower, which serves as a potent energy conduit, might also emit powerful pheromones that influence other plant life, or even create a localized microclimate conducive to plant growth. The evolution is not just about the plant on its back, but also about the Bulbasaur's own body adapting to support and utilize this growing botanical appendage. Its skin might become more resistant to toxins, its internal systems more efficient at processing plant-derived energy, and its very senses might become more attuned to the subtle energies of the natural world. The scent of a Venusaur's flower is said to be incredibly captivating, perhaps a natural defense mechanism or a way to attract specific pollinators vital to its own reproductive cycle, even as a powerful Pokémon itself. These evolutionary lines, while distinct, also share a common thread, an incremental refinement of their elemental powers and a deepening of their connection to their respective elements. They are not merely becoming stronger, they are becoming more elemental. Their forms, their abilities, and even their temperaments become more intrinsically linked to the fire, water, or grass that defines them. This profound elemental connection is what makes them such potent and reliable partners for trainers, offering a foundational understanding of elemental combat that is both intuitive and deeply strategic. The nuances of their elemental interactions, even at the most basic level, are a microcosm of the larger energetic dance of the Pokémon world. Understanding a Charmander's fire is to begin to understand all fire Pokémon, just as mastering a Squirtle's water unlocks insights into the vast ocean of water types. This deep integration of elemental power and biological form also hints at the potential for these starter Pokémon to influence their surrounding environments in subtle ways. A wild Charizard, for instance, might create localized updrafts or even subtly alter weather patterns in its territory due to the immense heat it generates, making the air around its favored nesting grounds perceptibly warmer or drier. Its presence alone could influence the types of plants that grow in its vicinity, favoring those tolerant of heat and arid conditions. Similarly, a Blastoise, particularly a powerful one, might subtly alter the currents of a river or the temperature of a lake, creating specific microhabitats that benefit certain aquatic species. Its powerful water attacks could even erode specific rock formations over time, shaping the very landscape. A Venusaur, through its potent botanical influence, could encourage the growth of lush vegetation, perhaps even accelerating the healing of damaged ecosystems or influencing the fertility of the soil within its domain. Its presence could lead to an abundance of specific flora, attracting a diverse range of herbivores and insects, creating a thriving, balanced ecosystem around it. These subtle environmental impacts are a testament to the fact that Pokemon are not just creatures, they are living forces of nature, deeply intertwined with the fabric of their world. Their existence shapes the environment, just as the environment shapes them. The starter Pokemon, in their foundational elemental forms, offer a unique window into this profound and reciprocal relationship, demonstrating how even the seemingly simple beginnings of a powerful Pokemon journey are rooted in an incredible depth of biological and elemental complexity. Their very breathing, their movements, the subtle shifts in their elemental aura all contribute to the intricate tapestry of the natural world, a quiet, continuous conversation between life and the elements. The gentle rustling of leaves stirred by a Bulbasaur, the shimmering heat radiating from a Charmander, the soft gurgle of water around a Squirtle. These are not just incidental sounds or sights, but expressions of their unique elemental identities, contributing to the serene, ever present hum of the world around us. Each serves as a subtle anchor, connecting the vast, overarching elemental forces of the world to the smallest, most intimate moments of life, a quiet reassurance of the intricate balance that holds everything together. This intricate balance extends even to the subtle, energetic fields these Pokemon generate, fields that are often imperceptible to the untrained eye, but are nonetheless vital to their interactions and their environment. Consider the gentle, almost imperceptible warmth emanating from a Charmander, a subtle, energetic signature that influences not just the air temperature, but also the emotional state of those around it. This isn't just about physical heat, it's about a soothing, protective aura that can calm anxious thoughts and foster a sense of security. Similarly, the cool, refreshing presence of a Squirtle can bring a sense of tranquility, a subtle dampening of overactive thoughts, creating an atmosphere conducive to clear thinking and peaceful contemplation. And the soft, earthy vibration from a Bulbasaur, a grounding energy that promotes a sense of rootedness and stability, can alleviate feelings of restlessness and bring one closer to a state of natural harmony. These are not merely fanciful observations, they are deeply ingrained aspects of their elemental nature, subtle communications that precede and accompany their more overt actions. Those elemental signatures also play a role in how they interact with other Pokemon, even those of different types. A Charmander's fiery presence might inadvertently dry out the soil, making it less hospitable for grass-type Pokemon, or it might attract bug-type Pokemon that thrive in warmer, drier climates. Conversely, a Squirtle's aquatic influence could create ideal conditions for water-type plants and insects, subtly shaping the local biodiversity. A Bulbasaur, with its deeply rooted connection to plant life, could foster an environment rich in berries and medicinal herbs, providing sustenance and healing for a wide array of creatures. It's a delicate dance of cause and effect, where the mere presence of a starter Pokemon can initiate a cascade of ecological changes, demonstrating their profound influence on the interwoven web of life. Moving beyond these initial environmental interactions, let's delve into some lesser known aspects of their evolutionary lines. Did you know that the distinct coloration of a shiny Charizard, with its striking black scales and red wings, is not merely an aesthetic variation? Lore suggests this unusual pigmentation might be a faint echo of its draconic heritage, a deeper connection to the ancient, primordial dragons that are said to have once roamed the world. This specific color mutation could signify a slightly different metabolic rate, or even a subtle alteration in its elemental fire, perhaps making it burn at a slightly higher temperature or with a more concentrated intensity. It's a rare genetic expression that hints at a hidden depth within its lineage, a whisper of its true, powerful origins. Similarly, the unique blue hue of a shiny Blastoise, a shade deeper and more vibrant than its regular counterpart, is theorized to be a result of a highly purified internal water system. This could mean its water attacks are not just visually different, but potentially even more potent, carrying a higher vibrational frequency or a greater density of elemental energy. Imagine the sheer force of water expelled from a Blastoise, whose internal systems are operating at peak, almost crystalline efficiency. This enhanced purity could also contribute to its longevity or its ability to withstand extreme environmental pressures, making it an even more formidable presence in aquatic environments. And for Venusaur, the shiny form, with its striking golden flower, is often linked to an extraordinary abundance of chlorophyll and other photosynthetic pigments. This isn't just about looking beautiful, it suggests an even greater capacity for energy absorption from sunlight, potentially allowing it to perform photosynthesis at an accelerated rate or in less ideal conditions. A golden Venusaur might therefore possess an even more vibrant life force, its floral emissions carrying a stronger healing or growth inducing essence. It's a visual testament to an enhanced connection to the sun and the very essence of life energy, a subtle evolution within its botanical power. These shiny variations, while often treated as mere collector's items, offer a deeper insight into the genetic potential and elemental nuances within each starter line. They are not just palette swaps, they are subtle indicators of underlying biological and energetic differences that contribute to the rich tapestry of Pokemon diversity. Consider also the subtle, often overlooked vocalizations of these Pokemon. A Charmander's soft chuff, a whisper of smoke and warmth, can convey a surprising range of emotions, from contentment to quiet anticipation. Its roar, while powerful, is not just a display of aggression. It can also be a territorial marker, a communication with other fire types, or even a call for assistance. Its specific inflections, carrying nuanced meanings, only understood by those who truly listen. The deep, resonant rumble of a Blastoise, a sound that vibrates through the water and the earth, can likewise communicate warnings, express satisfaction, or even act as a low-frequency sonar, helping it navigate murky depths. This isn't just noise, it's a form of elemental communication where the very medium of the sound, water, carries additional layers of information, and a Bulbasaur's gentle snorts and rustles, often accompanied by the faint scent of damp earth and growing things, are a continuous commentary on its surroundings, a subtle dialogue with the plant life it tends. A soft hum might indicate active photosynthesis, while a low growl could signal a protective stance over its burgeoning garden. These vocalizations, often overlooked in the heat of battle, are vital for understanding the true nature of these creatures. They are the background hum of their existence, a constant stream of information about their well-being, their intentions, and their connection to the world around them. To truly understand a starter Pokemon is to listen not just to its cries, but to the subtle symphony of its elemental being. Another fascinating, yet often unremarked upon aspect of these starter Pokemon is their unique sleep patterns and dream states. A Charmander, for instance, is known to sleep curled around its flame, its breathing slow and steady, the flame itself flickering in rhythm with its subconscious mind. Experienced trainers have reported seeing the flame momentarily flare or diminish in response to the Charmander's dreams, perhaps reflecting an imagined hunt or a peaceful memory of basking in the sun. The flame is not just a part of its body, it is an extension of its very consciousness, a living gauge of its internal state, even during slumber. A Squirtle often seeks out shallow, calm waters for sleep, sometimes burying itself partially in soft sand or mud. Its breathing becomes incredibly slow, almost imperceptible, a state of deep, restorative rest. Trainers who have observed a sleeping Squirtle report that the water around it seems to subtly ripple or shimmer with an almost hypnotic cadence, as if its dreams are gently influencing the surrounding liquid medium. Perhaps it dreams of vast oceans, of powerful currents, or of the playful chase of other aquatic Pokemon. Its subconscious mind and still deeply intertwined with the element of water. And a Bulbasaur, perhaps most uniquely, often seeks out sun-drenched patches of earth for its slumber, its bulb slowly pulsing with stored light energy. During sleep, the bulb continues its gentle photosynthesis, absorbing ambient light, even in the absence of direct sunlight, a testament to its profound connection to plant life. Some trainers claim to have witnessed faint, almost luminescent patterns briefly appearing on the bulb's surface during a Bulbasaur's deep sleep, as if its dreams are manifesting as ephemeral, glowing etchings of leaves or flowers. It's a visual representation of its internal botanical world, a silent, glowing dream. These unique sleep behaviors underscore the deep elemental connection of each starter to its respective type, even in unconsciousness. Their bodies and their environments are interwoven in a continuous, reciprocal dance, even when they are at their most vulnerable. Furthermore, the initial bond formed with a starter Pokemon, often the first Pokemon a trainer receives, is not merely a sentimental attachment. There is a strong theory among experienced Pokemon professors that this initial bond fundamentally influences the trainer's future affinity for certain Pokemon types. A trainer who starts with a fire type, for example, might unconsciously develop a deeper understanding of fire type Pokemon, finding it easier to communicate with them, to predict their actions, and to harness their full potential. This isn't just about training, it's about a subtle attunement, an energetic resonance established early in their journey. This goes beyond simple preference. It's suggested that the elemental energy of the starter Pokemon subtly imprints upon the trainer's own aura, creating a sympathetic vibration that makes them more receptive to Pokemon of that elemental family. It's a foundational energetic connection, a subtle shaping of the trainer's very essence. This could explain why some trainers seem to have an innate knack for certain types, effortlessly forming strong bonds and achieving remarkable feats with them, while struggling with others. Conversely, trainers who choose a starter of a type that is inherently challenging for them, perhaps due to their own innate elemental leanings, often develop a more profound and well-rounded understanding of all types as they overcome these initial hurdles. They are forced to stretch their understanding, to learn new ways of thinking and interacting, ultimately becoming more versatile and empathetic trainers. The initial choice, therefore, is not just a choice of a companion, it's a choice that shapes the very trajectory of their growth as a person and as a trainer. The enduring mystery of the starter Pokémon also lies in the question of their origin. While they are often given to new trainers, their presence in the wild is relatively rare, especially in regions where they are traditionally distributed. This scarcity leads to much speculation. Are they, in some sense, semi domesticated from birth, bred specifically for their role as companions to new trainers? Or do they represent a primeval lineage, their wild populations simply concentrated in remote, untouched ecosystems that are rarely encountered by humans? The fact that they are consistently offered as the first choice suggests a degree of intentionality in their distribution, hinting at a long standing tradition within the Pokemon world, perhaps even a subtle form of stewardship over these profoundly influential creatures. This intentionality could stem from a recognition of their unique elemental balance and their capacity to foster deep bonds. They are not merely powerful, they possess an inherent stability and an adaptability that makes them ideal teachers for nascent trainers. They represent a harmonious blend of strength and companionship, a perfect introduction to the complex and rewarding world of Pokemon. Their rarity in the wild, therefore, might not be due to a lack of natural population, but rather a deliberate conservation effort, ensuring that these special Pokemon are introduced into the world in a controlled and meaningful way, always in the care of those who will learn and grow alongside them. This thoughtful distribution speaks volumes about the respect and understanding that the Pokemon world holds for these foundational creatures, recognizing their pivotal role in shaping not just battles, but entire lives and futures. It's a testament to their quiet, enduring power, a power that begins with a gentle spark, a soft gurgle, or a rustle of leaves, and grows into a profound understanding of the interconnectedness of all things. In the quiet depths of the Sinnoh region, where ancient legends whisper through mountain passes and crystalline lakes reflect the endless sky, there exists a tapestry of secrets woven into the very fabric of this mystical land. As you settle into comfort and let your breathing slow, allow yourself to drift into a world where time moves differently, where the boundaries between myth and reality blur like morning mist over Lake Rarity. The Sinnoh region holds within its borders mysteries that even the most dedicated trainers rarely discover. These are not the obvious truths found in guidebooks or spoken of in Pokemon centers, but rather the hidden knowledge that sleeps beneath the surface, waiting patiently to be uncovered by those who listen carefully to the subtle rhythms of this ancient place. Deep within the genetic code of Arceus, the alpha Pokemon, lies a fascinating anomaly that speaks to the very nature of creation itself. When researchers first examined Arceus's cellular structure using advanced crystallography techniques, they discovered that its DNA contains exactly 1,000 distinct segments, each corresponding to a different type combination that could theoretically exist. This suggests that Arceus was designed not merely as the creator of Pokemon, but as a living library of all possible evolutionary pathways, carrying within itself the blueprint for every creature that could ever exist in any reality. The relationship between Dialga and Palkia extends far beyond their legendary rivalry over temporal and spatial dominance. Ancient texts discovered in the Kanalave library's restricted archives reveal that these two beings were once a single entity, a primordial force that existed before the concepts of time and space had meaning. The original being, known in forgotten tongues as Chronosmos, possessed the ability to exist in all moments and all places simultaneously. However, the strain of containing such infinite perspective proved too great, and Chronosmos underwent a cosmic mitosis, splitting into two complementary halves that would forever seek to reunite while being fundamentally unable to coexist in the same dimensional space. Giratina's banishment to the distortion world was not merely a punishment for its violence, but rather a necessary quarantine to prevent reality itself from unraveling. The renegade Pokemon's unique physiology generates antimatter at a cellular level, and its presence in the normal world creates microscopic tears in the fabric of space-time. These tears, invisible to most observers, can be detected by sensitive instruments as brief fluctuations in gravitational fields. Interestingly, ghost-type Pokemon are naturally drawn to these areas, as the antimatter resonates with their own ethereal nature, explaining why ghost types become more active and powerful in locations where Giratina has recently manifested. The three Lake Guardians, Uxie, Mesprit, and Azelf, share a collective consciousness that operates on principles similar to quantum entanglement. When one of these Pokemon experiences a significant emotional or psychic event, the other two instantaneously experience complementary reactions regardless of the distance separating them. This phenomenon was first documented by Professor Rowan's predecessor, Dr. Carolina Berlitz, who noticed that sedating Uxie for research purposes caused Mesprit to become hyperactive and Azelf to enter a state of profound meditation. The three beings function as a distributed processing system for human consciousness, with Uxie handling memory storage and retrieval, Mesprit managing emotional regulation, and Azelf coordinating willpower and decision-making across the entire human population of Sinnoh. The evolutionary line of Turtwig holds secrets that connect directly to the region's geological history. The shell patterns on Grotley and Torterra are not merely decorative, but rather topographical maps that correspond to the underground cave systems beneath Sinnoh. Each individual's shell pattern is unique and reflects the specific mineral composition of the soil where its Turtwig form first took root. Researchers have used these natural maps to discover previously unknown caverns and underground water sources, leading to the theory that Torterra serve as living geological surveys, unconsciously monitoring and recording changes in the Earth's structure over their centuries-long lifespans. Chimchar's tail flame contains a previously unknown form of plasma that burns at temperatures exceeding those found in stellar cores, yet somehow maintains a stable form at normal atmospheric pressure. This plasma, dubbed biostellar matter by Pokemon physicists, exhibits properties that challenge our understanding of thermodynamics. The flame's temperature appears to be inversely related to the Pokemon's emotional state, burning hottest when the Chimchar is calm and content, and coolest during moments of excitement or stress. This counterintuitive relationship suggests that Chimchar's flame is not merely a biological function, but rather a window into an alternate dimension where the laws of physics operate in reverse. Piplup's seemingly simple appearance belies a sophisticated internal navigation system that rivals the most advanced human technology. The penguin Pokemon's beak contains magnetite crystals arranged in a helical pattern that can detect magnetic field variations as small as 0.001 Gauss. This sensitivity allows Piplup to navigate not only by the planet's magnetic field, but also by the magnetic signatures of individual Pokemon, enabling them to track specific creatures across vast distances. The evolutionary transition to Prinplup enhances this ability by adding echolocation capabilities, while Empoleon develops the capacity to generate controlled electromagnetic pulses that can interfere with electronic devices within a 50-meter radius. The honey produced by Combee contains trace amounts of temporal particles that cause it to age at a rate different from normal matter. Fresh Combee honey appears to exist in a state of temporal flux, simultaneously displaying characteristics of honey that is minutes old, days old, and years old. This temporal instability makes it incredibly valuable for certain alchemical processes, but also means that it cannot be stored using conventional methods. The honey must be consumed within exactly 47 minutes of harvesting, or it will phase shift into a parallel timeline where it never existed, leaving behind only an empty container and a faint scent of flowers that bloomed in another reality. Buzel's tail functions as more than a flotation device, serving as a sophisticated hydrodynamic computer that calculates water currents, pressure changes, and the movement patterns of aquatic life forms in real time. The tail's surface is covered in microscopic sensors that can detect chemical traces left by other Pokemon in concentrations as low as 1 part per trillion. This ability allows Buizel to track the movement of fish Pokemon through water systems across entire river networks, making them invaluable partners for aquatic research. When Buizel evolves into Floatzel, these sensors become so sensitive that they can detect the emotional states of water-dwelling Pokemon by analyzing the stress hormones dissolved in their aquatic environment. The relationship between Cranidos and Shieldon represents one of the most fascinating examples of co-evolutionary adaptation in the fossil record. Recent paleontological evidence suggests that these ancient Pokemon engaged in ritualistic battles that served not as displays of dominance, but as a form of symbiotic evolution. Cranidos would repeatedly strike Shieldon's armor with precisely calculated force, creating microscopic stress fractures that triggered adaptive responses in the Shield Pokemon's defensive capabilities. In return, Shieldon's increasingly sophisticated armor provided Cranidos with more challenging targets, driving the development of more powerful and precise headbutting techniques. This mutually beneficial arrangement continued for millions of years, creating an evolutionary arms race that pushed both species to incredible extremes of specialization. The fossilized remains of these ancient training grounds reveal circular patterns worn into stone by countless generations of Cranidos and Shieldon, with geological analysis indicating that some sites were used continuously for over 10,000 years. The depth and complexity of these worn patterns suggest that the battles followed intricate choreographed sequences, passed down through generations like an ancient dance. Modern Cranidos and Shieldon still retain genetic memories of these rituals, occasionally performing abbreviated versions when they encounter each other in the wild, though they no longer possess the full knowledge of the elaborate ceremonies their ancestors once practiced. Chateau's ability to mimic human speech extends far beyond simple repetition, as their vocal apparatus can reproduce sounds at frequencies both above and below the range of human hearing. Wild Chateau colonies develop complex linguistic systems that incorporate ultrasonic and infrasonic elements, creating layered communications that convey multiple meanings simultaneously. A single Chateau call might contain a surface message audible to humans, while carrying entirely different information in the ultrasonic range that only other Chatot can detect. These hidden frequencies often contain emotional context, territorial markers, and even rudimentary historical records passed down through generations. Researchers have documented Chatot communities maintaining oral histories spanning over 2 centuries, with each generation adding new verses to epic songs that chronicle significant events, weather patterns, and the movements of other Pokemon species. The spiral shell of Shellos contains a naturally occurring crystalline structure that functions as a biological compass, but this navigation system operates on principles that transcend simple magnetism. The crystals within the shell resonate with gravitational fluctuations caused by the movements of celestial bodies, allowing Shellos to navigate not only across terrestrial distances, but also to sense the approach of astronomical events. Wild Shellos have been observed gathering in specific locations days before meteor showers, solar eclipses, and other cosmic phenomena, suggesting that their shells can detect gravitational waves generated by distant astronomical objects. When Shellos evolves into Gastrodon, this sensitivity becomes so refined that they can predict tidal patterns with perfect accuracy weeks in advance. And some coastal communities have relied on Gastrodon behavior to prepare for tsunamis and other oceanic disturbances. The bioluminescent patterns displayed by Finneon serve multiple functions beyond simple communication, acting as a form of living artwork that influences the emotional states of other aquatic Pokemon. The specific wavelengths of light produced by Finneon's photophores have been found to trigger the release of endorphins in fish Pokemon, creating feelings of calm and well-being in creatures that observe the patterns. This biochemical influence extends to the water itself, as the light causes certain minerals dissolved in seawater to undergo subtle chemical changes that enhance the growth of beneficial microorganisms. Areas where Finneon congregate often become thriving underwater gardens, with plant life growing more vibrantly and other Pokemon species gathering to benefit from the enhanced ecosystem. Lumineon takes this ability even further, generating light patterns so complex and beautiful that they can induce meditative states in both Pokemon and humans, with some researchers reporting profound spiritual experiences while observing Lumineon displays in their natural habitat. Snover's evergreen needles contain a unique form of chlorophyll that continues photosynthesis even under snow cover. But more remarkably, this process generates excess energy that the Pokemon stores in crystalline formations throughout its body. These biocrystals accumulate over the course of Snover's lifetime, growing more numerous and complex with age. Ancient Snover specimens, some over 1,000 years old, have been discovered with crystal formations so elaborate that they function as natural prisms, splitting light into spectacular rainbow displays that can be seen for miles across snow-covered landscapes. The crystals also serve as a form of biological memory storage, with each formation containing chemical records of weather patterns, seasonal changes, and significant events from the Snover's long life. When these ancient Snover eventually pass away, their crystal formations remain intact for centuries, creating natural monuments that serve as libraries of climatic history. The relationship between Rotom and electrical appliances reveals a sophisticated understanding of human technology that suggests these Pokémon have been observing and learning from human civilization for far longer than previously realized. Archaeological evidence indicates that Rotom-like entities have been interacting with human-made devices for thousands of years, with ancient texts describing spirits that animated primitive mechanical contraptions such as water wheels, looms, and even simple musical instruments. As human technology evolved, so did Rotom's ability to interface with increasingly complex devices. Modern Rotom demonstrate an intuitive grasp of electronic principles that rivals trained engineers, often improving the efficiency and functionality of the appliances they inhabit. Some Rotom have been observed making spontaneous modifications to circuit boards and mechanical components, upgrading outdated systems with innovations that human scientists struggle to understand or replicate. The temporal distortions surrounding Dialga's presence create ripple effects that influence the aging process of all living creatures within a vast radius. Plants in areas where Dialga has appeared often display rings in their growth patterns that correspond to temporal fluctuations, with some trees showing decades of growth compressed into single seasons, while others remain virtually unchanged for centuries. The psychological effects on Pokémon exposed to these temporal fields are equally profound, with many developing enhanced memory capabilities and an intuitive understanding of causality that allows them to predict future events with startling accuracy. Some researchers theorize that prolonged exposure to Dialga's temporal influence might grant certain Pokémon a form of limited precognition, explaining the seemingly prophetic behavior observed in Pokémon populations near sites where Dialga has manifested. Palkia's manipulation of spatial dimensions creates permanent alterations in the fabric of reality that persist long after the legendary Pokémon has departed. These spatial anomalies, invisible to the naked eye but detectable through specialized instruments, form complex geometric patterns that seem to follow mathematical principles beyond current human understanding. Areas affected by Palkia's presence often become nexuses where the normal laws of physics operate differently, with gravity fluctuating in predictable cycles and distance becoming a fluid concept. Pokémon living in those altered spaces develop unique adaptations, with some species evolving the ability to exist partially in multiple dimensions simultaneously. These multidimensional Pokémon appear as flickering, translucent beings that can phase in and out of visible reality, leading to numerous reports of ghost sightings that are actually encounters with spatially displaced Pokémon. The antimatter that comprises Giratina's essence interacts with normal matter in ways that create beautiful and terrifying phenomena throughout the distortion world. When antimatter particles from Giratina's body come into contact with ordinary matter, they undergo annihilation reactions that release pure energy in the form of ethereal light displays. Those lights follow impossible trajectories through the twisted geometry of the distortion world, creating living constellations that tell the stories of every soul that has ever entered this reversed realm. The energy patterns generated by these annihilation events seem to preserve the memories and emotions of departed beings, suggesting that the distortion world serves not only as Giratina's prison, but as a vast repository of consciousness from across all dimensions and timelines. The consciousness fragments preserved within the distortion world's energy patterns manifest as whispered echoes that only the most sensitive Pokémon can perceive, creating an otherworldly chorus that influences the behavior and development of species throughout the reverse realm. These spectral voices carry knowledge from countless eras and dimensions, imparting ancient wisdom to ghost-type Pokémon who venture into Giratina's domain and return forever changed by the experience. The accumulated memories stored within these energy matrices reveal that time flows differently for each consciousness fragment, with some experiencing millennia as mere moments, while others stretch seconds into eternal contemplation. This temporal fluidity explains why Pokémon who emerge from the distortion world often display knowledge of events that have yet to occur in the physical realm, their minds having been touched by the collective wisdom of all existence. The legendary lake Pokémon possess a connection to human consciousness that extends far beyond their documented telepathic abilities, with each member of the trio serving as a guardian of specific aspects of the human psyche. Uxie's role as the keeper of knowledge encompasses not merely information and memories, but the fundamental capacity for learning and understanding that defines sentient existence. The yellow gem embedded in Uxie's forehead contains crystallized fragments of every significant discovery, invention, and moment of enlightenment throughout history, forming a living library that continues to grow with each passing moment. When Uxie sleeps, which occurs in cycles perfectly synchronized with the collective unconscious of all thinking beings, these knowledge fragments reorganize themselves into new configurations, creating the potential for revolutionary insights and breakthrough discoveries that gradually filter into the minds of researchers and inventors across the world. Mesprit's connection to emotion transcends simple empathy, extending into the realm of emotional evolution and the development of complex feelings that drive the advancement of civilization. The pink gem that adorns Mesprit's tail pulses with the rhythm of every heartbeat across the planet, creating a vast emotional network that links all living beings in an invisible web of shared experience. This emotional resonance explains the phenomenon of simultaneous emotional states occurring across vast distances, such as waves of inexplicable melancholy or joy that sweep through entire regions without apparent cause. Mesprit's influence on emotional development is so profound that the evolutionary paths of certain Pokémon species are determined not by environmental pressures or genetic factors, but by the prevailing emotional climate of their habitats. A Zelfa's dominion over willpower encompasses the fundamental force that drives all action and change throughout the universe, serving as the cosmic engine that transforms potential into reality. The blue gem that crowns Azelf's head contains concentrated essence of determination from every act of courage, every moment of perseverance, and every triumph over seemingly impossible odds throughout history. This willpower reservoir feeds back into the world through subtle influences that strengthen the resolve of beings facing their greatest challenges, creating a self-perpetuating cycle of achievement and growth that propels the evolution of consciousness itself. The fluctuations in Azelf's energy levels correspond directly to periods of great historical change, with the Pokemon's power waxing during times of revolution and transformation while waning during periods of stagnation and complacency. The interplay between the three lake Pokemon creates a delicate balance that maintains the stability of consciousness across all dimensions, with their combined influence forming the foundation upon which all thought, feeling, and action depends. When all three Pokemon are present in the same location, their merged auras create a field of perfect psychological equilibrium that allows for the manifestation of impossible phenomena, including the temporary materialization of abstract concepts and the physical embodiment of pure ideas. This convergence effect explains the legends of miraculous healings, prophetic visions, and reality-altering events that cluster around locations where the Lake Trio has gathered throughout history. The genetic structure of Pokemon native to the Sinnoh region contains unique sequences that respond to the region's heightened dimensional instability, allowing these species to adapt to reality fluctuations that would prove fatal to Pokemon from other regions. These genetic adaptations manifest as enhanced resilience to temporal displacement, spatial distortion, and exposure to antimatter radiation, creating a biological hierarchy where Sinnoh Pokemon often serve as bridges between dimensions for species attempting to traverse unstable reality zones. The most remarkable examples of these adaptations can be found in Pokemon that inhabit areas near the Spear Pillar, where constant exposure to creation energy has triggered evolutionary changes that occur over individual lifetimes rather than across generations. The underground tunnel systems beneath Sinnoh form a vast network that extends far deeper than any human exploration has revealed, with the deepest chambers reaching into layers of reality, where the normal laws of physics gradually give way to the fundamental forces that shaped the universe during its creation. These abyssal depths contain fossilized remains of Pokemon species that existed before the establishment of physical laws, their preserved forms displaying anatomical features that should be impossible under current universal constants. The fossil record found in these deep chambers suggests that early Pokemon possessed abilities that bordered on omnipotence, with some species capable of existing simultaneously across multiple dimensions, and others able to manipulate the basic building blocks of matter through pure intention. The rare minerals found exclusively in Sinnoh's deepest caverns possess properties that blur the line between matter and energy, existing in quantum states that allow them to be solid, liquid, and gaseous simultaneously until observed or interacted with by conscious beings. These quantum minerals respond to the emotional and mental states of nearby Pokémon, transforming their physical properties to match the psychological needs of creatures that approach them. This responsiveness has led to the development of symbiotic relationships between certain underground Pokémon species and the quantum mineral deposits, with the Pokémon serving as living conduits that help stabilize the mineral's reality fluctuations in exchange for enhanced abilities and extended lifespans. The Aurora Pokémon's connection to celestial phenomena extends beyond their documented relationship with solar activity, encompassing a complex interaction with cosmic radiation streams that carry information from distant galaxies and alternate realities. The shifting colors that dance across their bodies serve as a form of cosmic communication system, translating the electromagnetic signatures of stellar events into visual patterns that can be interpreted by sufficiently advanced consciousness. These color displays contain encoded messages from civilizations that exist in parallel dimensions, creating an interstellar network of communication that has operated continuously for billions of years without human awareness. The underground lake systems that snake through Sinnoh's bedrock contain water that has remained undisturbed since the planet's formation, preserving within its molecular structure the memory of every geological event and evolutionary milestone that has shaped the region. This primordial water possesses healing properties that transcend physical restoration, capable of mending psychological trauma and spiritual wounds that conventional medicine cannot address. Pokémon that drink from these ancient springs often undergo profound transformations that affect not only their physical capabilities, but their fundamental understanding of their place within the cosmic order, leading to behavioral changes that suggest expanded consciousness and enhanced wisdom. The magnetic fields generated by the region's unique geological composition create standing wave patterns that resonate with the neural frequencies of Pokémon brains, establishing a form of natural telepathic network that connects all creatures within Sinnoh's borders. This electromagnetic web allows for the instantaneous transmission of emotional states, memories, and even complex thoughts between Pokémon separated by vast distances, explaining the remarkable coordination displayed by wild Pokémon during migrations, natural disasters, and other large-scale events. The strength and clarity of these telepathic connections fluctuate with solar activity, lunar phases, and the positioning of specific celestial bodies, creating predictable cycles of enhanced communication that ancient Pokémon learned to exploit for coordinating complex social behaviors and survival strategies that continue to puzzle modern researchers with their sophistication and effectiveness. The crystalline formations that emerge from Sinnoh's deepest caverns contain fossilized time itself, preserving moments from the region's past within their translucent structures, like insects trapped in amber. These temporal crystals pulse with a gentle luminescence that corresponds to the emotional resonance of the moments they contain, glowing brighter when exposed to Pokémon whose experiences echo those preserved within. The most ancient of these formations hold memories from the era when Dialga first shaped time's flow, containing fragments of conversations between legendary Pokémon that occurred millions of years ago. Researchers have discovered that certain psychic-type Pokémon can interface with these crystals through meditation, experiencing vivid visions of Sinnoh's prehistoric landscapes and the primordial Pokémon that once roamed them. The temporal distortions created by these crystal formations occasionally cause pockets of accelerated or decelerated time, where flowers bloom and wither in seconds, or where raindrops hang suspended in midair for hours, creating ethereal gardens of impossible beauty that exist only temporarily before reality reasserts its normal flow. The ancient tree networks that span Sinnoh's forests operate as living libraries, storing information within their cellular structure through a complex system of chemical markers that encode everything from weather patterns to the genetic memories of every Pokémon that has ever sheltered beneath their branches. These botanical archives communicate through underground root systems that stretch for hundreds of miles, creating a slow but comprehensive information exchange network that has documented the region's ecological history with perfect accuracy for thousands of years. The tree's ability to perceive and record temporal fluctuations allows them to predict future events with remarkable precision, subtly adjusting their growth patterns and chemical emissions to prepare for environmental changes that won't manifest for decades. Grass-type Pokémon that form deep connections with these ancient trees often develop prophetic abilities, experiencing dreams and visions that guide them away from danger and toward opportunities for growth and evolution. The wisdom contained within these living libraries can only be accessed through prolonged meditation and communion with the forest consciousness, a practice that requires years of patient study and absolute respect for the natural order. The aurora phenomena that dance across Sinnoh's northern skies carry encoded messages from Pokémon civilizations that exist in parallel dimensions, painting complex mathematical equations and star charts across the heavens in languages of light that predate human written communication by eons. Thus, celestial displays intensify during periods of dimensional instability, when the barriers between realities grow thin and allow for limited communication between alternate versions of Sinnoh, where evolution followed different paths. The colors and patterns of each aurora contain specific information about the technological achievements, cultural developments, and evolutionary adaptations of Pokémon species in these parallel worlds, creating an ongoing exchange of knowledge that has accelerated the development of consciousness across multiple reality streams. Pokémon with strong connections to electric and psychic energies can sometimes interpret fragments of these cosmic communications, experiencing sudden bursts of inspiration and insight that lead to revolutionary advances in their understanding of natural phenomena and their own capabilities. The underground river systems that flow beneath Sinnoh carry more than water through their ancient channels, transporting microscopic organisms that exist in a state of quantum superposition, simultaneously alive and dormant until observed by conscious beings. These quantum microbes respond to the intentions and desires of the Pokémon that encounter them, manifesting as beneficial bacteria that enhance healing, strengthen immune systems, or accelerate evolutionary processes, depending on the specific needs of their host organisms. The rivers themselves serve as transportation networks for these microscopic allies, distributing them throughout the region's ecosystem in response to environmental pressures and population dynamics that require biological adaptation. Pokémon that regularly drink from these quantum-enriched waters develop enhanced regenerative abilities and increased resistance to status conditions, while also experiencing subtle changes in their genetic expression that can be passed down to future generations. The microbe's quantum nature allows them to exist outside normal temporal constraints, enabling them to anticipate future threats and preemptively adapt their host organisms to survive challenges that haven't yet materialized. The crystalline caves hidden beneath Mount Coronet contain formations that resonate with the fundamental frequencies of creation itself, producing barely audible harmonics that influence the emotional and spiritual development of any Pokémon exposed to their vibrations for extended periods. These sonic environments act as natural meditation chambers where Pokémon can achieve states of consciousness that transcend their normal cognitive limitations, accessing memories and knowledge from their evolutionary ancestors, and glimpsing potential future forms that represent the ultimate expression of their species' potential. The crystal's harmonic frequencies vary according to the lunar cycle and the positioning of celestial bodies, creating different therapeutic environments that address specific aspects of psychological and spiritual growth. Pokémon that undergo extended meditation within these caves often emerge with enhanced empathetic abilities and a deeper understanding of their connection to the universal consciousness that underlies all existence. The most profound transformations occur during rare celestial alignments when the crystals achieve perfect harmonic resonance, creating brief windows of transcendence that allow Pokémon to commune directly with the cosmic forces that shaped their world. The magnetic anomalies scattered throughout Sinnoh's landscape create localized fields where the normal laws of physics operate differently, allowing for phenomena that conventional science cannot explain or replicate. Within these zones, Pokémon can experience temporary weightlessness, phase through solid matter, or manipulate electromagnetic forces with unprecedented precision and control. The anomalies pulse with irregular rhythms that correspond to the heartbeats of sleeping legendary Pokémon, suggesting that these reality distortions are manifestations of dreams or unconscious thoughts from beings whose mere existence can reshape the fundamental nature of space and time. Steel-type Pokémon are particularly sensitive to these magnetic irregularities, often gathering in large groups around anomaly sites to absorb the unique energies they emit, which enhance their metallic structures and grant them temporary abilities that transcend their normal evolutionary limitations. The anomaly's positions shift gradually over geological timescales, following patterns that trace out complex geometric shapes across Sinnoh's surface, creating a vast mandala of power that serves purposes known only to the legendary beings whose dreams give them form. The ancient stone circles found throughout Sinnoh's wilderness areas serve as focal points for ley lines of spiritual energy that connect sacred sites across multiple continents, creating a global network of power that has influenced the evolution and behavior of Pokémon species for millions of years. Thus, stone arrangements act as amplifiers and directors of psychic energy, channeling the collective consciousness of all living beings into concentrated streams that can be accessed by Pokémon with sufficient sensitivity and training. The circle's stones are composed of minerals that exist in a state of quantum entanglement with similar formations on distant worlds, allowing for instantaneous communication across interstellar distances and the exchange of evolutionary data between Pokémon populations separated by vast cosmic gulfs. During specific astronomical events, the circles become active portals that allow for limited physical travel between connected sites, enabling ancient Pokémon to maintain contact with distant relatives and share genetic material that prevents evolutionary stagnation and promotes the development of new abilities and adaptations. The resonance patterns created by these interdimensional exchanges manifest as subtle vibrations that permeate Sinnoh's bedrock, creating harmonic frequencies that influence the growth patterns of crystals, the flow of underground rivers, and the migration routes of Pokémon across the region. These vibrations operate at frequencies below the threshold of human perception, but are clearly audible to Pokémon with enhanced hearing capabilities, who often use them as navigational aids during long journeys through unfamiliar territory. The harmonic resonance also affects the rate at which time passes in certain locations, creating pockets where moments stretch into hours and hours compress into heartbeats, allowing contemplative Pokémon to experience lifetimes of meditation within brief intervals of external time. The temporal distortions are most pronounced in areas where multiple ley lines converge, creating nexus points that serve as natural sanctuaries for Pokémon seeking to transcend their physical limitations through spiritual practice and inner development. The mysterious fog that occasionally blankets portions of Sinnoh carries within it microscopic spores of an ancient fungal network that exists in symbiosis with the region's plant life, creating a living communication system that spans entire forest ecosystems. These spores, when inhaled by Pokémon, establish temporary neural connections that allow them to access the collective memory of the forest, experiencing centuries of seasonal changes, natural disasters, and evolutionary adaptations through a shared consciousness that transcends individual identity. Grass-type Pokémon who regularly interact with this fungal network develop enhanced empathy and environmental awareness, becoming living repositories of ecological knowledge that they can share with other species through specialized pheromone releases and biochemical signals. The network's influence extends deep underground, where fungal filaments connect the root systems of trees separated by vast distances, creating a subterranean internet of biological information that processes and stores data about weather patterns, soil conditions, and the health of interconnected ecosystems. The crystalline formations found in Sinnoh's deepest caverns grow in response to the emotional states of Pokémon who dwell within them, creating living galleries of geological art that reflect the inner lives of their inhabitants through color, shape, and luminescence. These empathic crystals serve as both mirrors and amplifiers of psychic energy, allowing Pokémon to externalize their thoughts and feelings in physical form while simultaneously drawing strength and clarity from the crystalline matrices that surround them. Over time, frequently visited crystal chambers develop unique personalities and preferences, becoming selective about which Pokemon they welcome and which emotional states they choose to reflect and enhance. The most ancient crystal formations have accumulated centuries of emotional resonance, creating repositories of feeling and memory that can overwhelm unprepared visitors with the accumulated experiences of countless generations of Pokemon who have sought solace and understanding within their glowing embrace. The aurora phenomena that dance across Sinnoh's northern skies carry encoded messages from ice-type Pokemon living in dimensional spaces adjacent to the physical world, where temperatures exist far below absolute zero, and matter takes on properties that violate conventional understanding of physics and chemistry. These frigid realms serve as nurseries for proto-Pokemon that have not yet fully materialized into physical existence, allowing them to develop their essential nature and abilities before crossing the dimensional barrier to join their corporeal cousins in the material plane. The aurora patterns shift and change in response to the developmental progress of these emerging beings, creating a visual language that experienced ice-type Pokemon can read like an ongoing story of birth and transformation. During particularly intense aurora displays, the dimensional barriers become thin enough to allow limited interaction between physical and proto-Pokemon, resulting in temporary evolutionary accelerations and the spontaneous manifestation of new abilities in ice types who witness these celestial communications. The underground river systems that flow beneath Sinnoh's surface follow courses determined not by gravity and geological structure alone, but by the collective unconscious of water-type Pokemon, whose dreams and desires shape the very channels through which these life-giving streams flow. These psychically influenced waterways carry more than minerals and nutrients, transporting emotional essences and memory fragments that nourish both body and spirit of creatures that drink from their depths. Pokemon who regularly consume water from these enchanted streams develop enhanced intuition and the ability to sense the emotional states of other beings from great distances, creating networks of empathic connection that span entire watersheds. The rivers themselves seem to possess a form of consciousness, responding to the needs of the ecosystem by changing their flow patterns, temperature, and mineral content to support the health and development of the communities they serve. The peculiar rock formations scattered throughout Sinnoh's landscape serve as natural focusing lenses for cosmic radiation that carries information from distant galaxies, allowing rock and ground-type Pokemon to receive transmissions from their evolutionary ancestors who spread across the universe eons ago. These stone receivers amplify and decode stellar messages that contain blueprints for advanced evolutionary pathways, technological innovations, and philosophical insights that can accelerate the development of terrestrial Pokemon species. The information arrives in the form of crystalline data structures that integrate seamlessly with the silicon-based neural networks found in many rock types, creating living libraries of cosmic knowledge that can be accessed through deep geological meditation. The most sensitive receiver stones pulse with rhythmic patterns that synchronize with the rotation of distant pulsars, creating a cosmic heartbeat that connects Sinnoh's Pokemon to the vast community of life that exists throughout the galaxy. The seasonal migration patterns of flying-type Pokémon across Sinnoh follow ancient routes that were established by their ancestors' need to visit specific locations at precise times to maintain the delicate balance of atmospheric energies that keep the region's weather systems stable and predictable. These aerial pilgrimages involve complex choreographed flights that create temporary wind patterns and pressure differentials, effectively allowing large flocks of Pokémon to conduct meteorological engineering on a regional scale. The migrations are timed to coincide with the blooming cycles of certain high-altitude plants whose pollen contains psychoactive compounds that enhance the navigational abilities of flying types while simultaneously triggering evolutionary adaptations that help them cope with changing environmental conditions. The routes themselves are marked by invisible streams of magnetic particles that create aerial highways detectable only to Pokémon with specialized electromagnetic sensory organs, ensuring that each generation can follow the precise paths established by their predecessors over millions of years of evolutionary refinement. The underground cavern systems beneath Sinnoh contain vast chambers where the echoes of ancient Pokémon songs still reverberate through crystalline formations that act as natural acoustic amplifiers, preserving melodies and harmonies from civilizations that flourished long before human settlement. These sonic fossils can be activated by Pokémon with particular vocal frequencies, releasing hauntingly beautiful music that carries within it the emotional memories and cultural knowledge of extinct species, creating ethereal concerts that serve both as historical records and therapeutic healing sessions for Pokémon suffering from various ailments. The crystalline structures themselves grow in response to these ancient songs, developing intricate geometric patterns that mirror the mathematical relationships found in the most complex musical compositions, suggesting that the boundary between sound, crystal growth, and consciousness may be far more fluid than conventional understanding suggests. Deep within these resonant caverns, certain ground and rock-type Pokémon have developed the ability to compose new songs by manipulating the crystal formations, effectively becoming geological musicians who can alter the physical structure of their environment through carefully orchestrated vocalizations that cause specific minerals to resonate at frequencies that promote healing, growth, and emotional well-being. The thermal vents scattered throughout Sinnoh's mountainous regions serve as communication nodes in a vast underground network that allows fire-type Pokémon to share information across enormous distances through a complex system of heat pulses and steam patterns that carry encoded messages about territorial boundaries, mating opportunities, and potential threats. This geothermal internet operates on principles that combine thermodynamics with quantum entanglement, enabling instantaneous information transfer between distant volcanic systems through the manipulation of subatomic particles that exist simultaneously in multiple locations. The most skilled fire-type communicators can encode multiple layers of meaning within a single thermal pulse, creating messages that contain not only factual information, but also emotional nuances and artistic expressions that reflect the sophisticated cultural development of volcanic Pokémon communities. The system is so refined that experienced fire types can distinguish between the thermal signatures of individual Pokémon from hundreds of miles away, allowing for personal conversations and intimate relationships to be maintained across vast geographical distances through the careful modulation of underground heat flows. The peculiar magnetic anomalies found throughout Sinnoh create zones where time flows at slightly different rates, allowing certain psychic and steel-type Pokémon to experience temporal displacement effects that enable them to perceive multiple potential futures simultaneously and make decisions based on outcomes that have not yet occurred. These chronological distortions are caused by the interaction between the region's unique mineral deposits and the gravitational fields generated by legendary Pokémon, creating pockets of space-time where the normal rules of causality become fluid and malleable. Pokémon who spend extended periods within these temporal anomaly zones develop enhanced precognitive abilities and the capacity to retroactively influence past events through focused concentration, effectively allowing them to edit their own timeline to optimize favorable outcomes while minimizing potential dangers. The most sensitive temporal navigators can detect the subtle chronological currents that flow between different anomaly zones, enabling them to travel through time streams that connect various points in Sinnoh's history and occasionally glimpse alternative versions of reality where different evolutionary paths were taken by the region's Pokémon populations. The bioluminescent fungi that grow in Sinnoh's deepest forests produce spores that carry genetic information from thousands of different plant and Pokémon species, creating a biological data storage system that preserves the evolutionary history of the entire region within microscopic reproductive particles that can survive for millennia in dormant states. When these spores are activated by specific environmental conditions, they release their stored genetic blueprints into the surrounding ecosystem, allowing extinct species to be spontaneously regenerated and lost evolutionary adaptations to be recovered and integrated into the genomes of contemporary Pokémon populations. The fungi themselves appear to be conscious entities that carefully curate their genetic archives, selectively releasing information that will benefit the overall health and diversity of the forest ecosystem while withholding potentially dangerous genetic sequences that could destabilize the delicate balance of species interactions. Some grass-type Pokémon have developed symbiotic relationships with these fungal librarians, allowing them to access vast databases of botanical knowledge that enable them to rapidly adapt to changing environmental conditions by temporarily incorporating genetic traits from their evolutionary ancestors, or even from completely different species that faced similar challenges in the distant past. The aurora phenomena that occasionally appear in Sinnoh's northern skies are not merely atmospheric light displays, but rather visible manifestations of psychic energy exchanges between the region's Pokémon and extraterrestrial intelligences that monitor the evolutionary progress of terrestrial life forms. These cosmic communications take the form of intricate light patterns that encode complex mathematical and philosophical concepts, creating a visual language that transcends species boundaries and allows for direct mind-to-mind contact between Earth's Pokémon and their galactic counterparts. The most psychically sensitive Pokémon can interpret these Aurora messages and even contribute their own thoughts and experiences to the ongoing interplanetary dialogue, effectively serving as ambassadors between terrestrial and cosmic consciousness. The light patterns themselves are generated by the interaction between solar wind particles and the psychic emanations of powerful legendary Pokémon, creating a natural broadcasting system that can transmit information across interstellar distances at speeds that exceed the limitations of conventional physics. The underground river systems that flow beneath Sinnoh's surface carry more than water, transporting microscopic organisms that exist in a state of quantum superposition, simultaneously alive and dormant, until they encounter specific Pokémon whose life energy patterns cause them to collapse into active biological states. These quantum microbes possess the ability to rapidly analyze the genetic structure and health status of any Pokémon they encounter, then spontaneously evolve into specialized healing organisms that can address specific ailments, nutritional deficiencies, or evolutionary blockages that prevent optimal development. The underground currents that carry these miraculous microorganisms follow pathways that were established by ancient Pokémon civilizations as a form of biological infrastructure, creating a hidden healthcare system that provides continuous medical support to all creatures that have access to underground water sources. The microbes themselves appear to possess a form of collective intelligence that allows them to share information about successful healing protocols across vast distances, creating an ever-evolving database of medical knowledge that becomes more sophisticated and effective with each generation of quantum evolution. This intricate network of subterranean streams and their microscopic inhabitants ensures that even the most remote and isolated Pokémon populations receive the necessary biological support to thrive, a silent, unseen guardian of Sinnoh's biodiversity. The shimmering scales of the rare Dratini and Dragonair, often mistaken for mere aesthetic beauty, are in fact highly sensitive biological antennae capable of detecting minute fluctuations in the Earth's electromagnetic field, allowing them to predict seismic activity and volcanic eruptions with remarkable accuracy, sometimes days or even weeks in advance. These ancient dragon-type Pokémon act as living seismographs, their bodies resonating with the subtle tremors of the planet, and their migrations often presage major geological events, guiding other Pokémon to safety long before human instrumentation can register any change. The iridescent quality of their scales is a result of a unique crystalline structure that amplifies these faint electromagnetic signals, converting them into internal vibrations that are then processed by their highly specialized nervous systems. It's believed that early human settlements in Sinnoh often observed the movements of these magnificent creatures, developing a profound respect for their intuitive connection to the planet's core, and their knowledge of impending natural disasters was often interpreted as divine foresight. The intricate patterns on the shells of certain bug-type Pokémon, like the elegant Beautifully or the robust Fortress, are not simply camouflage or decorative elements. They are, in reality, highly sophisticated data storage devices, encoding vast amounts of genetic and environmental information passed down through generations. Each line, dot, or swirl represents a specific gene sequence, a successful adaptation to a particular climate, or a historical record of migratory routes and food sources. When these Pokémon shed their exoskeletons, the discarded shells act as living archives, slowly decomposing but releasing their encoded data into the soil, where it can be absorbed by future generations or even by plant life, influencing their growth patterns and resilience. This biological data transfer system ensures that valuable evolutionary lessons are never truly lost, even in the face of extinction events, providing a continuous stream of ancestral wisdom that informs the development of new species and the adaptation of existing ones. Some particularly ancient bug Pokémon, whose life cycles span decades, have shells that contain literal libraries of information, their intricate designs representing millennia of ecological knowledge, a testament to the quiet intelligence that permeates the natural world. The powerful roars of Pokémon like Rampardos, or the subtle sonic pulses emitted by Whiscash, are not merely auditory expressions. They are complex forms of geoacoustic communication, capable of manipulating the very geological structures around them. Rampardos' headbutt, for instance, generates shock waves that travel through the earth, not just as physical force, but as encoded messages, able to trigger subterranean water flows, loosen nutrient-rich minerals from rock formations, or even subtly alter the pressure within geothermal vents. Whiscash, living in deep underwater caves, emits low-frequency hums that resonate with the surrounding rock, creating temporary pockets of oxygenated water or influencing the growth of unique bioluminescent algae that serve as food for other deep-dwelling creatures. These sonic manipulations are a subtle form of ecosystem engineering, shaping their environments through sound, a testament to the profound connection between Pokémon and their habitats. The echoes of these ancient forces continue to resonate through Sinnoh's geological strata, influencing the very landscape and contributing to its unique biodiversity, a symphony of earth and sound playing out across millennia. The curious phenomenon of Pokémon evolving through trading, specifically the need for physical exchange between trainers, is not a whimsical game mechanic, but rather a deep-seated biological and energetic requirement. When two Pokémon are traded, their life energies momentarily intertwine and stabilize in a state of quantum entanglement. This brief, intense, energetic exchange provides the necessary catalyst for certain species to unlock their next evolutionary stage. It's a form of synergistic energy transfer, where the distinct biological signatures of two different trainers and their Pokémon create a unique energetic resonance that triggers dormant genetic pathways. Without this specific energetic interaction, the Pokémon's internal biological clock for evolution remains paused, awaiting the precise conditions for this energetic fusion. This also explains why some Pokémon evolve when holding specific items during a trade. These items act as conduits or amplifiers, finely tuning the energetic exchange to facilitate more complex or specialized evolutionary pathways, effectively directing the flow of intertwining life forces towards a predetermined outcome. It's a subtle ballet of biological wills and energetic harmonies, a testament to the profound and almost magical interconnectedness of all living things within the Pokemon world. The intricate patterns of phosphorescence found in deep-sea Pokemon, such as Lumineon, are not merely for attracting prey or mates. They are, in fact, living, breathing bioluminescent maps charting the complex and ever-shifting currents of the ocean depths. Each flicker, pulse, and color change represents a specific data point: salinity levels, temperature gradients, the presence of various nutrient plumes, and even the subtle electromagnetic signatures of other deep-sea creatures. These moving light displays form a continuous, dynamic chart of their environment, allowing them to navigate the vast, dark ocean with astonishing precision, avoiding dangers and locating scarce resources. Other deep-sea Pokemon can interpret these bioluminescent signals, effectively reading the living maps displayed by Lumineon and similar species. This creates a vast, interconnected network of information exchange in the abyssal plains, a silent, glowing language of light that guides life in the deepest parts of Sinnoh's oceans, revealing the hidden highways and byways of the underwater world in a breathtaking display of natural engineering. The unique ability of certain ghost-type Pokemon, like Mismagius or Spiritomb, to manipulate emotions is not a purely psychic phenomenon, but is deeply rooted in their connection to the collective unconscious of the region. These Pokemon feed not on fear or sadness directly, but on the raw energetic signatures of powerful human and Pokemon emotions that linger in the environment, like echoes. They act as energetic filters, absorbing these emotional residues and then re-emitting them in altered forms, amplifying certain feelings or dampening others, effectively shaping the emotional landscape of an area. Spiritomb, for instance, is often found near historical sites of great emotional turmoil, drawing sustenance from the lingering sorrow or anger, and its presence can cause feelings of unease or despair in those who approach. Mismagius, with its more whimsical and mischievous nature, often plays with feelings of joy or confusion, creating illusions or unexpected bursts of laughter. This emotional manipulation is a form of ecological balance, preventing the buildup of overwhelming negative emotional energy in certain areas, acting as a crucial, albeit unsettling, part of the region's energetic ecosystem. The distinct, shimmering quality of the air around certain powerful electric-type Pokemon, particularly when they are generating or discharging energy, is not merely a visual effect, but a localized alteration of space-time. The immense electrical fields they produce are so potent that they can subtly warp the fabric of reality around them, creating micro-dimensional anomalies. This is why attacks like Volt Switch or U-Turn allow a Pokemon to instantaneously return to its trainer after an attack. They are not merely moving at incredible speeds, but are briefly traversing these localized space-time distortions, allowing for near instantaneous repositioning. This also explains the sometimes disorienting feeling one experiences when too close to a highly charged electric-type Pokemon. The subtle warping of reality can affect human perception and inner ear balance. These Pokemon are, in essence, living, breathing, localized space-time manipulators, harnessing the very forces of the universe on a miniature scale, a subtle and often overlooked aspect of their incredible power. The intricate patterns of frost and ice that form around certain ice-type Pokémon, such as Froslass or Glaceon, are not random but encode complex mathematical algorithms related to cryogenics and energy conservation. These patterns are a visual manifestation of the Pokemon's innate understanding of thermodynamics, allowing them to precisely control temperature and heat exchange within their immediate environment. Froslass, for example, can create ice sculptures that are not just beautiful, but act as highly efficient heat sinks, drawing warmth from the air to maintain its own frigid core temperature or to preserve objects in a state of suspended animation. Glaceon's ice crystals, when analyzed under specific spectral frequencies, reveal fractals and geometric sequences that describe optimal methods for energy storage and release, demonstrating an intuitive grasp of advanced physics. These Pokemon are, in essence, living supercomputers specializing in cryo-energetic calculations, their icy forms a testament to the elegant beauty of natural scientific principles, constantly solving complex equations of energy transfer through their very existence. The phenomenon of Pokemon having gender differences, extending beyond mere cosmetic appearance to sometimes affect their abilities or evolutionary paths, is believed to be a subtle form of environmental adaptation over vast timescales. These differences are not arbitrary, but reflect a long-term evolutionary strategy to ensure genetic diversity and resilience within a species. For instance, the male and female forms of certain Pokemon might be better suited to slightly different ecological niches, or possess complementary skill sets that together maximize the species' chances of survival. This ensures that even if one environmental factor shifts drastically, impacting one gender more severely, the other gender might possess the traits necessary to adapt and carry on the lineage. It's a very slow, almost imperceptible form of natural selection occurring across entire populations, where gender functions as a built-in mechanism for maintaining genetic flexibility and ensuring the species' long-term viability in an ever-changing world, a testament to the subtle wisdom of evolution. The peculiar magnetism of certain steel-type Pokemon, particularly their ability to manipulate metallic objects without direct contact, is not simply a strong magnetic field in the conventional sense. It's a highly sophisticated form of controlled quantum entanglement at a molecular level. These Pokemon can induce a temporary, localized quantum entanglement between the electrons within their own bodies and the electrons within nearby metallic objects. This entanglement creates a shared quantum state, allowing the Pokemon to subtly influence the movement and position of these objects as if they were extensions of their own form, effectively bypassing the need for physical force or a conventional magnetic field. This explains why some steel-type Pokemon can levitate entire structures or precisely control the trajectory of small metallic projectiles. They are not just pulling or pushing, but are momentarily blurring the lines between their own existence and the existence of the metallic objects they manipulate. It's a testament to the profound and often unseen quantum mechanics at play within the Pokemon world, a silent dance of subatomic particles orchestrated by the will of these remarkable creatures. The peculiar phenomenon of certain Pokemon evolving into completely different types, such as Eevee's diverse evolutions into various elemental forms, is not merely a genetic branching. It's an active process of environmental assimilation and cellular reprogramming. Eevee in particular possesses an exceptionally fluid and adaptable genetic code akin to a biological blank slate. When exposed to specific environmental stimuli, be it a particular type of energy, like the heat of a firestone, a specific environmental condition, like the cold of an icy rock, or even the profound bond with a trainer, leading to Espeon or Umbreon, its cells undergo a rapid, targeted genetic restructuring. This isn't just about activating dormant genes. It's about rewriting portions of its DNA to perfectly integrate the dominant environmental energy or emotional resonance it's exposed to. This allows Eevee to essentially become a living embodiment of that energy or environment, its cellular structure and biological functions fundamentally altering to reflect its new form. It's a biological marvel, a living testament to the power of adaptation and the profound influence of environment and emotion on genetic expression, allowing a single species to embody the diverse forces of the natural world. The deep, resonant calls of certain ground-type Pokémon, particularly those dwelling in caverns or beneath the earth, are not just communication, but a form of seismic bioacoustics. These Pokémon emit low-frequency sounds that travel through the earth itself, creating subtle vibrations that they can interpret as detailed geological maps. They can sense the composition of rock strata, the presence of subterranean water veins, and even the movement of tectonic plates through these sonic echoes. This allows them to navigate vast underground networks with incredible precision, avoid unstable areas, and locate hidden resources. Some ancient ground-type Pokémon, with their highly developed seismic organs, are even believed to be capable of influencing the very earth around them through these calls, causing minor tremors to dislodge minerals or opening up hidden passages. It's a silent, unseen language that sculpts the very foundations of Sinnoh, a constant conversation between the earth and its deepest inhabitants, revealing the hidden architecture of the planet. The vibrant coloration and intricate patterns found on the wings of many flying-type Pokémon are more than just visual displays for mating or territorial defense. They are, in fact, highly sophisticated aerodynamic surfaces designed to manipulate air currents and reduce drag with an efficiency that far surpasses human engineering. Each feather, each subtle shift in color or texture plays a role in creating microvortices or laminar flow patterns that allow these Pokémon to achieve incredible speeds, perform astonishing aerial maneuvers, and conserve energy during long migrations. The iridescent sheen on some wings, for example, is not just aesthetic. It's a structural coloration that helps to regulate temperature by reflecting specific wavelengths of light, preventing overheating during intense flight. These wings are living airfoils, constantly adjusting their shape and texture at a microscopic level, guided by an innate understanding of fluid dynamics, making them masterpieces of natural engineering that allow them to master the skies with effortless grace, embodying the very essence of flight. The creation of items like Full Restore or Revive is not purely a technological advancement, but relies heavily on the unique biological properties of specific flora and fauna found only in Sinnoh. For example, the rare revival herb, often found in secluded mountainous regions, possesses a unique chemical compound that when processed can temporarily re-entangle a Pokemon's life force with its physical form, even after cellular functions have ceased. This compound doesn't bring back to life in the conventional sense, but rather reverses the energetic dissipation that occurs at the moment of fainting, allowing the Pokemon's inherent vitality to reassert control. Similarly, the full restore often incorporates a complex blend of rare berries and minerals, each contributing to the stabilization and regeneration of different biological systems. The status heals, like Antidote or Paralyze Heal, often utilize specialized enzymes extracted from certain bug-type Pokemon that have developed natural resistances to toxins or electrical discharges, allowing them to neutralize similar afflictions in other species. These items are not mere concoctions, but sophisticated bioengineered solutions, harnessing the innate resilience and adaptive power of Sinnoh's unique natural resources, a testament to the symbiotic relationship between human ingenuity and the biological wonders of the Pokemon world. The rhythmic pulsing that can be observed in the cores of certain rock-type Pokemon, especially those with crystalline structures, is not merely a biological function, but a subtle form of geological communication. These pulses are low-frequency seismic waves that emanate outwards, allowing them to sense the composition of the earth around them, detect mineral deposits, and even communicate with other rock-type Pokemon across vast distances through the substrate. Each pulse carries encoded information about their immediate environment, pressure, temperature, the presence of water, or even the subtle energetic signatures of other living things within the rock. This creates a vast, silent network of geological intelligence, a continuous exchange of information about the planet's inner workings. Some ancient golem, for instance, are believed to have been instrumental in guiding early human mining operations, their rhythmic pulses indicating rich veins of ore or safe routes through unstable caverns. They are, in essence, living geological sensors, constantly mapping and interpreting the very foundations of the world, their existence a testament to the profound interconnectedness between life and the inanimate earth. The distinct, almost ethereal glow that sometimes emanates from ghost-type Pokemon is not merely an aesthetic quality, but a manifestation of their unique energetic composition. Unlike other Pokemon, whose life force is primarily tethered to a physical form, ghost types exist in a state of semi-corporeality, their essence more akin to raw spiritual energy. This glow is a byproduct of their constant energetic flux, a slow, shimmering discharge of ectoplasmic particles that interact with the ambient light, creating the spectral luminescence we perceive. The intensity of this glow can often fluctuate with their emotional state or their proximity to strong spiritual energies, becoming brighter when they are agitated or when they are drawing power from sources like ancient burial grounds or places of intense emotional residue. This energetic exchange is also why ghost-type attacks can sometimes feel chilling, as they temporarily disrupt the energetic balance of their targets, causing a momentary localized drop in temperature. It is a subtle yet profound characteristic that underscores their unique existence on the fringes of the material world, a constant reminder of the unseen forces that permeate the universe. The seemingly random patterns of evolution, where a Pokemon transforms from one stage to another, are not haphazard occurrences, but are guided by intricate biological triggers and environmental pressures. For instance, the evolution of a Magikarp into a Gyarados is not simply a matter of reaching a certain level of experience. It is believed that the immense stress and repeated near-death experiences endured by Magikarp in harsh aquatic environments, coupled with a critical buildup of specific chemical compounds within its body, act as the catalyst. This physiological transformation is an adaptive response to prolonged adversity, unlocking dormant genetic potential that allows it to burst forth as a powerful, formidable predator. Similarly, the evolution of Eevee into its various forms is a testament to the profound influence of environmental stimuli and emotional bonds. Exposure to elemental stones, specific geographical locations, or even deep companionship with a trainer can activate different evolutionary pathways, each tailored to maximize its survival and effectiveness within a particular niche. These evolutions are not just physical changes, but complete biological re-engineering, often involving radical shifts in internal organ structure, metabolic rates, and even brain chemistry, allowing the Pokémon to tap into entirely new sets of abilities and resistances. They are nature's ultimate form of metamorphosis, a dynamic testament to the adaptability and resilience of life. The migratory patterns of flying-type Pokémon, especially those that traverse vast distances, are not solely dictated by instinct, but are also influenced by subtle shifts in the planet's electromagnetic field. Certain species, like Staraptor and Honchkrow, possess specialized magnetoreceptors within their beaks and inner ears that allow them to perceive and navigate using these invisible lines of force. They essentially have a built-in compass, enabling them to maintain their bearings even over featureless oceans or during periods of low visibility. This intricate biological mechanism allows them to follow consistent routes across continents, ensuring they reach optimal breeding grounds or feeding territories with remarkable precision. Changes in solar activity, which can disrupt the Earth's magnetic field, have been observed to occasionally disorient these Pokémon, leading to unusual migration patterns or even temporary loss of direction during severe solar storms. This remarkable ability highlights the sophisticated sensory capabilities that have evolved within the Pokémon world, demonstrating how life adapts to utilize even the most subtle environmental cues for survival and propagation. The seemingly innocent act of a Pokémon sleeping is a period of profound physiological and neurological activity, far more complex than simple rest. While in a deep slumber, many Pokémon, particularly psychic types, actively project their thoughts and dreams into the surrounding environment, creating a subtle, almost imperceptible psychic field. This field can manifest as fleeting images in the minds of nearby humans or Pokémon, or even as faint echoes of sounds and emotions. This phenomenon is particularly noticeable in areas with high concentrations of sleeping psychic types, where the air can feel heavy with unseen presences and strange, fleeting sensations. Furthermore, during sleep, a Pokémon's body undergoes intensive cellular regeneration and energy restoration, far exceeding what is possible during their waking hours. This is also when many Pokémon process the experiences of their day, consolidating memories and reinforcing learned behaviors. Some species, like Snorlax, enter such a deep state of torpor that their metabolic rate drops dramatically, allowing them to survive for long periods without food, subsisting on stored energy reserves. Their sleep is not merely an absence of activity, but a complex, vital process essential for their physical and mental well-being, a window into the rich inner world of these fascinating creatures. The peculiar phenomenon of shiny Pokémon, those rare individuals with unusual colorations, is not a superficial aesthetic quirk, but a result of subtle genetic mutations affecting the production and distribution of pigments. These mutations often occur spontaneously during gamete formation or early embryonic development, leading to an alteration in the biochemical pathways responsible for coloration. While these variations are often visually striking, they typically have no direct impact on the Pokemon's strength, abilities, or overall health. However, in some rare instances, the same genetic pathways that influence pigmentation can also be linked to other, more profound biological traits. For example, a shiny variant might coincidentally possess a slightly different metabolic rate or a heightened sensitivity to certain environmental stimuli, though these are typically secondary effects rather than direct consequences of the coloration itself. These unique individuals are highly prized by collectors, not just for their rarity, but as living examples of the fascinating randomness and diversity inherent in genetic expression, a constant reminder of the subtle variations that make each life form truly unique. The intricate social structures observed in many Pokémon species, particularly those that live in herds or packs, are far more sophisticated than simple dominance hierarchies. These societies often exhibit complex forms of cooperation, altruism, and even rudimentary forms of cultural transmission. For example, a herd of Miltank will not only share grazing grounds, but will also collectively defend their young with older, experienced individuals, teaching younger ones optimal foraging routes and defensive maneuvers. Similarly, a pack of Mightyena will coordinate hunting strategies, using their keen sense of smell and powerful jaws to isolate and subdue prey, with each member playing a specific role in the hunt. Those social bonds extend beyond practical cooperation, often involving elaborate greeting rituals, expressions of affection, and even periods of mourning for lost members. Observational studies have even suggested that certain knowledge, such as the location of particularly fruitful berry patches or safe nesting sites, can be passed down through generations within these social groups, demonstrating a form of learned tradition. These social dynamics are crucial for their survival and evolution, highlighting the depth of their emotional intelligence and the complexity of their interactions within their natural habitats. The subtle, almost imperceptible hum that can sometimes be felt around certain electric-type Pokémon is a byproduct of their constantly fluctuating bioelectrical fields. These Pokémon generate powerful electrical currents within specialized organs, much like a living battery. The hum is caused by the rapid oscillation of these electrical charges, creating subtle vibrations in the air and a localized electromagnetic field that can be detected by sensitive instruments or by very perceptive individuals. The intensity of this hum often correlates with the Pokémon's current energy levels or emotional state, becoming more pronounced when they are agitated or preparing to unleash an attack. This bioelectrical field is not just for offensive capabilities. It also serves several crucial biological functions. It can act as a defensive shield, subtly repelling smaller predators or disorienting attackers. It also plays a role in communication, with variations in the field's frequency and intensity conveying different messages to other electric-type Pokémon. Some electric types even use these fields for navigation, sensing distortions in the Earth's natural electromagnetic field to orient themselves, similar to the migratory birds. It's a constant, silent symphony of energy, a testament to the raw electrical power that courses through their very being. The phenomenon of Pokémon friendship or affection is not merely a game mechanic, but represents a profound, scientifically observable bond between a Pokémon and its trainer. This bond is rooted in the release of specific neurochemicals such as oxytocin and dopamine in both the Pokémon and the human in response to positive interactions, shared experiences, and mutual trust. As this bond deepens, a Pokémon's neural pathways can actually be observed to become more attuned to its trainer's emotional state and in even their unspoken intentions. This heightened sensitivity allows for more effective communication and coordination in battle as the Pokémon anticipates its trainer's commands with greater accuracy and responds with increased determination. A Pokémon with high friendship is not just happier, it is physiologically and neurologically more synchronized with its trainer, leading to enhanced performance, greater resilience, and even a reduced likelihood of succumbing to status effects. This relationship is a true symbiotic partnership, a testament to the powerful connection that can form between different species, transforming a simple encounter into a profound and enduring companionship. The unique sounds emitted by different Pokémon species, from the melodic cries of a Gardevoir to the guttural roars of a Tyranitar, are not arbitrary vocalizations, but represent a highly specialized form of communication. Each sound carries a complex array of information encoded in its frequency, amplitude, and duration. For example, a specific pitch might indicate alarm, while a series of rapid chirps could signify a call to gather food. Many Pokémon possess specialized vocal cords or resonating chambers that allow them to produce a wide range of sounds, far beyond the capabilities of most other creatures. Some species, like Chateau, are even capable of mimicking human speech with remarkable accuracy, not just through simple imitation, but by understanding the underlying phonetics and inflections. Furthermore, certain sounds can trigger specific physiological responses in other Pokémon, such as a fear response or a mating call, demonstrating the profound impact these vocalizations have on their behavior and social interactions. These intricate soundscapes form a rich tapestry of communication, allowing Pokémon to navigate their world, interact with their peers, and convey complex messages in a language all their own, a constant symphony of life that echoes through the natural world. The powerful, often destructive abilities of ground-type Pokémon to manipulate the Earth are not simply raw strength, but involve a sophisticated understanding and manipulation of geological forces. Many ground types possess specialized sensory organs that allow them to perceive the subtle vibrations and resonance frequencies within the Earth, giving them an intimate understanding of the ground's composition, stability, and even the presence of subterranean water or magma flows. When a ground-type Pokémon uses an attack like Earthquake or Digs, they are not just smashing the ground, they are precisely targeting fault lines, resonant frequencies, or weak points in the geological structure to maximize the impact. They can generate localized seismic waves, cause targeted liquefaction of soil, or even induce controlled rock falls, all with an astonishing degree of precision. Some of the larger ancient ground types are believed to have played significant roles in shaping the very landscapes of Sinnoh, their powerful movements contributing to the formation of valleys, mountains, and even underground cave systems over millennia. Their connection to the earth is profound and intrinsic, making them living embodiments of the planet's raw, elemental power, a constant reminder of the forces that shape our world from beneath. This deep connection extends to their defensive capabilities as well, allowing them to intuitively sense and absorb impacts from physical attacks through the Earth itself, dissipating kinetic energy across a wider area and thus minimizing damage to their own bodies. This isn't merely tough hide, it's a dynamic interaction with their environment, turning the very ground into an extension of their defense, a living, breathing shield woven from rock and soil. The unique glow emanating from certain ghost-type Pokémon, often described as an ethereal or spectral light, is not merely a visual effect, but a form of energy manipulation. This luminescence is believed to be a byproduct of their non-corporeal nature, a visible manifestation of the spiritual energy that comprises their essence. Unlike conventional light, which relies on the excitation of electrons, the glow of a ghost-type Pokémon is thought to originate from the direct emission of spiritual particles or the excitation of ambient spiritual energy within their immediate surroundings. Scientists theorize that the intensity and color of this glow can vary depending on the Pokémon's emotional state, health, or even their intent, providing a subtle, nonverbal cue to those attuned to such phenomena. For instance, a faint, flickering blue light might indicate a peaceful or melancholic disposition, while a sudden, pulsating red glow could signify anger or a warning. Some ghost-type Pokémon are even capable of concentrating the spiritual light into focused beams or blasts, utilizing it as an offensive weapon, demonstrating a mastery over their own essence that transcends mere physical presence. This spectral luminescence also plays a role in their ability to interact with the physical world, allowing them to partially materialize or influence objects through a temporary localized infusion of their spiritual energy, a fleeting bridge between the ethereal and the tangible. It's a constant reminder that the boundaries between life and what lies beyond are far more permeable than often perceived, and that energy, in its most fundamental forms, can manifest in ways that defy conventional understanding. The intricate patterns observed on the wings of flying-type Pokémon, far from being mere aesthetic embellishments, serve critical aerodynamic and communicative functions. Each feather, each curve, and every subtle variation in color and texture contributes to their unparalleled mastery of the skies. The microscopic barbules and barbicels that interlock to form the feather vein create an incredibly strong yet flexible surface, capable of generating lift and thrust with remarkable efficiency. These patterns, often iridescent or boldly contrasting, can act as natural camouflages, allowing them to blend seamlessly with the sky or foliage, or conversely, as striking displays for attracting mates or deterring rivals. The precise arrangement of these patterns can also influence airflow, reducing turbulence and increasing stability during flight, much like the intricate designs on modern aircraft wings. Furthermore, certain patterns are believed to be unique identifiers, allowing Pokémon of the same species to recognize individuals from a distance, a natural form of biological fingerprinting etched into their very wings. Some flying-type Pokémon even possess a subtle ability to refract or reflect light in specific ways through their wing patterns, creating dazzling aerial displays during courtship rituals or as a means of disorienting predators. This isn't just about looking beautiful, it's about survival, communication, and the pure, unadulterated science of flight, a living testament to millions of years of evolutionary refinement, turning the open air into their personal canvas and highway. The subtle yet profound ways in which psychic-type Pokémon influence the minds and emotions of others are not simply acts of persuasion, but involve a delicate manipulation of neurological pathways and bioelectrical impulses. They don't just talk to the mind, they can subtly adjust the chemical balances within the brain, affecting neurotransmitter levels to induce feelings of calm, agitation, joy, or even sorrow. This isn't a forceful imposition, but often a gentle guiding, nudging thoughts and feelings in a desired direction, much like a skilled musician tuning an instrument. The aura emitted by many psychic types, often perceived as a shimmering or pulsating field, is a manifestation of their concentrated psychic energy, a tangible extension of their mental prowess. This aura can be used to scan the emotional states of nearby creatures, allowing them to anticipate intentions or gauge responses with uncanny accuracy. Some highly developed psychic types can even form temporary localized telepathic links with multiple beings simultaneously, creating a shared mental space where thoughts and sensations can be exchanged without the need for verbal communication. This ability extends beyond conscious thought, delving into the subconscious realms, allowing them to subtly plant suggestions or unravel deeply held fears and anxieties, offering comforts or insight. Their connection to the flow of information within the brain is so profound that they can even perceive and interpret residual mental imprints left on objects or in locations, effectively reading emotional echoes from the past. It's a mastery over the very fabric of consciousness, allowing them to perceive, understand, and interact with the inner worlds of others in ways that remain largely mysterious to conventional science, blurring the lines between thought and tangible reality. The remarkable ability of water-type Pokémon to manipulate water, from forming powerful jets to creating intricate whirlpools, stems from an inherent biohydrokinetic control. This isn't just about secreting water. It's about actively influencing its molecular structure and kinetic energy. Many water types possess specialized internal organs that can rapidly absorb and store vast quantities of water, far exceeding their apparent body mass, allowing them to launch sustained attacks without needing an external source. They can alter the surface tension of water, making it incredibly adhesive or frictionless, depending on their needs. The pressure with which they expel water can be finely tuned, from a gentle mist to a high-velocity stream capable of cutting through solid rock. Some water-type Pokémon are even capable of momentarily changing the temperature of the water they control, creating scalding jets or freezing blasts, adding another layer of versatility to their abilities. This control extends to the very currents and tides of large bodies of water, allowing powerful water types to subtly influence ocean patterns, guiding schools of fish, or even altering local weather systems by manipulating atmospheric moisture. Their bodies are often intricately adapted for aquatic life, with specialized gills that can extract oxygen from water with astonishing efficiency, even in highly polluted environments, and powerful fins or tails designed for propulsion and maneuverability at incredible speeds. They are living embodiments of the ocean's power and tranquility, capable of both immense destruction and serene calm, constantly reminding us of the dynamic and essential nature of water to all life. The intricate social structures observed within various bug-type Pokémon colonies, reminiscent of complex insect societies, are governed by a delicate interplay of pheromones, tactile communication, and instinctual roles. These aren't just random aggregations. They are highly organized communities where each individual contributes to the collective survival. Pheromones, chemical signals released into the air, act as an invisible language, communicating everything from alarm states to foraging routes, mating readiness, and the location of new food sources. Different pheromone blends can trigger specific behaviors in other colony members, coordinating complex activities like nest building or defense against predators. Tactile communication through antennae tapping or leg rubbing provides more immediate and localized information, often used during food sharing or to reinforce social bonds. Within these colonies, specialized castes emerge, much like ants or bees, with individuals dedicated to tasks such as egg-laying, the queen, foraging, defending the nest, or caring for larvae. These roles are often determined by a combination of genetics, environmental factors during development, and the specific pheromonal cues received during their growth. The collective intelligence of a bug-type colony can often far exceed the individual capabilities of its members, allowing them to solve complex problems, adapt to changing environments, and construct elaborate structures that would be impossible for a single Pokémon to achieve. It's a fascinating example of emergent complexity where simple individual behaviors combine to create a sophisticated, self-organizing system, a miniature ecosystem within itself, constantly buzzing with activity and purpose, demonstrating the power of unity and cooperation in the natural world. The unique bioluminescent properties found in certain electric-type Pokémon, which allow them to generate light without heat, are a marvel of natural engineering. This cold light is not merely for illumination. It serves a variety of complex biological functions. Specialized electrocytes, similar to those that generate their powerful electrical discharges, are instead configured to produce light through a process of bioluminescence, where chemical reactions release energy in the form of photons. The color and intensity of this light can be precisely controlled, allowing for intricate displays. For many electric types, This luminescence acts as a fundamental communication tool, with complex patterns of flashing lights conveying messages about territory, emotional state, or even acting as a warning to potential threats. Different flash sequences might indicate a challenge, an invitation to mate, or a signal of distress. In the deep ocean environments where some electric types reside, this light is crucial for navigation and attracting prey, mimicking the appearance of smaller, less dangerous creatures to lure in unsuspecting victims. The ability to generate light without heat also makes them highly efficient, conserving energy that would otherwise be lost. Some electric types can even modulate the frequency of their light emissions, creating subtle, almost imperceptible flickers that can disorient or mesmerize other Pokémon, exploiting the visual processing systems of their opponents. It's a spectacular display of their mastery over electromagnetic forces, transforming pure energy into visible signals, turning their very bodies into living lighthouses and complex signal arrays, illuminating the darkness with their vibrant, pulsating life force. The profound healing capabilities exhibited by some fairy-type Pokémon are not merely magical, but involve a sophisticated manipulation of cellular regeneration and bioenergetic fields. They don't just wish wounds away. They actively stimulate the body's natural repair mechanisms and restore energetic balance. Many fairy types emit a gentle, pulsating aura, often perceived as sparkling or shimmering, which is believed to carry restorative properties. This aura can subtly influence cellular division, accelerating the growth of new tissues and facilitating the repair of damaged organs. They can also subtly realign the body's internal energy pathways, clearing blockages and promoting a harmonious flow of life force, which is essential for overall health and recovery. The specific fairy dust, often associated with their healing abilities, is theorized to contain microscopic particles infused with concentrated bioenergetic signatures, which, when applied, act as a catalyst for cellular repair and immune system enhancement. Some fairy types are even capable of neutralizing toxins or dispelling harmful emotional states by altering the vibrational frequencies within the affected individual, promoting a sense of calm and well-being. Their connection to life energy is so profound that they can even reverse the effects of certain status conditions, restoring vitality and dispelling negative influences. This isn't just a touch of magic, it's a deep, intuitive understanding of biological processes and a mastery over the subtle energies that govern life itself, a constant source of comfort and renewal in a world often fraught with danger and decay. The unique way in which Steel-type Pokémon are able to resist and deflect attacks is not solely due to the hardness of their metallic bodies, but involves a complex interplay of magnetic fields, crystalline structures, and kinetic energy absorption. Their metallic composition, often an alloy unique to their species, provides inherent toughness, but it's the dynamic properties of this metal that truly set them apart. Many steel types can generate localized magnetic fields around their bodies, which can subtly alter the trajectory of incoming physical attacks, causing glancing blows rather than direct impacts, or even repelling certain projectiles entirely. The crystalline lattice within their metallic structures is often highly ordered and resilient, allowing them to distribute impact forces across a wider area, preventing localized damage. Some steel types can even momentarily increase the density or rigidity of specific parts of their bodies, focusing their defensive capabilities where they are most needed, creating temporary, super hardened shields. This isn't just passive protection, it's an active, dynamic defense system. When hit, the impact energy is often dissipated not just through deformation, but through vibrational dampening within their metallic bodies, converting kinetic energy into harmless heat or subtle internal oscillations. Their natural metallic sheen and reflective surfaces can also serve as a form of visual deterrence or camouflage, making them difficult targets in certain environments. It's a testament to the incredible strength and resilience forged by geological pressures and evolutionary adaptation, turning their very being into an impenetrable fortress, a steadfast guardian against the harshest of assaults, reflecting not just light, but the very force of an attack. The curious phenomenon of certain normal-type Pokémon being able to seemingly boost their own stats or the stats of their allies is rooted in subtle bioenergetic manipulation and the release of specific biochemicals. This isn't a magical enhancement, but a finely tuned biological process. Many normal types possess specialized glands that can release biochemicals into their own systems or into the immediate environment, acting as natural performance enhancers. These chemicals can temporarily increase muscle efficiency, sharpen reflexes, or even boost metabolic rates, leading to a surge in physical power or speed. The cheering or encouraging vocalizations often associated with these abilities are not just morale boosters, they are believed to carry specific sound frequencies that can stimulate the nervous systems of allies, triggering a similar biochemical release. Some normal types can also generate a subtle, invigorating aura around themselves or their allies, which is thought to harmonize bioenergetic fields, promoting a sense of well-being and heightened performance. This aura can reduce fatigue, improve focus, and even temporarily increase pain tolerance, allowing them to push beyond their normal limits. It's a natural form of biological self-optimization and support, demonstrating a deep understanding of their own physiology and the ability to influence that of others. This capacity for self-improvement and mutual aid is a hallmark of many normal types, reflecting their adaptability and their often profound social instincts. They are the quiet champions, the steadfast allies who, through subtle yet powerful means, elevate those around them, a constant reminder that strength comes in many forms, not always through elemental power, but often through the power of self and collective spirit. The unique biological adaptations of ice-type Pokémon that allow them to thrive in sub-zero temperatures and manipulate ice are a testament to extreme environmental specialization. Their bodies are not just cold-resistant, they are actively integrated with the thermodynamics of cold. Many ice types possess specialized internal organs that can produce an anti-freeze-like compound, preventing their internal fluids from freezing even in the harshest conditions. Their fur or skin often has exceptional insulating properties, trapping a layer of warm air close to their bodies or actively radiating heat inwards. The ability to generate and manipulate ice stems from a mastery over molecular motion and latent heat. They can rapidly lower the temperature of water vapor in the air, causing it to crystallize into ice, or extract heat from existing ice to reshape it. Some ice types can generate intense cold from specialized glands, allowing them to instantly freeze surrounding moisture or create icy projectiles. This isn't merely about making things cold, it's about precisely controlling the phase transitions of water from liquid to solid and even to gas in very cold, dry conditions. Their sensory organs are often highly attuned to subtle temperature fluctuations, allowing them to navigate icy terrains with ease and detect prey or predators by their heat signatures. Their movements are often graceful and precise on ice, utilizing specialized claws or pads that provide exceptional grip, even on slick surfaces. They are living embodiments of winter's embrace, capable of both breathtaking beauty and chilling power, constantly reminding us of the stark and beautiful forces at play in the coldest regions of the world. The fascinating way in which dark-type Pokémon utilize shadows and misdirection is not merely a trick of the eye, but involves a sophisticated understanding of perception, light manipulation, and psychological warfare. They don't just hide, they actively exploit the vulnerabilities of their opponents' senses and minds. Many dark types possess specialized pigments in their fur or skin that allow them to absorb almost all incident light, making them appear to vanish into even faint shadows. Some can even subtly manipulate ambient light, bending or distorting it to create illusions of movement or to make themselves seem to flicker in and out of existence. Their attacks often involve striking from unexpected angles, using the element of surprise to maximum effect, rather than relying on brute force. This psychological aspect is crucial. They can project a sense of unease or fear, unsettling their opponents and making them more susceptible to misdirection. Some dark types are believed to emit subtle infrasonic or ultrasonic frequencies that can subtly disrupt cognitive processes, leading to confusion or temporary disorientation. They are masters of the unseen, turning the very absence of light into their greatest weapon and ally. Their movements are often fluid and silent, allowing them to stalk their prey or evade detection with unparalleled stealth. This isn't about being evil in a moral sense. It's about being cunning, opportunistic, and incredibly adept at exploiting the weaknesses inherent in visual and auditory perception. They are the elusive, the mysterious, the masters of the night, constantly reminding us that what we perceive is not always the full truth, and that power can lie in the shadows as much as in the light. The unique way in which dragon-type Pokémon derive their immense power, often described as ancient or primal, is deeply intertwined with their connection to raw, fundamental energy flows within the planet itself. They are not merely powerful, they are conduits for geological and even cosmic forces. Many dragon types are believed to possess specialized organs that can tap into the planet's ley lines, subterranean energy currents, or even residual energy from meteoric impacts, allowing them to draw upon a virtually limitless wellspring of power. This energy manifests in a variety of forms, from devastating elemental breaths of fire, ice, or lightning, to immense physical strength and unparalleled durability. Their scales are often incredibly dense and resilient, sometimes even infused with minute traces of rare minerals or ancient cosmic dust, providing exceptional protection against even the most powerful attacks. The growth and evolution of a dragon type are often tied to significant energy surges or environmental shifts, allowing them to adapt and transform in response to profound changes in their world. Some of the most ancient dragon types are said to have witnessed and even influenced the very formation of continents and the shaping of mountain ranges, their movements causing seismic shifts and their breaths carving out valleys. Their roar isn't just a sound, it's a resonant frequency that can momentarily disrupt energy fields, causing fear or even physical displacement in lesser creatures. Their connection to these primal energies gives them an aura of immense authority and power, making them both revered and feared. It's a profound link to the very pulse of the planet, making them living legends, embodiments of strength and ancient wisdom, a constant reminder of the titanic forces that underpin our world and the timeless power that dwells within. The astonishing ability of poison-type Pokémon to generate and utilize a vast array of toxins is not haphazard, but a highly evolved and incredibly specific biochemical mastery. Their bodies are essentially living chemical factories, producing compounds with diverse and potent effects. Many poison types possess specialized glands that synthesize complex organic molecules, ranging from neurotoxins that disrupt nerve signals to cytotoxins that destroy cells and hemotoxins that target blood components. The method of delivery is equally varied, from venomous fangs and stingers that inject toxins directly into the bloodstream to caustic secretions that corrode on contact or gaseous exhalations that affect the respiratory system. The effects of these poisons can be incredibly specific, targeting particular cellular receptors or metabolic pathways in their prey or foes, minimizing indiscriminate damage while maximizing efficacy. Some poison types can even modify the composition of their toxins on the fly, adapting to the physiology of their opponent or the demands of the situation, demonstrating an intuitive understanding of biochemistry. Their own bodies are often evolved to be immune to their self-produced toxins, sometimes even incorporating them into their own biological processes, gaining resilience or unique metabolic functions. The vibrant colors of many poison-type Pokémon often serve as a clear warning to potential predators, a signal of their dangerous nature, a universal language of caution in the wild. This intricate chemical dance is a testament to the marvels of natural selection and the incredible adaptability of life itself, transforming what might be considered harmful into a potent weapon and a crucial defense. Now let us consider the grass type, a category of Pokémon intrinsically linked to the very essence of life and growth on our planet. Their connection to the flora around them runs deeper than mere habitat. It is a symbiotic relationship, a flow of energy and consciousness. Grass types often possess the remarkable ability of photosynthesis, converting sunlight directly into metabolic energy, much like the plants they embody. This process not only sustains them, but also allows them to manipulate plant life around them, accelerating growth, invigorating wilting foliage, or even creating new plant structures from seemingly barren ground. Their bodies are frequently composed of living plant matter, with roots that anchor them firmly, leaves that absorb energy, and stems that provide structure. This organic composition grants them a unique resilience against certain attacks, allowing them to regenerate damaged tissues with surprising speed, much like a plant recovering from a storm. The scents emitted by grass-type Pokémon are incredibly diverse and purposeful, ranging from sweet, intoxicating aromas that attract pollinators or lull adversaries into a state of drowsiness, to pungent, acrid odors that deter predators or signal distress to their allies. Some grass types are known to have an innate understanding of herbal remedies, instinctively knowing which plants can heal wounds or neutralize poisons, a natural pharmacy within their very being. Their movements are often graceful and fluid, mirroring the gentle sway of branches in the wind or the slow, deliberate unfolding of a blossom. The life energy they harness is not merely for sustenance. It can be channeled into potent attacks, from razor-sharp leaves that slice through the air with precision, to thorny whips that ensnare and constrict, or even bursts of vibrant energy that drain the vitality from their opponents. Their presence often indicates a healthy and thriving ecosystem, as they are integral to the balance of nature, acting as both producers and protectors within their environments. They are the quiet guardians of the forests, the vibrant pulse of the meadows, and the living embodiment of the earth's nurturing power. A constant affirmation of life's enduring resilience. Transitioning subtly to the realm of the bug type, we uncover a world of intricate biology and astonishing metamorphosis. Bug-type Pokémon are masters of adaptation, their life cycles a testament to profound transformation and specialized survival strategies. Many begin as small, unassuming larvae, known as grubs or worms, spending their early stages consuming vast quantities of food to fuel their incredible growth. This larval stage is often characterized by a surprising resilience and a natural camouflage, allowing them to blend seamlessly into their surroundings as they prepare for their momentous change. The pupal stage, where they enclose themselves in cocoons or chrysalises, is a period of intense biological reorganization, a state of suspended animation where their entire form is re-engineered. During this time, they are incredibly vulnerable, relying on the strength of their hardened casings or the obscurity of their hiding places to protect them. The emergence from this stage as a fully transformed adult is a spectacular display of nature's artistry, often revealing wings for flight, hardened exoskeletons for protection, and specialized sensory organs for navigation and communication. Their compound eyes, for instance, offer a wide field of vision, detecting movement and light patterns with remarkable efficiency. Their antennae are not merely feelers, they are sophisticated chemical receptors, allowing them to detect subtle pheromones over vast distances, guiding them to mates, food sources, or warning them of danger. The chitinous exoskeletons of bug-type Pokémon provide not only structural support, but also an impressive defense, absorbing impact and deflecting blows. Some even secrete sticky silk threads, used for building intricate nests, trapping prey, or even as a means of aerial locomotion. Their sheer numbers and rapid reproductive cycles make them a force to be reckoned with, capable of overwhelming larger opponents through coordinated attacks. Despite their often diminutive size, their collective power and specialized abilities make them vital components of their ecosystems, playing roles as pollinators, decomposers, and prey, ensuring the delicate balance of life continues. They are the unsung heroes of the micro-world, demonstrating that strength comes in many forms, and that even the smallest creatures can wield immense power through adaptation and evolution. Now let us delve into the mysterious and often misunderstood world of the ghost type, creatures that blur the lines between the physical and the ethereal. Ghost type Pokemon are intrinsically linked to the spirit world, often said to be remnants of departed souls, manifestations of strong emotions, or even fragments of consciousness left behind. Their forms are frequently translucent, shimmering, or even intangible, allowing them to pass through solid objects with ease, a disconcerting ability that speaks to their non-physical nature. They often inhabit ancient ruins, desolate graveyards, or places where strong emotions have left an energetic imprint, feeding on fear, regret, or even joy. Their powers are often rooted in psychological manipulation, capable of inducing terror, confusion, or even temporary paralysis in their opponents, not through physical force, but through direct influence on the mind. The temperature around a ghost type might drop dramatically, a chilling sensation that signals their presence, and their voices, if they speak at all, are often whispers or disembodied moans that echo from an unseen source. Some ghost types are known to possess objects or even living beings, temporarily taking control or influencing their actions, a truly unsettling display of their pervasive nature. Their attacks are similarly non-physical, often manifesting as curses that drain vitality, spectral bites that bypass conventional defenses, or ethereal flames that burn with a cold, otherworldly heat. Despite their often unsettling presence, not all ghost types are malevolent. Many are simply playful, mischievous, or even benevolent guardians of ancient places, their existence a quiet echo of lives once lived. They represent the unseen forces at play in our world, the lingering memories and emotions that shape our perceptions, and the enduring mystery of what lies beyond the veil of life. Their very existence challenges our understanding of reality, reminding us that there are dimensions and energies beyond our immediate comprehension, a subtle shiver down the spine of the known world. Let us gently turn our attention to the rock type, the embodiment of steadfastness and geological power. Rock-type Pokemon are literally carved from the very earth itself, their bodies composed of minerals, sediment, and ancient stone, granting them an unparalleled physical durability. Their forms often reflect the geological processes that shaped them, from jagged, crystalline structures to smooth, weathered boulders, each unique pattern telling a silent story of immense pressure and countless millennia. They are incredibly resilient, shrugging off impacts that would shatter other Pokemon, their dense bodies acting as natural armor. This formidable defense is their greatest asset, allowing them to endure prolonged battles and protect weaker allies. The strength of a rock type is often not in speed or agility, but in raw, unyielding power, capable of delivering devastating physical blows that emulate rockfalls or seismic tremors. They are intimately connected to the Earth's crust, often found inhabiting caves, mountains, and volcanic regions, deriving strength and sustenance from the very ground beneath them. Their attacks often involve manipulating their rocky forms, launching shards of stone with incredible force, or creating miniature landslides to overwhelm opponents. Some rock types are known to absorb minerals from their environment, growing larger and stronger over time, their bodies slowly becoming one with the landscape. Their movements, while often slow and deliberate, are imbued with an immense foundational power, a sense of unstoppable momentum. They are the silent sentinels of the land, witnesses to the passage of ages, and a living testament to the enduring strength of the natural world, a gentle reminder that some things are built to last, standing firm against the relentless erosion of time. Now let us consider the steel type, the pinnacle of manufactured strength and refined resilience. Steel type Pokémon are, in essence, living constructs of metal, their bodies composed of incredibly tough alloys, forged either through natural geological processes or, in some cases, through advanced technological interventions. Their metallic forms provide an unparalleled physical defense, making them incredibly resistant to many forms of attack. The surfaces of steel-type Pokémon can range from highly polished and reflective, mirroring their surroundings with cold precision, to rugged and oxidized, bearing the marks of countless battles and environmental stresses. Their internal structures are often complex, resembling gears, pistons, or interwoven plates, allowing for powerful, precise movements, despite their often heavy frames. The weight of a steel type is a significant aspect of their power, contributing to the crushing force of their physical attacks, which can mimic the impact of a falling anvil or a swinging hammer. They are often found in industrial areas, subterranean mines, or ancient forgotten fortresses, drawing strength from metallic ores and the inherent stability of their surroundings. Some steel types are capable of manipulating magnetism, attracting or repelling metallic objects, or even creating powerful magnetic fields that disorient opponents. Their metallic skins can sometimes generate heat or cold, creating unique offensive and defensive capabilities. Their senses are often finely tuned, capable of detecting minute vibrations in the ground or deciphering complex electronic signals. Steel types often possess a stoic and unwavering demeanor, reflecting the unyielding nature of their composition. They are the living fortresses of the Pokémon world, embodying durability, power, and often an advanced form of intelligence that belies their metallic exteriors, a testament to the fusion of natural evolution and engineered perfection. Let us now drift into the realm of the ice type, creatures intrinsically linked to the serene and often harsh beauty of frozen landscapes. Ice-type Pokémon are masters of chilling temperatures, their bodies often composed of, or capable of generating, incredibly cold ice. This ice is not merely frozen water. It can be incredibly dense, sharp, or even infused with a peculiar energetic property that drains heat from its surroundings. Their forms often mirror the intricate beauty of ice formations, from crystalline structures that glitter in the light to smooth, glacial surfaces that reflect the sky. They thrive in environments of extreme cold, such as Arctic tundras, towering glacial peaks, or deep subterranean ice caverns. In these environments, they are perfectly adapted, their bodies often possessing unique biological antifreeze properties that prevent their internal fluids from freezing, even in the most extreme conditions. Their attacks involve manipulating ice with incredible precision and power, conjuring razor-sharp icicles that impale foes, creating blinding blizzards that disorient, or encasing opponents in solid blocks of unbreakable ice. The cold emitted by an ice type can be so intense that it can slow the movements of others, making them sluggish and vulnerable. Some ice types are known to have an innate connection to the weather, able to summon hailstorms or lower the ambient temperature over a wide area, shaping their environment to their advantage. Their movements are often graceful and silent, like falling snow, or powerful and deliberate, like a slowly moving glacier. They embody the quiet, relentless power of winter, a force that can both preserve and destroy, a beautiful and dangerous reminder of the Earth's colder extremes, a gentle chill in the air. A gentle chill in the air, allowing us to slowly transition our thoughts to the enigmatic realm of ghost-type Pokémon, beings that defy conventional understanding of life and death. Ghost types are not merely spirits. They are manifestations of various forms of energy, emotions, or even echoes of the past, often interacting with the physical world in unique and unsettling ways. Their forms are incredibly diverse, ranging from ethereal wisps that barely register to the eye, to solid, tangible figures that can possess objects or even other living beings. They are often found in places imbued with strong emotions, such as abandoned mansions, neglected cemeteries, or ancient ruins where history lingers like a forgotten whisper. Some ghost types are said to be the lingering spirits of Pokémon or even humans who met an unfortunate end, their spectral forms a testament to unresolved feelings or a powerful connection to the world they left behind. Others are born from an overflow of negative energy, coalescing into sentient beings that thrive on fear or sorrow. Their abilities are deeply rooted in the supernatural, allowing them to pass through solid objects with ease, become invisible at will, or manipulate the emotions of those around them. They can induce fear, create illusions, or drain the life force from their opponents, not always with malicious intent, but often as a natural expression of their spectral existence. The very touch of a ghost type can sometimes send shivers down the spine, not from cold, but from an otherworldly sensation that bypasses the physical and touches the very essence of being. They often communicate through unsettling whispers, sudden cold spots, or the flickering of lights, leaving an undeniable impression of their presence without needing to utter a single word. Despite their often spooky nature, many ghost types are not inherently malevolent. Some are merely playful, enjoying mischievous tricks, while others are incredibly protective of certain places or individuals, acting as silent guardians. Their existence challenges our perceptions of reality, blurring the lines between the living and the departed, reminding us that there are dimensions of existence beyond our immediate grasp. The energy they wield is often unpredictable, reacting to the emotional states of nearby beings, becoming more potent in moments of fear or sorrow. They are the keepers of forgotten stories, the silent witnesses to centuries of change, their presence a gentle reminder of the impermanence of all things, a fleeting shadow in the moonlight, a whisper carried on the wind. As we drift further into the quiet contemplation of these spectral entities, let us consider the grass type, a vibrant and essential facet of the Pokémon world, deeply connected to the planet's lifeblood and the cycles of nature. Grass types are living embodiments of the botanical kingdom, their bodies often composed of plant matter, or possessing a deep, intrinsic connection to flora. Their forms are as varied as the plants themselves, from tiny budding sprouts that burst with youthful energy to towering ancient trees that have witnessed centuries unfold. They thrive in environments rich with natural growth, verdant forests, sprawling meadows, lush jungles, and serene gardens. Their existence is intrinsically linked to sunlight, which they absorb and convert into energy, much like the plants they represent. This connection to the sun allows many grass types to regulate their own internal temperatures and even photosynthesize, sustaining themselves with light and water. Their abilities are deeply rooted in natural processes. They can manipulate vines with incredible precision, ensnaring foes or using them to traverse difficult terrain. They can release potent spores that induce sleep, paralysis, or even a slow, debilitating poison, reflecting the subtle yet powerful defenses found in the plant world. Some grass types possess an innate healing ability, drawing upon the restorative power of nature to mend wounds or purify toxins. They can summon invigorating aromas that revitalize allies, or calming scents that soothe agitated minds. Their connection to the earth allows them to draw nutrients directly from the soil, enabling them to grow rapidly or restore their energy reserves. They are often gentle and nurturing creatures, embodying the quiet strength and resilience of nature. However, beneath their often serene exterior lies a formidable power capable of unleashing devastating attacks that harness the force of whipping vines, razor-sharp leaves, or even the explosive power of seeds. They play a crucial role in maintaining ecological balance, often serving as primary producers in their ecosystems, providing food and shelter for other Pokémon. Their movements can be as fluid as swaying reeds in the wind, or as firm and rooted as an ancient oak, adapting to their surroundings with an inherent grace. They are the living pulse of the natural world, a gentle rustling of leaves in a calming breeze, a soft bed of moss beneath a towering tree, a testament to the enduring power of growth and renewal. A silent green symphony, allowing our minds to then gently shift towards the remarkable bug-type Pokémon, creatures that often represent the earliest stages of life's complex evolution, embodying resilience, adaptability, and an astonishing diversity. Bug types are inherently connected to the world of insects and arachnids, their forms reflecting the myriad shapes and structures found in these small yet powerful creatures. They range from tiny, unassuming larvae to magnificent winged adults, often undergoing dramatic metamorphoses that symbolize transformation and growth. They thrive in nearly every terrestrial environment, from dense forests and expansive grasslands to bustling urban areas and quiet caves. Their adaptability is legendary. They can survive in conditions that would be inhospitable to many other types, often utilizing ingenious strategies for survival. Their abilities are incredibly diverse, reflecting the specialized traits of their real-world counterparts. They can spin intricate webs that trap opponents or provide pathways through the air, secrete sticky fluids that immobilize, or unleash powerful stings and bites imbued with venom or paralyzing agents. Many bug types possess hardened exoskeletons that provide exceptional defense against physical attacks, allowing them to withstand blows that would fell larger Pokémon. Some are masters of camouflage, blending seamlessly into their surroundings, vanishing from sight, while others display vibrant, iridescent colors that warn predators or attract mates. They often exhibit remarkable teamwork, forming colonies or swarms that can overwhelm opponents with sheer numbers and coordinated attacks. Their senses are often incredibly acute, allowing them to detect vibrations in the ground, subtle changes in air currents, or chemical trails left by other Pokémon. They are creatures of instinct, driven by ancient biological imperatives, yet many display surprisingly complex behaviors and intelligence. The evolution of a bug type from a vulnerable larva to a powerful adult is a powerful metaphor for perseverance and change, a journey of self-discovery from cocoon to flight. Their movements can be quick and darting, like a dragonfly across a pond, or slow and deliberate, like a beetle meticulously navigating a leaf. They are the quiet architects of many ecosystems, the silent workers that maintain balance, a gentle hum of wings in the evening air, a tiny marvel of engineering, a testament to life's intricate tapestry, a subtle scuttling in the undergrowth. And now, as we continue our serene journey, let us contemplate the fascinating dragon-type Pokémon, creatures often revered in ancient lore as symbols of immense power, wisdom, and majesty. Dragon types are among the most mythical and awe-inspiring of all Pokémon, their forms often evoking powerful serpents, majestic beasts, or ancient winged titans. They are typically associated with elemental forces capable of wielding fire, water, electricity, or even the raw power of the wind. Dragon types are often found in remote and sacred locations, towering mountain peaks shrouded in mist, deep subterranean caverns untouched by human hands, or ancient forgotten ruins where their power resonates through time. Their existence is often linked to legends and prophecies, and they are said to possess an innate connection to the very fabric of the world, capable of influencing weather patterns or even the flow of time. Their abilities are truly formidable, allowing them to unleash devastating elemental attacks with incredible force. They can breathe torrents of fire that melt rock, conjure powerful gusts of wind that sweep away foes, or generate electrical discharges that crackle with raw energy. Many dragon types possess incredibly tough scales or hides that provide exceptional defense against a wide range of attacks, making them incredibly difficult to defeat. They often exhibit a fierce pride and unwavering determination, reflecting their status as apex predators or guardians of ancient secrets. Despite their immense power, many dragon types also possess a deep wisdom and a calm, discerning nature, only revealing their full strength when absolutely necessary. Their movements are often regal and powerful, whether soaring gracefully through the skies on massive wings, or moving with deliberate, earth-shaking steps across the land. They are often long-lived, accumulating vast amounts of knowledge and experience over centuries, making them living repositories of history and lore. The very presence of a dragon type can inspire awe and respect, a testament to their inherent authority and raw, untamed power. They are the living legends of the Pokémon world, a powerful roar echoing across a vast landscape, a majestic silhouette against a setting sun, a profound symbol of ultimate strength and ancient wisdom, a deep, resonant rumble, leading us to consider the captivating fighting-type Pokémon, beings that embody strength, discipline, and an unwavering spirit of combat. Fighting types are masters of physical prowess, their bodies honed through rigorous training and an innate drive to overcome challenges. Their forms often reflect powerful musculature, agile frames, or a robust, grounded presence, ready to engage in battle. They are found in a variety of environments where physical conditioning is paramount. Bustling dojos, rugged mountainsides where they train against natural obstacles, or even urban environments where they can test their skills against opponents. Their philosophy often centers around self-improvement, honor, and respect for their opponents, viewing battles as a path to greater strength and understanding. Their abilities are entirely focused on close quarters combat, delivering devastating punches, powerful kicks, and intricate grappling maneuvers with incredible precision and force. They can break through solid rock with their bare hands, shatter steel with a single strike, or unleash a flurry of blows that overwhelm even the most resilient foes. Many fighting types possess an incredible sense of focus and concentration, allowing them to anticipate their opponent's movements and exploit weaknesses. They often have a high pain tolerance and an indomitable will, pushing through injuries and fatigue to continue the fight. Their training is often a lifelong endeavor, constantly refining their techniques and pushing their physical limits. They can inspire courage in their allies and strike fear into the hearts of their enemies, not through malice, but through the sheer intensity of their presence. Their movements are often fluid and dynamic, like a martial artist performing a complex kata, or explosive and direct, like a boxer delivering a knockout blow. They are the embodiment of raw power channeled through discipline, a powerful punch that leaves the air trembling, a focused gaze of unwavering determination, a testament to the human or Pokémon spirit's ability to overcome, a steady, rhythmic thud. And finally, for now, let us reflect on the intriguing poison-type Pokémon, creatures that wield the subtle yet potent power of toxins, often misunderstood but integral to the balance of their ecosystems. Poison types are masters of chemical warfare, their bodies often producing or being composed of various venoms, acids, or noxious gases. Their forms can be varied, from seemingly innocuous creatures that hide a deadly secret to overtly menacing figures that warn of their toxic nature. They thrive in environments where decay and transformation are prevalent. Murky swamps, polluted industrial areas, deep caves where unique chemical reactions occur, or even dense forests where poisonous plants abound. Their existence often plays a crucial role in regulating populations, breaking down organic matter, or acting as a deterrent to larger predators. Their abilities are centered around inflicting status conditions and gradual damage rather than overwhelming force. They can release corrosive acids that melt through defenses, spew clouds of debilitating gases that disorient and weaken, or inject potent venoms that slowly drain the life force from their opponents. Many poison types possess an innate resistance or immunity to toxins themselves, allowing them to thrive in environments that would be deadly to others. They often utilize camouflage or deceptive appearances to lure in unsuspecting prey or to avoid confrontation when unnecessary. Their movements can be slow and deliberate, allowing their toxins to spread, or quick and darting, ensuring a swift injection of venom. They are not always malicious. Many simply utilize their natural abilities for defense or to secure food, a fundamental part of their biological makeup. They can sometimes be seen as antagonists, but their role in nature is often one of balance, a necessary force for decomposition and regulation. They are the silent alchemists of the Pokémon world, a subtle scent of decay in the air, a shimmering slick on a still pond, a testament to the intricate and sometimes dangerous wonders of natural chemistry. A faint, acrid whisper, a faint, acrid whisper. And now, let us drift gently into the realm of the magnificent Steel-type Pokémon, creatures of incredible resilience and imposing strength, whose forms are often forged from nature's toughest metals or imbued with an essence of impenetrable fortitude. Steel types stand as bastions of defense, their bodies gleaming like polished armor, reflecting the light of the sun or the soft glow of the moon, embodying durability and unwavering resolve. They are often found in environments where the Earth's crust has been subjected to immense pressure and heat, deep within mines rich with metallic ores, or in ancient ruins where the very stone has taken on a metallic sheen. Some are believed to be living constructs, animated by a mysterious life force, while others are organically evolved, their skin or scales having hardened over countless generations to resemble the strongest alloys. Their existence speaks to a deep connection with the planet's geological processes, a slow, patient accumulation of strength, much like the formation of mountains themselves. The abilities of Steel-type Pokémon are primarily centered around their immense physical and special defense. They can withstand attacks that would fell lesser creatures, shrugging off blows with an almost serene indifference. Their attacks are often powerful and direct, utilizing their sheer mass and metallic density to deliver devastating impact. They might sharpen their limbs into blades, launch metallic projectiles with surprising speed, or simply use their incredible weight to crush obstacles and opponents alike. Many steel types possess an innate resistance to a multitude of elemental attacks, further enhancing their survivability, making them formidable opponents in any battle. Their movements can range from ponderous and deliberate, each step a resonant thud against the earth, to surprisingly agile and precise, like a skilled craftsman manipulating fine tools. They are often depicted as stoic and unyielding, their expressions unreadable behind their metallic visages, embodying a quiet strength that doesn't need to boast. Some steel types exhibit a unique magnetism, allowing them to manipulate metallic objects or even subtly influence the Earth's magnetic field, adding another layer to their diverse abilities. They can be protectors of ancient sites, guardians of valuable resources, or even the cornerstone of technological advancements in the Pokémon world, inspiring engineers and inventors with their natural resilience and mechanical precision. Their presence often brings a sense of stability and permanence, a grounding force against the more fleeting aspects of nature. They are the bedrock upon which civilizations might build, the silent sentinels of forgotten ages, their metallic forms echoing with the passage of time. They are the sound of a distant hammer striking an anvil, a faint metallic hum in the air, a testament to the enduring power of earth and metal, a feeling of unwavering protection, a gentle, resonating clang. And now, let us slowly consider The enigmatic Ice-type Pokémon, creatures born of the chilling embrace of winter, their forms often sculpted from the purest snow, the clearest ice, or imbued with an essence that radiates a profound cold. Ice types are masters of cold manipulation, their bodies naturally adapted to extreme temperatures, often bearing crystalline structures or fur thick enough to withstand the harshest blizzards. They are found predominantly in the most frigid environments, the desolate peaks of towering mountains, the vast, shimmering expanses of polar ice caps, deep within ancient glaciers that have stood for millennia, or in caves where the very air crystallizes with each breath. Their existence is a testament to life's ability to thrive even under the most challenging and unforgiving conditions, adapting to a world of perpetual frost. The abilities of Ice-type Pokémon are centered around their control over cold and their capacity to freeze. They can summon blizzards that obscure vision and batter opponents with icy winds, create sharp shards of ice to launch as projectiles, or encase themselves in protective layers of frost, enhancing their defenses. Many possess the power to lower the temperature of their surroundings, creating slick, treacherous surfaces that impede movement, or even freezing liquids solid with a mere touch. Their attacks often have a chance to inflict the frozen status condition, rendering opponents immobile, a potent display of their chilling power. Their movements can be graceful and fluid, like snowflakes dancing on the wind, or slow and deliberate, each step crunching softly on frozen ground. They are often depicted as serene and solitary, finding peace in the quiet stillness of their icy domains, their eyes reflecting the cold, clear light of an aurora. Some ice types are believed to be ancient beings, having slumbered for centuries within glaciers, only to awaken when the conditions are just right. Others are known to be migratory, traveling vast distances across frozen seas or through bitter winds, following the rhythm of the seasons. They play a crucial role in maintaining the delicate balance of their ecosystems, influencing weather patterns, and providing shelter or resources for other cold-adapted species. Their appearance can range from majestic creatures with flowing crystalline manes to seemingly simple snow-covered forms that hide surprising strength. They are the ephemeral beauty of a falling snowflake, the silent majesty of an iceberg drifting through a vast ocean, a testament to the serene yet deadly power of absolute cold, a soft, crackling frost. Let us now allow ourselves to be captivated by the intriguing ghost-type Pokémon, beings that transcend the conventional boundaries of physical existence, often appearing as spectral forms, ethereal wisps, or creatures imbued with a mysterious, otherworldly energy. Ghost types are intrinsically linked to the spirit world, the echoes of the past, and the subtle energies that reside between life and death. They are found in places imbued with history and strong emotions, ancient cemeteries, forgotten ruins, abandoned mansions, the quiet corners of old libraries, or even within the shadows of bustling cities, unseen by most. Their existence often blurs the lines between the physical and the metaphysical, challenging our understanding of what it means to be alive. The abilities of ghost-type Pokémon are diverse and often unsettling, relying on their intangible nature and their connection to the unseen. They can phase through solid objects, making them impervious to many physical attacks, or become invisible, allowing them to move undetected. Their attacks often manipulate the minds and emotions of their opponents, inducing fear, confusion, or even directly draining their life force. They might summon spectral flames, project terrifying illusions, or possess objects and even other beings, bending them to their will. Many ghost types are known for their ability to inflict status conditions that gradually wear down opponents, preferring psychological warfare over brute force. Their movements are typically silent and fluid, gliding through the air or emerging from shadows with an unnerving grace. They are often depicted as mischievous, mournful, or even malevolent, reflecting the complex spectrum of emotions associated with the spirit world. Some ghost types are believed to be the spirits of Pokémon, or even humans who have passed on, their essence lingering in the world for various reasons, perhaps to fulfill an unfinished task or to simply exist. Others are born from strong negative emotions, accumulating into sentient forms. They play a unique role in their ecosystems, sometimes acting as guardians of sacred sites or as cautionary tales to those who disrespect the balance of life. Their presence often evokes a sense of mystery and awe, a chilling whisper from beyond the veil. They are the subtle chill in a warm room, the feeling of being watched when no one is there, a testament to the enduring power of memory and spirit, a faint, spectral sigh. And now, let us gently consider the captivating dragon-type Pokémon, creatures of immense power, ancient lineage, and often awe-inspiring majesty, whose forms frequently evoke mythical beasts of legend. Dragon types are revered for their strength, wisdom, and their deep connection to the elemental forces of the world. They are often found in secluded, untouched environments, the highest, most inaccessible mountain peaks, deep within ancient caves where time seems to slow, or in hidden valleys protected by dense primeval forests. Their existence speaks to a lineage stretching back through eons, representing a pinnacle of natural evolution and raw, untamed power. The abilities of dragon-type Pokémon are as varied as their forms, often encompassing a diverse range of elemental breaths, powerful physical attacks, and an innate resilience that borders on legendary. They can unleash torrents of fire, blasts of electricity, icy winds, or even pure, unadulterated draconic energy. Their scales are often incredibly tough, providing natural armor that can withstand formidable assaults, while their claws, fangs, and tails are potent weapons. Many dragon types possess a unique resistance to most elemental attacks, making them difficult to defeat, and their attacks are rarely resisted by other types, highlighting their sheer offensive prowess. Their movements can be graceful and soaring, dominating the skies with effortless flight, or powerful and ground-shaking, each step resonating with their immense strength. They are often depicted as proud, intelligent, and sometimes fiercely territorial, embodying a primal force of nature that commands respect. Some dragon types are believed to be guardians of ancient lands, repositories of forgotten knowledge, or even catalysts for significant geological events. Their presence often inspires both fear and reverence, a deep-seated acknowledgement of their inherent dominance. They can be solitary beings, content in their vast domains, or part of a small elite lineage, their secrets passed down through generations. Their appearance can range from serpentine and elegant to robust and imposing, each design hinting at ancient myths and untold power. They are the roar that echoes through a canyon, the shadow of vast wings passing overhead, a testament to the enduring might and timeless wisdom of ancient legends, a deep, resonant rumble. Finally, for this evening, let us turn our attention to the fascinating Dark-type Pokémon, creatures often associated with cunning, shadow, and a pragmatic, sometimes ruthless, approach to survival. Dark types navigate the fringes of conventional morality, embodying aspects of defiance, trickery, and self-reliance. They are found in environments where shadows cling, moonlit forests, dim alleyways of bustling cities, deep caves where light struggles to penetrate, or in remote, wild places where the laws of civilization hold little sway. Their existence often highlights the duality of nature, the necessity of darkness to appreciate light, and the ingenuity that arises from challenging norms. The abilities of Dark-type Pokémon are centered around deception, intimidation, and exploiting weaknesses. They can manipulate shadows to create illusions or to vanish from sight, use their cunning to outwit opponents, or harness the power of negative emotions to unnerve their foes. Their attacks often aim to lower an opponent's stats, inflict debilitating status conditions, or deal increased damage when the target is vulnerable. They might unleash blasts of pure shadows, strike with surprising speed from unseen angles, or utilize psychological tactics to gain an advantage. Many dark types possess an innate resistance to psychic type attacks, reflecting their ability to resist mental manipulation and their often strong, independent wills. Their movements can be stealthy and swift, like a predator moving through the night, or sudden and aggressive, designed to catch opponents off guard. They are often depicted as mischievous, aloof, or fiercely protective of their own, embodying a wild, untamed spirit. Some dark types are known for their nocturnal habits, thriving under the cover of darkness where their abilities are most potent. Others are solitary hunters, relying on their wits and stealth to secure their meals. They play a role in their ecosystems by keeping populations in check, acting as scavengers, or simply existing as a challenging element of the natural world. Their appearance can range from sleek and elegant, with features that blend seamlessly into the night, to menacing and imposing, with sharp claws and piercing eyes. They are the rustle in the bushes that makes you pause, the glint of an eye in the moonless night, a testament to the subtle power of the unseen and the enduring spirit of independence. A low, secretive chuckle. And with that, we conclude our journey for tonight, allowing these gentle whispers of the Pokémon world to guide you into a peaceful, restful sleep. And with that, we conclude our journey for tonight, allowing these gentle whispers of the Pokémon worlds to guide you into a peaceful, restful sleep. But perhaps, just perhaps, there's a little more to discover before we drift off entirely. Let's consider a few more whispers from the Sinnoh region, stories woven into the very fabric of its existence, tales that might just lull you into a deeper slumber. Did you know, for instance, that the legendary Pokémon, Palkia, the master of space, is said to reside in a different dimension, a realm of its own creation? It's not simply a powerful creature, but an entity whose very presence defines the expanse and structure of space itself. Imagine a being so profound that its breath shapes the emptiness between stars, its movements ripple through the fabric of reality, causing distortions and expansions. The very concept of distance, of how far one place is from another, is under its command. This means that Palkia could, if it chose, bring two incredibly distant points together or stretch a short path into an unimaginable journey. Its signature move, Spatial Rend, isn't just an attack. It's a tear in the very dimension, a fleeting glimpse into the raw power it wields over the universe's spatial continuum. The legends speak of its pearl-like shoulders, shimmering with cosmic energy, reflecting that endless void it oversees. It is a creature of immense grace, yet an equally immense power, a silent architect of the cosmos, ensuring the order and expansion of space in the vast, unending tapestry of existence. Its connection to the spear pillar, that ancient sacred place high in the mountains, is deeply rooted, an altar where the very laws of reality might be touched, if one dares. And conversely, its counterpart, Dialga, the master of time, holds sway over every passing moment, every tick of the cosmic clock. Its roar, they say, can distort the flow of time itself, slowing it to a crawl or accelerating it to an unimaginable blur. Imagine a Pokémon that can literally rewind or fast forward events, not just in a localized area, but potentially across the entire world, or even the universe. Every sunrise, every sunset, every heartbeat, every falling leaf falls under its temporal dominion. The gems on its chest, shimmering with the colors of dawn and dusk, are said to pulse with the very rhythm of eternity. Dialga's presence ensures the steady, relentless march of time, preventing chaos and stagnation. When its power is unleashed through roar of time, it's not just a sound, it's a temporal shockwave, a raw expression of absolute control over the fourth dimension. The legends intertwine these two, Palkia and Dialga, as the twin pillars of reality, one governing where things are, the other governing when they are. Their existence is a gentle reminder of the fundamental laws that govern our world, laws so immense they are embodied by these magnificent, powerful beings. Consider also the enigmatic world of the distortion world, a realm where the laws of space and time are utterly meaningless. This is the domain of Giratina, the renegade Pokémon, a creature so powerful and so disruptive that it was banished from our world. Imagine a place where up is down and left is right, where gravity is an arbitrary suggestion and solid ground can shift and vanish. The very air shimmers with a strange, unnatural light, and shadows twist into impossible shapes. Giratina, in its origin form, moves with an eerie grace through this chaotic dimension, its 6 ghostly wings propelling it through the void. Its existence challenges our understanding of reality, suggesting that there are realms beyond our comprehension, places where the rules we take for granted simply do not apply. Its banishment wasn't simply a punishment. It was a necessary act to preserve the stability of our own world, preventing the distortion world's chaotic influence from bleeding into our structured reality. Giratina is a solitary guardian of this bizarre dimension, a silent, powerful observer of the universe from a place that defies all logic. Its very being is a paradox, a creature of immense power living in a realm of infinite impossibility. Then there is Arceus, the alpha Pokémon, said to be the creator of all that exists. It is whispered that Arceus emerged from an egg in a place where there was nothing, and from that nothingness It shaped the universe with its 1,000 arms. Each of its plates, those ancient artifacts, holds a fragment of its power, allowing it to change its type and adapt to any challenge. Imagine a being so fundamental that its very thoughts could bring forth stars, planets, and life itself. The legends often depict it with a golden ring around its midsection, a symbol of its divine authority and its perfect, balanced existence. Arceus is not just a powerful Pokémon, it is the embodiment of creation, the source from which all other life springs. Its story is the ultimate origin myth, a gentle whisper of how everything began, a testament to the sheer, unimaginable power of existence itself. Its presence, though rarely seen, is felt in the very balance of nature, in the intricate dance of life and death, in the endless cycle of the universe. It is a silent, benevolent force, maintaining the harmony of all things, a truly magnificent and humbling concept. And what about the Lake Guardians? Uxie, Mesprit, and Azelf, the trio of psychic Pokémon who embody knowledge, emotion, and willpower. Uxie, with its eyes closed, is the being of knowledge. It is said that if one stares into its eyes, their memories will be erased, a profound illustration of the overwhelming nature of pure, unadulterated knowledge. It teaches humanity the wisdom of discretion, the power of knowing without revealing. Mesprit, often depicted with a sorrowful expression, is the embodiment of emotion. It is said to have taught humans the pain and joy of feelings. Its ability to evoke emotion is so strong that merely touching it would cause an uncontrollable surge of feelings. It roams the land, a silent wanderer, touching hearts and minds with its profound empathy. And Azelf, with its fierce, determined gaze, represents willpower. It is said to have granted humans the strength of will to overcome adversity, the unyielding spirit to pursue their goals. It is a symbol of determination, the inner fire that drives us forward. These three, residing in the 3 Great Lakes of Sinnoh, are not merely powerful psychic-type Pokémon. They are the very essence of human consciousness, the fundamental pillars upon which our inner lives are built. Their existence is a constant, gentle reminder of the profound depths within ourselves. Let's not forget the humble but significant Bidoof, often referred to as the beaver Pokémon. Though often overlooked, Bidoof is incredibly industrious. Its buck teeth are constantly growing, meaning it must continuously gnaw on wood to keep them from becoming too long. This seemingly simple fact highlights a fundamental aspect of survival in the Pokémon world: adaptation and continuous effort. Bidoof's diligent work ethic in shaping its environment, building dams, and gnawing on trees helps to maintain the delicate balance of its watery habitats. It's a testament to the idea that even the smallest creatures play a vital role. Its evolution, Bibarel, takes this a step further, becoming a master dam builder, capable of altering water flow and creating entire ecosystems. They are nature's engineers, shaping their surroundings with an unassuming power, a quiet, steady force of change. Consider the gentle beauty of Roserade, the bouquet Pokémon. This elegant grass and poison type is not just aesthetically pleasing. Its arms, resembling bouquets of flowers, contain different kinds of toxins. One hand holds a sweet-smelling poison, while the other holds a potent, paralyzing one. This duality of beauty and danger is a common theme in nature and in Pokemon. Roseride uses these floral arrays not just for attack, but also for attracting prey with their alluring fragrance, a subtle dance of life and death. Its movements are described as graceful, like a dancer, and it communicates through subtle shifts in its floral hands, a silent language of fragrance and color. It's a reminder that even the most beautiful things can hold hidden depths and protective measures, a gentle paradox of nature's design. And then there's the heartwarming tale of Happiny, the playful and cherished Pokemon. Happiny is always carrying a smooth, white, egg-shaped stone. It mimics Chansey and Blissey trying to carry an egg as if practicing for its future role. The stone isn't simply a prop, it's a deeply meaningful object. Happiny will go to great lengths to protect its precious stone, sometimes even offering it to someone it trusts as a sign of affection. This act of carrying and protecting, this innocent mimicry, speaks volumes about the instinctual nurturing qualities of its evolutionary line. It's a pure expression of care and devotion, a gentle lesson in the warmth of selfless affection. The mischievous Spiritomb, a ghost and dark type, is a fascinating anomaly. It is formed from 108 spirits, bound to a hallowed tower by a mysterious keystone. This ancient Pokemon is often found in desolate, forgotten places, its ethereal presence a testament to its long history. The number 108 is significant in various spiritual and mystical traditions, adding to Spiritomb's enigmatic aura. Imagine the collective consciousness of 108 souls, each with its own memories and experiences, coalescing into a single powerful entity. Its keystone acts as an anchor, preventing the spirits from dissipating, a solemn reminder of a forgotten past and a lingering presence. Its very existence is a whisper of ancient rituals and powerful binding magic, a creature born from a confluence of many untold stories. Imagine the sheer power of Garchomp, the mock Pokemon, a dragon and ground type that can fly at jet speeds. Its sleek, aerodynamic body is perfectly adapted for both land and air, allowing it to traverse vast distances with incredible swiftness. Its fins resemble wings, and its powerful jaws are capable of delivering devastating bites. Garchomp is an apex predator of the Sinnoh region, feared and respected for its strength and speed. It's said that its scales are incredibly tough, allowing it to withstand extreme pressures and temperatures. The wind generated by its flight can be felt far and wide, a tangible sign of its immense power and swift movement. Despite its fearsome appearance, many anecdotes speak of its loyalty and protective nature towards its trainers, a testament to the complex emotions that even the fiercest Pokemon can possess. It is a creature of raw, untamed power, yet also capable of profound bonds. And the intriguing Lucario, the Aura Pokemon, a fighting and steel type. Lucario has the unique ability to sense auras, the energy emanations of living beings. This allows it to understand emotions, thoughts, and even intentions, even from a distance. It's not just a fighting skill, it's a deep form of empathy and awareness. Imagine being able to perceive the very essence of another being, to read their inner landscape without a single word being spoken. This profound sensitivity allows Lucario to fight with both precision and compassion, understanding its opponent not just physically, but emotionally. Its appearance, resembling a jackal, suggests ancient wisdom and keen senses. It's a Pokemon of profound depth, capable of understanding the unseen currents of life, a silent guardian attuned to the rhythm of existence. Its connection with the human heart is often depicted as exceptionally strong, a bond forged through mutual understanding and shared spirit. Think about the serene beauty of Shaman, the gratitude Pokemon. This mythical grass type has two distinct forms. Its land form is a small, delicate hedgehog-like creature adorned with grassidea flowers, absorbing toxins from the air and transforming barren land into lush flower fields. It's a symbol of hope and rejuvenation, a gentle force of nature bringing life and beauty wherever it goes. Then, when exposed to a grassidea flower, it transforms into its sky form, a more elegant, deer-like creature with a majestic flower mane capable of flight. This transformation is not just physical. It represents a shift in its capabilities, allowing it to soar through the skies, spreading its purifying pollen far and wide. Shaman embodies gratitude and the power of renewal, a gentle reminder of the world's capacity for healing and beauty. Its very existence is a silent hymn to the rejuvenating power of nature, a small creature with an immense impact on its environment. The majestic and somewhat intimidating Electivire, the Thunderbolt Pokemon, a pure electric type. Its powerful arms are said to generate enough electricity to power a small city. When it's fully charged, its body crackles with raw energy, and its two tails glow with an intense blue light. Electivire's battles are often described as explosive displays of electrical power, with thunder and lightning accompanying its every move. It's not just strong, it's a living, breathing power plant, a force of nature condensed into a single being. Its temperament is often described as aggressive and competitive, always seeking to test its immense electrical strength against worthy opponents. Despite its ferocity, there's a certain primal beauty in its raw power, a creature that embodies the untamed energy of a storm. And its counterpart, Magmortar, the Blast Pokemon, a pure fire type. Magmortar's arm cannons can launch fireballs at incredibly high temperatures, reaching over 2,000 degrees Fahrenheit. It's said that its body radiates immense heat, capable of melting even the strongest metals. The sound of its fireballs exploding is like a clap of thunder echoing through the mountains. Magmortar is a living volcano, a creature of intense heat and destructive power. Its fiery temperament matches its abilities, as it's often depicted as hot-headed and eager for battle. The heat radiating from its body is so intense that it can distort the air around it, creating shimmering heat hazes. It is a testament to the destructive, yet also transformative power of fire, a majestic force of nature in Pokemon form. Consider the gentle and elegant Leafeon, the verdant Evolution, a pure grass type. Leafeon's cells are similar to those of plants, allowing it to perform photosynthesis. It converts sunlight into energy, purifying the air around it and emanating a fresh, grassy scent. Imagine a creature whose very breath cleanses the atmosphere, whose presence brings a subtle, refreshing aroma to its surroundings. Its peaceful nature and connection to the natural world make it a symbol of tranquility and harmony. Leafeon embodies the serene beauty and life-giving power of nature. A silent guardian of the forests and meadows, its movements as soft and graceful as a rustling leaf in the breeze, and its frigid counterpart, Glaceon, the fresh snow Pokémon, a pure ice type. Glaceon has the ability to instantly freeze the moisture in the air around it, creating fine ice crystals that sparkle in the light. Its fur is often described as being covered in a fine layer of frost, shimmering like diamonds. It controls its body temperature with such precision that it can create a localized blizzard around itself. Glaceon is a creature of delicate beauty and chilling power, embodying the serene yet intense nature of ice and snow. Its elegant movements are as silent and swift as falling snowflakes, a graceful force of winter, chilling but undeniably beautiful. Finally, for this evening, let us turn our attention to the fascinating Dark-type Pokémon, creatures often associated with cunning, shadow, and a pragmatic, sometimes ruthless, approach to survival. Dark types navigate the fringes of conventional morality, embodying aspects of defiance, trickery, and self-reliance. They are found in environments where shadows cling, moonlit forests, dim alleyways of bustling cities, deep caves where light struggles to penetrate, or in remote, wild places where the laws of civilization hold little sway. Their existence often highlights the duality of nature, the necessity of darkness to appreciate light, and the ingenuity that arises from challenging norms. The abilities of Dark-type Pokémon are centered around deception, intimidation, and exploiting weaknesses. They can manipulate shadows to create illusions or to vanish from sight, use their cunning to outwit opponents, or harness the power of negative emotions to unnerve their foes. Their attacks often aim to lower an opponent's stats, inflict debilitating status conditions, or deal increased damage when the target is vulnerable. They might unleash blasts of pure shadows, strike with surprising speed from unseen angles, or utilize psychological tactics to gain an advantage. Many dark types possess an innate resistance to psychic-type attacks, reflecting their ability to resist mental manipulation and their often strong, independent wills. Their movements can be stealthy and swift, like a predator moving through the night, or sudden and aggressive, designed to catch opponents off guard. They are often depicted as mischievous, aloof, or fiercely protective of their own, embodying a wild, untamed spirit. Some dark types are known for their nocturnal habits, thriving under the cover of darkness, where their abilities are most potent. Others are solitary hunters, relying on their wits and stealth to secure their meals. They play a role in their ecosystems by keeping populations in check, acting as scavengers, or simply existing as a challenging element of the natural world. Their appearance can range from sleek and elegant, with features that blend seamlessly into the night, to menacing and imposing, with sharp claws and piercing eyes. They are the rustle in the bushes that makes you pause, the glint of an eye in the moonless night, a testament to the subtle power of the unseen and the enduring spirit of independence. A low, secretive chuckle. And with that, we conclude our journey for tonight, allowing these gentle whispers of the Pokémon world to guide you into a peaceful, restful sleep. But wait. It seems a few more secrets of Sinnoh wish to unfold before we truly drift off. The allure of the night and the creatures that dwell within its embrace can be quite captivating, can't it? Let us not rush the quiet peace that settles over us. There are still whispers of the Sinnoh region, tales woven into the very fabric of its landscape that beckon us to listen just a little longer. Consider the intricate dance of evolution that shapes the Pokémon we encounter. It is not merely a change in form, but often a profound shift in ability, temperament, and even their ecological niche. Take, for instance, the diminutive Budu, a grass/poison type, a tiny bud with a serene, almost innocent demeanor. It prefers damp places, often found near ponds or in humid forests, absorbing nutrients from the soil and sunlight, quietly growing. Its petals are a soft green, and it moves with a gentle swaying motion, almost imperceptible. But as it grows, as its bond with its trainer deepens, or as it experiences the world under the warm light of the sun, it evolves into Roselia. Roselia, now with 2 rose-like blossoms for hands, is more elegant, more refined. Its movements become a graceful ballet, and its poison, once a simple defense, becomes more potent, capable of inducing deep sleep in its foes. The scent it emits is said to be delightful, yet a close whiff can bring on a severe allergy. It's a creature of delicate beauty and hidden danger, a perfect example of nature's duality. And then, if exposed to a shiny stone, Roselia ascends to its final form, Roserade. Roserade is the epitome of floral elegance and lethal grace. Its movements are fluid, almost like a dancer performing a complex routine. The roses on its arms are now fully bloomed, one red and one blue, each capable of unleashing powerful poisons. Its cape-like leaves and mask-like face give it an air of sophistication, almost like a noble knight or a master of disguise. Roserade is a master of both offensive and defensive tactics, combining its potent poisons with swift strikes and deceptive movements. It embodies a meticulous precision, a calculated approach to battle, far removed from the simple swaying of a Budu. The journey from a tiny bud to a majestic, a poisonous rose is a testament to the transformative power inherent in the Pokémon world, a slow, unfolding narrative written in petals and thorns. Now let us turn our gaze to the rugged mountains of Sinnoh, where the air is thin and the terrain unforgiving. Here, among the jagged peaks and ancient stones, you might find Gibel, a surprisingly endearing dragon/ground type. Gibel is often described as a land shark, despite its small stature. It lives in volcanic caves, preferring warmth, and is known for its habit of biting anything that moves, sometimes even its own trainer, out of sheer curiosity or perhaps a playful exuberance. Its skin is rough, almost like sandpaper, a natural defense against the harsh environment. Gibel's movements are often clumsy on land, a waddling gait that belies the explosive power it will one day wield. It's a creature of raw, untamed energy, a tiny dynamo waiting to burst forth. As Gibel matures and grows stronger, it evolves into Gabit. Gabit is larger, more formidable, and its movements become more purposeful. Its head fin, once small, now resembles a jet engine, and its claws are sharper, more pronounced. Gabit is a fierce hunter, capable of burrowing through the earth at incredible speeds, surprising its prey from beneath. It lives in large caverns, often digging tunnels with its powerful jaws and claws. The thrill of the hunt, the primal instinct to chase and capture, becomes a dominant trait. Gabite is a creature of focused aggression, a testament to the evolutionary pressure of its environment, honing its senses and physical prowess. And then, The pinnacle of this evolutionary line, the pseudo-legendary Garchomp. Garchomp is a land shark of immense power and speed, a dragon/ground type that dominates its surroundings. Its sleek, aerodynamic form allows it to fly at supersonic speeds, creating sonic booms as it streaks across the sky. Its scythe-like claws are capable of inflicting devastating damage, and its scales are incredibly tough, offering robust protection. Garchomp is a creature of raw, unadulterated power, a force of nature. It embodies the strength and majesty of the Sinnoh region's wild places, a testament to the fact that even the smallest, most clumsy beginnings can lead to breathtaking power. The transformation from a waddling Geibel to a soaring Garchomp is a remarkable journey, a demonstration of how potential, when nurtured, can lead to unparalleled might. Let us also consider the subtle yet profound impact of the environment on Pokémon. The cold, crisp air of Mount Coronet, the ancient backbone of Sinnoh, influences many of the Pokémon dwelling there. Take Snorunt, an ice-type Pokémon that thrives in extremely cold climates. It's a small, triangular Pokémon, often mistaken for a hat due to its unique shape. Snorunt lives in areas of heavy snowfall where it can blend almost perfectly with its surroundings. It's a playful creature, known to gather in groups and slide down icy slopes, enjoying the chill. Its diet consists of snow and ice, and its body is naturally adapted to withstand freezing temperatures. Snorunt teaches us about resilience, about finding joy and sustenance in the harshest of conditions. If a female Snorunt is exposed to a Dawnstone, it undergoes a truly unique evolution, transforming into Froslass. Froslass is a ghost/ice type, a hauntingly beautiful Pokémon born from the spirit of a woman who was lost in the snowy mountains. It drifts silently through blizzards, its ethereal form glowing faintly in the gloom. Froslass is known for its ability to freeze foes solid with its icy breath, and it collects the souls of men it finds appealing, freezing them and displaying them in its icy lair. It is a creature of chilling beauty and mournful elegance, a reminder of the legends and folklore that intertwine with the natural world. Its movements are graceful, almost like a spectral dancer, and its presence brings a sudden drop in temperature, a silent chill that permeates the air. However, if a Snorunt, regardless of gender, simply reaches a certain level of experience, it evolves into Glalie. Glalie is a pure ice type, a massive, floating head of ice with a gaping maw. It is a powerful and intimidating Pokémon, known for its ability to control ice with precision. Glalie can instantly freeze the moisture in the air, creating devastating blizzards or forming sharp, icy projectiles. It cares little for its surroundings, simply consuming anything that crosses its path, often freezing it first. Its skin is harder than diamonds, making it incredibly resilient. Glalie represents the raw, unyielding power of ice, the destructive force of nature when unleashed. The divergent paths of Snorunt's evolution, one leading to a ghostly siren and the other to a glacial behemoth, illustrate the fascinating complexity of the Pokémon world, where gender and specific environmental stimuli can dictate entirely different destinies. Let us also consider the social structures within Pokémon populations. Many Pokémon live in intricate communities, each member playing a specific role, much like our own societies. Think of the Bidoof, a normal type Pokemon, often seen as common, even a little clumsy. Bidoof are industrious creatures, constantly gnawing on trees and building dams in rivers. They are essential to their ecosystems, shaping the landscape and creating new habitats for other Pokemon. Their teeth are remarkably strong, capable of chewing through solid wood, and they are always busy, always working. Despite their seemingly simple nature, Bidoof represent the foundation of many natural environments, demonstrating that even the most unassuming creatures can have a profound impact. They are a testament to diligence and perseverance, quietly shaping the world around them. And then, Bidoof evolves into Bibarel, a normal/water type. Bibarel is a larger, more powerful beaver-like Pokemon, a master of engineering. Its tail becomes broad and flat, perfect for slapping the water to communicate warnings or to compact mud in its dam-building efforts. Bibarel are incredibly skilled at constructing elaborate dams and lodges, creating complex underwater tunnels and living spaces. They are fiercely territorial and protective of their homes, working cooperatively with other Bibarel to maintain their structures. They are a symbol of community, of working together towards a common goal, and of the power of collective effort. The evolution from Bidoof to Bibarel showcases a progression from simple industriousness to sophisticated engineering and social cooperation, a subtle yet powerful transformation that speaks to the rich tapestry of life in Sinnoh. Even the way Pokemon communicate is a fascinating subject. While many communicate through cries and physical gestures, some, like the psychic-type Pokemon, delve into the realms of telepathy and emotional resonance. Consider Chingling, a small, bell-shaped psychic-type Pokemon. It floats gently through the air, emitting a soft, soothing chime. Chingling communicates its emotions through the sound of its bell. A happy Chingling produces a clear, melodious ring, while a distressed Chingling emits a discordant, jangling sound. It is often found in quiet, peaceful places where its delicate chimes can resonate without being overwhelmed by noise. Chingling is a creature of pure, unadulterated sound, a living bell that expresses its inner world through vibrations in the air. And when Chingling grows and experiences the world, particularly when it's nurtured and develops a deep bond with its trainer, and once night falls, it evolves into Chimecho. Chimecho is a more sophisticated psychic type, its bell-like body now larger and more intricate. It can float silently through the air, its movements graceful and almost hypnotic. Chimecho uses ultrasonic waves to disorient its foes, and its cries are said to possess healing properties, capable of soothing anxieties and promoting restful sleep. It communicates through a complex series of chimes and vibrations, capable of conveying nuanced emotions and thoughts. Chimecho often lives in mountainous areas where the clear air allows its cries to carry far and wide. The transformation from a simple, emotive bell to a master of ultrasonic communication and healing is a beautiful evolution, showcasing the development of innate abilities into refined powers, a gentle symphony played across the quiet landscape of Sinnoh. Now let us consider the rare and often elusive phenomenon of shiny Pokemon. These are not merely palette swaps, but rather a representation of a natural, albeit uncommon, genetic variation within a species. A shiny Pokemon is a beacon of individuality, a testament to the subtle divergences that occur within populations. Finding one is a moment of pure serendipity, a whisper from the universe that acknowledges your patience and keen observation. Imagine encountering a starly, typically gray and black. Suddenly, one flashes with a vibrant, almost golden hue. It's the same Pokémon, the same cries, the same behaviors, yet it possesses a unique visual identity, making it a truly special encounter. This rarity adds another layer of depth to the Pokémon world, reminding us that even within species, there is an incredible breadth of individuality, a quiet celebration of difference. The folklore surrounding certain Pokémon also adds to their mystique. Legends are passed down through generations, shaping our understanding and reverence for these creatures. Take the Lake Guardians, for instance, Uxie, Mesprit, and Azelf. These three psychic-type Pokémon are said to have emerged from the same egg, each embodying a fundamental aspect of the human spirit. Uxie, the being of knowledge, is said to have bestowed intelligence upon humanity. Its eyes are usually closed, for merely gazing into them can rob one of all memory. Its presence is often felt as a sudden clarity, a quiet understanding. Mesprit, the being of emotion, taught humanity the joys and sorrows of life. It is said to fly across the Sinnoh region, touching hearts and evoking feelings. Its movements are graceful and fluid, like the ebb and flow of emotions. Azelf, the being of willpower, granted humans the determination to face challenges. It dwells deep within the lakes, a silent guardian of resolve. Its presence inspires courage and encourages perseverance. These legendary Pokémon are not merely powerful beings, but abstract concepts given form, embodying the very essence of human experience, silently influencing the world from their tranquil lake abodes. Their stories are a gentle reminder of our own inner strengths, a quiet reassurance that knowledge, emotion, and willpower reside within us all. And as the night deepens, let us reflect on the enduring bond between humans and Pokémon. It is a connection built on trust, mutual respect, and shared adventures. Whether it's a powerful legendary or a humble Bidoof, each Pokémon contributes to the rich tapestry of life in Sinnoh. Their unique abilities, their evolutionary journeys, their social structures, and the legends that surround them all combine to create a world that is endlessly fascinating, a world that invites us to explore, to learn, and to dream. The quiet rustle of leaves, the distant hoot of an owl, the gentle hum of the night. These are the sounds that accompany our journey through the peaceful lore of Pokémon. The moonlight streams through the window, casting long, soft shadows across the room. The air is still, save for the faintest whisper of a breeze. Our journey through the facts and lore of Sinnoh has been a gentle one, a slow unfolding of secrets and wonders designed to lull your thoughts into a state of serene calm. Each Pokémon, each fact, each whisper of its existence is a thread in the grand tapestry of this incredible world, a world waiting to be explored in your dreams. Let these final, lingering thoughts about the quiet power of nature, the subtle beauty of evolution, and the deep connections that bind all living things guide you now into the deepest, most peaceful slumber. May your dreams be filled with the wonders of Sinnoh, the gentle rustle of leaves, the soft glow of moonlight, and the comforting presence of all the Pokémon we've journeyed with tonight. Good night.